ever break. Memories like this never end, no, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we set it sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend, for it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end, no, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we set it sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and to the sun, close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we set it sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
Alexa, how do you save more money while shopping on Amazon?
Save money with Capital One Shopping. It's a free web browser.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on, memories never change.
So the Fat Rat here is a royalty-free artist, but you do have to cite that the music's from him. So I do enjoy it. It reminds me of, I don't know, various video games like Final Fantasy and whatnot. I'm trying to fill in the room, and I know like used to I could just like do a stream and spring it up and people would show, you build it, people come. However, nowadays people just aren't used to that. They're not expecting it, and I don't go live very often. It's pretty quiet here this weekend, so I was able to go live. I am looking for some participants. If you're interested, I did put a link inside here, the chat. You click on it, it sends you to StreamYards. It'll put you in the backstage, and then I can actually show you, and then we can have a conversation. The conversation is open topic, so if you have a topic that you'd like to bring, feel free to bring it. There's all sorts of things we can talk about. Anyway, real quick up front, that looks like Phony Beetle Maniac. I might think that is that Phony? Is that you?
That is me, yes.
Oh wow, it's been forever. How are you doing today?
I'm really good. How are you doing?
Good, good. How's it been? Are you still on lockdown?
Over here, yes. I don't know how it's working in the state you're in, but in the country, in the UK, it's we're on our third lockdown at the moment.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we've been on lockdown too, but I think our lockdown's kind of loose. I mean, you can still get like food from a restaurant and stuff, but you can't like. There's rules about sitting in a restaurant and all that. So I am in California with Gavin Newsom as my governor, and there's a lot of people that are acting like he's a dictator, but I think he's been doing his best job as he can in the circumstances of trying to curtail. It's been an interesting time. You get a new camera?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The angle's a little bit different, so their setup's different.
Grace is above there.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm trying to think what to talk about. I mean, I suppose because you're a female, I can maybe get an outsider's perspective of what's been going on in the UK at the moment. I mean, because you are a feminist, maybe you have the same perspective or a different perspective than
Mm.
So I'll basically go over the facts as we understand them. Now, again, some of the facts that I'm saying might be wrong, which I do apologise for if any of them are wrong. But this is as far as I've been able to gather.
What's the headline of what you're talking about?
So what it is, there was this lady called. I'll just make sure I've got her name exactly right. Just want to make sure that I get it exactly right. 1 second. I have to look at Twitter for it. 1 second. Make sure that I'm getting it exactly right. One second. Sorry about this.
Current topic. What would I call this current topic?
Right, 1 second. I'm just trying to get it for you. I do apologize.
One of the topics I do want to cover is super straight. I think we could have a really good conversation about that, but I would like more people to talk about that. Super straight hashtag PSYOP done by 4chan. I think that'll be an interesting conversation. But for your headline, I don't know what we're talking about. So
All right. So what it was, there was a lady named Sarah Everard. That's Evrard. You might well Google it because then you might make it easier what we're talking about. So what happened was, she was walking alone during this, and she went missing.
Okay.
And there was a sense that she got missing because a man had assaulted her. Now, what we do know is that she was found, I think it was a couple of days ago, and it turned out that it was a police officer that had killed her because she was disposed of in a building bag. Now, yesterday, there was a vigil/protest about, the way that men see women, that sort of thing, in London. And after a certain time, the London police force turned a bit violent and started to, arrest the women who were protesting because of the corona rules and stuff like that. So I want to get your take on it.
I don't know anything about this, so I have no idea what the topic is exactly. So unfortunately, I'm at a disadvantage. Spooky seems to know. Spooky's trying to explain. Oh, I misspelled her name. It looks like it's Evrard. Evrard. Okay. Let's see here. I'll fix that. So
I'll see if I can get you a story on it. Just a minute. So,
yeah.
Because it might be easier if you know what it's about.
I do have a cough, so I'm gonna have to mute occasionally. Sorry.
Yeah. So here you go. Here's the BBC article on it. Now there might be some errors on it, so I'll put it in the private chat for you. There you go.
Yeah, put it in private chat, and I guess we can go over it real quick. 1 second here.
1 second. I'll just look at the video for you.
Okay, copy. Let's see. Paste. All right. BBC News.
The second one is what happened at the vigil.
Okay, so let me share the screen here. We're going to read this article from BBC. Let's see here. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yeah,
Is
I
it
can see
sharing?
that.
Okay, let me bring it bigger, I guess, on the screen here. Is it big? It's big. It's big enough. All right. Sarah Everard, a woman's death sparked the nation's soul searching. Okay. So missing, please help our dear friend Sarah Everard, reads the poster that went up in South London streets and local social media forums the days after the 33-year-old disappeared on her walk home in March. So it says, it was concerning, but such appeals are not exactly a rare sight. And the hope was that she would turn up safe and sound. but the days followed and police put out a CCTV image of Sarah, and it gave the details of her last known movements. Concern grew into alarm, then dread, then fear, shock, and sadness. Sarah Avard's journey from Clapham Common to Brixton had taken her through some of the capital's most populated, brightly lit, and well-walked parts. Hundreds of people, maybe many of them young women, tread those pavements every day and considered the streets in and around them home. As police investigated ramped up of a local woman were warned to be careful about venturing out alone. Women were warned to be careful about venturing out alone when a police officer was when a police officer was arrested and subsequently charged with Sarah's murder. Oh, a police officer was arrested for her murder?
Yep.
Oh dear. Okay. The head of the Metropolitan Police, I don't know how to say this, Cressida Dick, acknowledged that the women in London and beyond will be worried and may be feeling scared. Although she said for a woman to be abducted off the street is incredibly rare. So let's see here. But in the case that touched a nerve, particularly as walking, one of the few activities has been allowed during Britain's corona virus lockdown. Women across the country took to social media to discuss their own experiences of walking the streets and the lengths they went to feel safe. Outpoured stories of being followed, harassed, catcalled, assaulted, and exposed. Helena Wadia was one of those. She told BBC Radio she wanted to highlight how common it is for women to feel unsafe. Okay, so, all right, so I'm just going to kind of cut it off here. People are saying that it's common for women to feel unsafe walking the streets after what's happened to Sarah. And so it's going to, I guess her death is a talking point and a springboard to talking about that. But you also talked about feminism and stuff. So what's the controversy? What's happening here?
So, in UK at the moment, there's a little bit of problem to do with like, you know, people saying that women are being blamed because they say, like, you know, she should be more careful, she should have done this, she should have done that. Now, the thing is that, and they put all the onus onto her, that there's been controversy on there with some people in the House of Lords, for example, bringing up the fact that, oh, well, shouldn't we put a regulation on men for it? And again, like, it starts a little bit of controversy that way. As I said, yesterday, there was a vigil/protest in relation to, you know, this lady going missing and everything that happened, you know, that there should be more, you know, stringent things to, you know, to protect women from this sort of thing. I escalated into women being roughed up a little bit by the Metropolitan Police and, like, you know, a total mishandling of it, which is a certain article I posted. So I just wondered what your take on that would be, because I mean, I know what my take is.
I don't know. So, like, I don't know much about the UK police force other than that they're less military kind of than ours. Ours is armed to the T, but also we have a lot of guns in the United States, so it makes sense that our cops are armed because there's so many arms out there here. But like for you guys, I don't know. Like I don't know enough about particularly the UK and the police force to know much about it. I don't know what the patterns are. Like in the US, I do think that there's a pattern of racial discrimination, and you know, like people look at a white person with a hoodie and think nothing of it, and they look at a black person with a hoodie and think he's up to no good. I think that happens here in the United States. As far as how women are treated, I mean, I don't know. Like I haven't really run into a sexist cop. I'm sure they exist, but I haven't run into that. I know Shani for Christ claims that she was sexually assaulted by the police at Colorado, Denver, Boulder area, which I think is bullshit. But that's shanny. But like for the most part, like I think that most people, like as far as our experiences go, your police force and our police force are so different. I can't weigh in. I don't know enough about how your police treats women to say that yes, your police on a whole mistreat women. I don't know. As far as feeling safe goes as a woman, I would concur that even the United States, whether US or anywhere, I think women have been. I don't know a single woman that hasn't had a story where they've been catcalled, followed home. People that don't take no for an answer, people that scare us. And, we all have had, I don't think I know any woman that hasn't had a story like that, and women have to carry pepper spray and maybe a personal alarm and maybe a pocket knife even. Like there's all sorts of things that women do to proactively when they go for a jog here in the United States just to protect themselves. It's crazy. I don't think that's too unusual for women to say I don't feel safe even in a brightly lit area, because you never know what you're gonna come upon. I think it's a power dynamic, and if somebody approaches you and they're more powerful than you, and a lot of men are bigger built, and they can overpower you. There is a chance that you run into a bad dude, and he can. I don't think all guys are bad. I just think that there's a power dynamic physically that sometimes can happen. So other than that, like I don't know. I don't know much about this particular situation. Are people victim blaming? Are they saying that she ought to have?
Some people are. As I said, there was a vigil yesterday, which I posted the second comment about. If you want to have a quick read of that, not on thingy, but just where there was a vigil about it, where the police, as I said, got a little bit handsy with the ladies and stuff like that. And when I say the ladies, I don't mean like in a bad way. I mean like they groped them inappropriately, and again, it seemed to be very much trying to fan the flame. What's my podcast lead on a already quite big problem. Because there's a lot of ill feeling towards, as I said, like a lot of men were saying, how can we feel this? And a lot of women have been saying, these are the things that we would like to feel more safe. And there's been a lot of like, how much distance to be from a woman to keep her safe, what not to do and stuff like that. And I think there's been a lot of what's the word? Conversation talking about like how men can make women feel safe on a day-to-day basis, and I think it's something that maybe that there's a conversation to be had about what is reasonable behavior for men to have towards women so that they do feel that element of safety.
Yeah, that's a good question. What can men do to have women feel safe? I mean, I think catcalling is like, yeah, I don't think every catcaller guy is intending on being a creeper, but like I think like like that's one of the easiest things that you could stop is stop being creepy. like
Well,
like that's something that
but is it creepy subjective? Because again, look what you find creepy, another lady might find endearing. Because again, like it's subjective. Because I think the thing is
I don't know
like,
any woman that thinks catcalling's endearing.
Well, again, like some women might like it. Again,
maybe on Fox News. I don't know.
Well, no. It's just like some women, if they're more sexually, what's the word, aggressive or sexually, promiscuous or sexually, active, maybe they like that because it makes them feel desirable, that sort of thing. And there's some women who might find it the most gross, disgusting thing ever. Because maybe like that sexuality is something they're extremely uncomfortable with. Again, it's about levels to these things. But I do agree with you. It should be one of those things that maybe you don't do until it's been shown that maybe they're all right with it. But I think that again, in the UK culture, there's a lot of like, especially around construction work, there's a lot of that because, again, it's always seen as like harmless banter, if you know what I mean. But I can understand what you mean, like, to the normal person, it doesn't seem that way.
But so it's harmless banter between two construction workers, possibly. Yeah, absolutely. Like a couple of rednecks hanging out, with a beer and say something that's offhanded. But the problem is that a woman has no idea what kind of person you are when you approach them. And honestly, like that's the thing is that like, I think it's a personal respect thing. There was somebody on Twitter that recently tweeted something, and Nervardia shared it, and it said something like, "If a man doesn't slap you on the ass, he's not interested in you." Like suggested, like in a bar, like when you first meet a person, like go ahead and do that. And my response is, if you don't have a built-up relationship with somebody and they smack you on the ass, like it's called disrespect. And so like for me it's just plain disrespectful. It's and you can say that I'm a prude, fine, I kind of am.
No.
But I think that like it is one of those things where if you don't have a relationship built up where there is some sort of ground rules and you already have something established in behavior, like how are we to know? Like how is a woman supposed to know what kind of person they're approaching? I have no idea.
As I said, like, I've done stuff in the past that I regret, and like, I have done that personal behavior you just described, and again, I wouldn't do it again because of what you were just saying about respect. As I said, like, the thing is that you shouldn't do something to somebody until they've got that realm of conscience, and you can just because people do have what like stats and stuff. People can have that the first night. But again, it has to be something that you've built up that rapport, even if it's in one night, that they're okay with if you having more physical contact with them than you normally would do on a normal basis.
Yeah.
So, but I do think that, as I said, men need to be more open to listening more when it comes to stuff like this, because again, because I think that again, like there is a serious conversation to have in regards to gender roles and how men deal with women on because again, I will never treat a woman differently than I treat a man. But if I am attracted to her, that is going to be I'm going to maybe flirt more, but that's because I'm attracted to her. And again, if she's not comfortable with that, she should be able to say, "Look, I'm not comfortable with the way you're speaking to me. Can you speak to me like a different way?" And that should be fine. She should be able to cut me off, but again, like
I think sometimes it's sexual awareness too, right? Like if you're at a bar in a social function and it's singles night, there's a good chance that person might be looking for a partner or somebody to hook up with or whatever, right? But like if you are jogging and you're just getting your exercise in, how you approach somebody is super important, and it doesn't mean that you don't meet or you can't flirt, but like off the gate, like without any rapport or anything, like catcalling, approaching, like I think that's one of those like women just don't know, and especially at night, and well lit or not, like you don't know if you're gonna get mugged, you don't know anything. So like I feel like men could change their approach, perhaps, but I mean I don't really know where the debate is on this one, except to say that I don't think it is the woman's fault. Like if she went missing, it's not her fault. Like I'm sure people somewhere are probably going, she shouldn't have been jogging at night.
Well, some people have said, and I'll give you some of the perspectives that have been said, that she shouldn't have been out during COVID.
Which you're allowed to do because you're allowed to exercise, so that's stupid. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying what the arguments are saying. I'm not saying that this is what I agree with. I'm just
saying. I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying like that's just a stupid argument. But it's not your argument. Obviously.
That she shouldn't have been in such a place near the Riverwalk. That she should have been with somebody. That again, she should have taken what's the word risk, which to me is nonsense. Because again, like because the thing is that person, if he wants to attack somebody, shouldn't be attacking anybody.
Well, yeah.
especially some woman who he doesn't know, and be like, thing is, he ended up murdering her for what? Because she wouldn't cop off with him because of what he didn't
Yeah.
think, because she wouldn't do what he thought he was entitled to.
Yeah, well, I'm a big being proactive to protect yourself. So whether that means learning, some sort of martial arts, pepper spray, things like that. Like I'm a big, huge, fan of protecting yourself. But men get mugged quite a lot, and women, obviously, it's usually assault in this way. But like that doesn't mean it's the victim's fault. Like you can go jogging at night in a well-lit area, and maybe you work a shift at work where that's the only time you have to exercise. It's not like somebody sat around and said, let me go out where the creepers are. Like it sounds like this is an area that people feel safe in. It sounds like it's an area that was well lit. Like it sounds like she took very basic, from reading the article, very basic, things of like, this is a well lit area. There's a, common for people to go through it. It's not like it's empty. And so like, very basic, sensible things that we all do to, protect ourselves, but it's never a victim's fault that somebody kidnapped and killed her. Like that's crazy. And I'm really curious of why it's a cop. Like what's going on there?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. All we know is that he killed her and he put her in a builder's bag. So like builders, well, in the UK anyway, have like these massive, like almost like duffel bags, or also like these enormous bags where they carry bricks and stuff. So probably he packed her in there.
Good God, that's crazy.
Yes. So as I
So
said,
it might be like one of those serial killers that turn cops kind of people. Like
I don't know. We know we did it once because again, there's been hearing over it already, and again, it's caused a massive debate about like how men see women, and how many women have like been assaulted or sexually harassed by the age of 25 and stuff like that, and it's quite a lot. So again, it has caused a lot of discussion in the UK. There's a lot of men who are finding their manhoods challenged by it, which again, to me, it hasn't really, because to me, it just seems like sense. Because again, if somebody in your community feels unsafe around you, you need to change your behaviours to make them feel more safe.
right.
I don't, but a lot of men have been saying, "Oh, you try to take away our power, you try to take away our freedom." It's like, no. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that women are feeling unsafe because of this. This is basically caused women to say, "Hey, I've had this experience and it wasn't taken seriously," or "I had this behavior and it was seen as okay." And that's what we men have got to get better at doing, is listening to when a woman says certain behavior X isn't okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this is I mean, people ought to feel safe being able to take a jog.
Yeah.
It's sad that happened. I'm kind of more stuck. I feel like the whole people trying to blame the victim and what was she doing out late and all that nonsense. I think that really is a herring in this case. Not generally. Generally, I think you can talk about that all the time. But generally, in this case, I think the focus should be on this police officer. Just the fact that a police officer committed murder is a huge deal. And so I have a lot of questions about that. So I hope they redirect kind of in that direction. Because no, it's never the victim's fault, and just stop it. So like, stop being stupid. Like
Okay.
I don't have much to chime in other than that. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we're here in 2020 and we're still having this conversation
2021.
that has been happening since 1990, 1980, like forever. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
So like no, I don't mean you're ridiculous. I mean like it's ridiculous
The
that
situation is ridiculous.
that it's not something that gets taken care of. So
Okay.
That's too bad. So, wow.
Trying to think what else we could talk about. I mean, I suppose. I mean, we could talk about maybe about. I mean, do you know about the Harry and Meghan thing?
So I know it vaguely. So like I don't really follow the royals too much, but from my understanding, Harry split off from the royals, being like, "Peace out. We're doing our own thing. I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't care." He went to the United States. I don't even know if he's still in the United States anymore. No clue. I don't know what's happening. And then I heard a little bit, like, again, it's just little clips and ear bites here and there on social media about Meghan saying, "This is what it's like to be a person in color in the royal family." So maybe you could expound upon that a little bit, because I don't know, but it sounds like she was mistreated.
Okay, so so Harry's been on a couple of things, but the big one's been Oprah. He had an interview on Oprah, I think it's on YouTube. So basically, what happened was she did an interview where she said to Oprah that during her pregnancy she felt a little bit suicidal, and apparently she was told by somebody in the in the household that we can't really get somebody outside to help you because it was called a scandal. So that's number one. And number two was when she was having when she was having her baby, apparently some high profile role said to her, or said to Harry, "What colour do you think it's going to be?" And it was said in that way of, instead of being curious, apparently they took it as, they were concerned about a royal child being black. That's the
So like if the child's too dark, you're gonna throw him out like a fish that you caught? Like what are they talking about?
So, and also another thing is,
oh my god,
that Archie, who's their son, doesn't have a royal title, so he's not Prince Archie. Apparently, they've said that that's because he's black. Now, apparently, that isn't the case. It's because of other things, but apparently, that's the narrative that's been peddled by Meghan and Harry.
Well, even Fox News has covered this. I went to like a conservative source. Interesting enough. Of course, they'll probably be dumb about it as usual, but interesting. Prince Harry's response to Meghan. Prince William's response to Meghan Markle.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of denials about it because, as I said, there's been a lot of argument in the UK about, is the royal family racist? Is whoever said this?
The answer probably is yes. It's the royal family racist.
well, it's caused a massive debate because, again, there's some people who think that she's exaggerating to cause a scandal because people think that she wants to separate Harry from his family.
I'm kind of surprised they let them get married, to be honest. That always surprised me.
Well, the thing is, I think it was because, they had fallen in love and it happened all the time, because he'd had other girlfriends and maybe they weren't the best for him. And the thing is, he did have a bit of a dodgy past himself because, he at one point in his younger years dressed up like a Nazi. Yeah.
Man, I'm missing all the good spots. Like anytime we see besides this, usually when we see the royal family, it's pretty, I don't know, fairy tale-esque. We have this kind of view on the royal family, like, oh, Princess Diana getting married, and it's all fairy tale until she dies terribly. But
I'll post it in the private chat for you. See, this was a while ago, so
okay, let's see here. SBS, is that the sun?
Yeah, but it's still a photograph of him.
talking about Harry's transgressions,
Mhm.
like how he's just been sort of the black sheep of the family. Yeah, I don't know. I remember the strip billiard scandal. I remember that in 2012.
If you can't see that, maybe you can see the Huffington Post UK one. It made it video. Let's have a look.
Let's see.
It was in 2005, which is over like 10 years. It was over 10 years ago now.
Okay, let's see here. 1 second. Share. Application. Oh. No, that's not it. Stand by. I'm looking for it. Let's see. Yeah, this one looks like it's been removed for violating services. Okay, so that one was removed. Let me see. I can't probably play it if it's been removed by YouTube, actually, because it's going to get me whacked. So I'm going to not do that, but let me click on the HuffPost and see if it talks about it. 1 second. Let's see. Share screen.
Does it? It's just a picture. That's all it is.
Okay, I can do a picture. I guess the video's bad enough to where it got whacked out of YouTube. Stupid ad, I don't want you. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's actual Nazi. So he's dressed up as a Nazi? I'm not seeing this so far. Where is it? So that's not him, obviously.
There you go.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
What on earth is he wearing?
He's wearing a swastika.
What?
Yeah, this was 2005.
What was he doing that for?
Costume, fancy dress.
I mean, unless you're like enacting like a scene in Sound of Music or something, like I don't get why you do that. That's crazy.
Yes, so
and if you're gonna wear Nazi uniform, pro tip: if you're gonna wear Nazi swastika, you should probably actually wear the whole uniform, because at least they were sharp dressers. They didn't dress like that. They didn't dress all unbuttoned and weird like that. At least they had, a good uniform.
So people are bringing stuff like that. So people are bringing stuff like that up, saying like, he's a hypocrite, blah blah blah. It's like thinking, well, no offense, but that was like 15 years ago when he was a stupid idiot. We've all done things when we're stupid idiots that we wouldn't do now.
Yeah, he probably thought it was funny. It could have probably been an inside joke with friends or whatever, but it's insensitive, obviously. I don't recommend dressing up as Nazis unless you're in Sound of Music. So probably not a good idea.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of kerfuffle about it in the UK because a lot of people, especially the anti-royalists, have been using this as a jumping off point to say, we should get rid of the royal family because they're racists and because they're not elected, blah, blah, blah. I mean, not taking into account that the people we do elect are more corrupt than they are, but,
I mean, isn't the royal family just for show, basically, now? Like, I mean, how much do they really do?
Well, the Queen has some powers that she can dissolve Parliament if she wants. She has to give the Prime Minister has to give permission for her to put him in place. So let's say, for example, if there was a vote where it was split because our electoral system's rubbish, and she said, right, you have to go back to the people. She could stop that that from happening if like, somebody tried to negate the system that way. So, like, you know, Boris Johnson got in trouble like a couple of years ago for proroguing Parliament, which is that he lied to the Queen, told her that he had to prorogue Parliament because there was a threat or something like that when there wasn't. What he actually wanted to do was to stop people from voting on his Brexit deal until it was too late. So they had to vote for it. So that's basically what they do.
Oh wow.
But yeah, for the most part, they're just basically our ambassadors to go over the world and, you know, speak for us and do stuff like that. Now the thing is that there's been some scandals. This one being the latest one, but Prince Andrew has been up in his own scandal by being associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And when I say associated, I mean really associated, like pictured with young girls and stuff like that, and stuff like that. It's been a bit, as I said, the royal family's been on a bit of a rough time of it recently, and this basically hasn't exactly helped matters because, you know, Meghan, whatever you want to say about her, she's a celebrity as well. You know, how big a celebrity, I don't know, but she's still a celebrity.
Yeah, right. If you marry into the royal family, I mean, that's the gig. Is like, you know, I mean, it's like being related to the Kennedys, like really close range. Like you're probably gonna get some attention, you know, here. So yeah, it is part of the deal. If you marry a celebrity, you become one. Like it's usually by default. It's hard, particularly for the royals, because they thrust the family out into the spotlight. So like it's even more unique in the way, because I think it's intentional. Like it's not even like a accidental, like paparazzi chasing me down the street like at Starbucks. Like, but family is just thrust out in the
yeah. So like people are blaming Meghan, saying that so in the UK press, some people have branded her a lie and saying that, oh, she's an actress and she's, you know, she's lying to try and garner sympathy because, you know, she's mixed race, you know, she's cut off, she said this stuff about the royal family, you know, to try and smear them. Now again, do I believe it's possible that somebody in the royal family said something that was akin to what Harry said? Yeah, I think it's possible because, again, like, you know, do I think it was meant in a negative way? Possibly. But the whole, you know, the whole medical things, I can't believe that because, again, if she committed suicide, that would look worse on them than if she didn't. So.
I was surprised they let them get married. Like, you know how they are. So like if you have been married before, or you know, there's all sorts of rules with the royal family. People have had to forsake the love of their life because they had to fall in line with the family. So I was surprised that the marriage happened. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't have at all. Like people can love who they love, and it's just they have a lot of stupid rules in from what I can see. So that's why it was a little bit shocking. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, they vetted her first to make sure she was all right, and then, as I said, everything was hunky dory, and then all of a sudden, in this last year, there's been a bit of a separation between the rest of the royal family and Harry and Meghan, to the point that Harry and Meghan are living in Los Angeles somewhere, and you know, there's been this, as I said, this entire plus 10 mess has happened, to the point that, you know, a lot of people are not very happy about it in the English, because there's a lot of people who think that she's lying. There's some people who tell the truth, and a lot of them are from minority groups in the UK, because there's been a lot of people. There's quite a large minority groups in the UK. There's a lot of like Black, Asian. There's not really that many Hispanics, but there's like maybe people from like Europe who found themselves be treated differently because of the way they look or the way they sound. So So there've been a lot of people saying that it's part of their experience that they get treated differently because of that. And so people are saying that is UK racist because of that, basically. But I do know that that's in America, it's worse.
Headless, I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and log out real quick. Get an icon on. I
Oh,
can't stand
I-
no icons.
I didn't even notice that. You're right.
Yep.
You're a bit quiet as well, Headless.
I like icons because at least it gives somebody to look at. It's bothered me that I didn't have an icon when I flipped with Mouty earlier. So I'm going
Yeah,
to change
so-
the subject in a moment, but I'm going to wait for Headless to get back here. And I really want to talk about super straight and all that nonsense real quick. I think it's interesting. I think it's
So sorry,
I think it's
what's super straight
nonsense.
exactly?
So I'm gonna wait for Headless so I can kind of get it all in one swoop. So I'm waiting for him to get an avatar on here. So I was just previewing conversations to come real quick while I could think about it. Real quick, I am trying to.
I'll Google it first to see what the hell it's about. Super straight.
So I'm gonna have to recap it if I say it again. So Headless, no, you can't come in like that. No. All right, that's funny though. So Headless came in with my icon.
All right. So I'm just reading about it.
Oh, I need to mute. I'm so sorry.
So apparently it's a TikTok thing, which already
I am so sorry about that. So super straight happened, and I guess I'll probably have to reiterate it in a moment. Super straight happened. We think it might be a psyop from 4chan is the thing. Sort of like the OK symbol, remember that, and other nonsense where like they're like that's a racist symbol. Super straight may have started as sort of like a joke thing to see how many people pick up on it and kind of take it and go wild. The problem is people actually do take up on it and go wild and get super serious about it. And so it's really interesting how jokes like that and really kind of fake issues become issues because people are stupid. So it's a hashtag called super straight.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, I'm reading a Mashable article about it.
So like they have a little hashtag going on and stuff like that, and people are identifying as super straight. The interesting thing is like this is all due to probably a psyop. It's not even real, but there are people that take it super seriously. And super straight means like you're so super straight that you would never be with a trans person. So the whole thing is intentionally trans exclusionary. Hashtag super straight, like ultra straight. And like I thought it was a joke at first, so I started seeing these trickle by, people saying I'm super straight and this is my sexuality and stuff like that, and I thought this is clearly a joke. And I think some people mean it to be a joke, but I don't know if all people do. And looking at some of the videos, I think some people are absolutely dead serious. And I used to make a joke saying so-and-so super gay. And people go, what do you mean by that? And they'd be defensive. And I was like, super gay. And it wasn't meant to be demeaning or anything like that. It was a joke of like, if you're a gold star lesbian, you're super gay, you know, or if you're a gold star gay guy, you're super gay, like meaning that you've never dipped out of the spectrum of being gay. And so like I've used that as sort of a joke, like she's instead of saying gold star lesbian, super gay, you know, and so I thought maybe it was along those lines, but it's worse because it's intentionally trying to make an issue where there's not really an issue. It seems like people are making it out to be that there is a whole group of trans, particularly trans women, out there that like are trying to trick these heterosexual men into sleeping with them, and now they have to differentiate and say, "Oh, I'm super straight," like I'm so straight, I would never be with a trans woman. And it just seems silly to me. I kind of miss the old days where people were bisexual or pansexual. Like, I don't think bisexual is a sexist, exclusionary term, but there's some Tumblr activists that say bisexual is exclusionary to trans folks. And to me, it's like, well, I am somebody that has never been attracted to a trans woman or a trans man. I put it as a question mark. Like maybe someday there'll be something like that, but like generally I kind of like what I like. And so bisexual is a better term for me than pansexual. And so I think it's fine to call yourself pansexual. We have friends here that are pansexual, but now like we're seeing all these weird like infightings with LGBTQ. We're seeing fighting where like people are like, well, bisexuals have long been sort of hit by lesbians that say things like, don't ever date a bisexual, you can't trust a bisexual. I've heard straight people say bisexuals are the reason why AIDS is a thing, because bisexuals apparently sleep with everybody. I've heard trans folks say that if you're bisexual and you won't sleep with a trans person, then you're bigoted, which I think is stupid. I prefer to look at everything as a sliding scale, and you could be pansexual or bisexual or whatever, and whatever floats your boat, but you like what you like. It is what it is, like, right? Like, it's a tautology. I'm just kidding. But you can't help what you're attracted to, right? But there is a fake thing going on where it's like, I'm super straight, just so you know. And I think a way to sum it up would be I found a TikTok that Shannon Q did in response to the super straight people, and I think I'll play that real quick and see if that might be helpful. 1 second. Share screen. Let's see. Let me find the right spot. Okay. Okay. And I think the sound will be turned on as soon as I click the thing. Okay, can you hear the sound?
It's a bit quiet.
Okay, this is as loud as I can turn it up. Okay, I'm going to just play the TikTok and then to Shannon Q's response. I think it's actually on point here. I think Shannon Q probably did the best summary of that. It's complete nonsense, right? The super straight thing, like it's probably not real. But there are people that have kind of clamored onto that. I recently was seeing Shanny for Christ Twitter, because I get a good chuckle out of her Twitter, fighting with somebody over this idea, like there's these fake people that are like trans people that are like, dude looks like a lady, song, like that like are trapping heterosexual men, and then Shanny saying, "No, it's all about, like, oh my God, it's all about like, like there's like some conspiracy of trans folks attacking straight people," and I'm like, this isn't happening. Like, what are you talking about? And so like I think it's kind of all intertwined to this weird view that like people feel threatened by trans folks and they want to A, exclude them, and B, they feel threatened. And so like I just think it's bullshit. And I think Shannon Q addressed the topic, though I think the original hashtag is a psyop. It's not even real, but there are people like that woman, that TikTok video, that are real. So like that's what's so fascinating about it. Hey, Shadow.
Hey,
I'm trying to ask people to
I
get
know.
an icon.
I've
So
got
Yeah,
to
and
get one.
and Shadow, don't try to come in using a picture of Deidre. She'll ask you to go change it.
Yeah.
I know. I tried.
I know it gets confusing.
But what it could be, and this is just me postulating. It could be like a blowback from all the people who say they represent the trans community, who say it's things like, "Did you assume my gender?" and all that sort of stuff. So it could be like, because when you ever get anything that's extreme, another extreme will pay opposite it. It's like you'll get a yin and a yang, unfortunately. But if it's just because normal trans people, then that's just silly. Because again, like because trans people aren't trying to fool anybody. They're legitimately the gender that they are aspiring to be. No,
Oh, Gary, you never talked to Brenda, did you?
No, I've never talked to Brenda, I'm afraid.
Okay. Brenda told us a story about something Brenda did, and let's just say the other person involved wasn't aware.
I feel like Brenda should be. I have a relationship enough with Brenda where if there's an issue with something that Brenda did, I think I would feel a little more comfortable if Brenda was in the room versus.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm not going to elaborate on it.
I will say Shani's rant yesterday didn't start with the super straight thing.
What did it start with?
It started with a 15-second TikTok video that someone retweeted where a woman was saying she had seen a video where a trans woman had said, with no other details, that occasionally when she has sex with people, meaning that most likely it's a one-night stand, she sometimes doesn't tell people before they have sex that she's a trans woman. There's no information about if this person's post-op. There's no information about what's going on, just that. And Shani decided that that's sexual assault, and she needed to go on for 7 hours and get in a fight with people over it.
I think it falls under informed consent. Like, I do think, like...
I think if you're going to have a relationship, yes, it falls under conformed consent. I think if you're hooking up, it shouldn't matter, especially if you happen to be post-op, because you've got the right parts at that point.
Ooh, that's edgy. That's edgy. For me, if I was with a woman and surprise dick, I would be like, oh, okay. I don't know how would I do. I'm just putting myself to this hypothetical, and I like dick.
Post-op.
I like
That's why I
dick.
said specifically post-op.
I like to know where the dick's coming from, I guess. So like I don't like surprise dick. So
that's what caught me off guard with it, was because there isn't any information about this person. It's a third-hand account of something that someone said, and you don't know anything about the person that said it. If they are post-op and they don't tell people that they're trans because for their own security, because things like trans panic is a legal defense for murder, I understand why they would do that.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. Like, that's.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that I think that there isn't a lot of visibility for trans people. There's not necessarily like a trans celebrity per se. I mean, there is now because Elliot Page has just come out, but there's not really like that person who is representing that community who is visible and is just like a normal person. Like, if you think of a gay person, you think of like someone like an Elton John or Ellen or somebody like that, somebody who is visible in that community. There's not
What about
necessarily a
Caitlyn
trans
Jenner?
person.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You kind of missed that one there, Gary.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I don't apologize about that. But yeah, but I wouldn't say that Caitlyn Jenner is necessarily like a film star. She's not somebody who you go, oh, it says, oh, I just watched the film with black person.
They're a former
gay.
Olympian.
I've heard of.
So they said they couldn't hear the video from Shannon Q because I feel like
It
Shannon
was a bit
Q,
quiet before.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
real
they're-
quiet.
I feel like Shannon Q's video really did sum it up. Let me find it again.
When you screen share it, I believe there's a check mark that says share audio, and you have to make sure that's checked.
Okay, let me see. Maybe I didn't have it checked. I thought I did. I'll double check. I think it's worth watching again because I think in such a short time she summed it up pretty well, I thought.
Cyrus has made I think 3 videos on the whole Super Straight thing now. So yeah.
It's just Cyrus is great. I love Cyrus. I don't always
Good
agree
enough.
with Cyrus. I'm probably more conservative than Cyrus, to be honest, but I like the dude very much, and he unfortunately is not concise enough to where I would send somebody to that video and point to it, because most people lose interest after 5 minutes, and he's very long. So
Well, and the cat girl avatar with the boobas and his voice.
yeah, well, it depends. So right, so you know your audience. You know that if you're speaking with a conservative person, you might be better with somebody like Shannon than Cyrus, just because of the audience. Like their reach might be a little bit different, just because based on who they are, and getting over those judgments, right? The judgments that people make, unfortunately, if you care to, right? I mean, there's the shake 'em and move 'em and fuck you guys, and then there's the people that try to meet in the middle, and everything has its place. So I'm going to try to share this again and share screen, and then I'm going to click share audio, and then I'm going to share. Share. Okay. Hopefully this works again. Audio's maxed out. I have share audio clicked. Okay.
I can help with it. It's a matching rhetorical.
Hey, really quick, your mic's unmuted. Phony Beetle Maniac, if you could mute real quick. I'm picking up all the sound. Mute. Who? Okay.
Why are you mad at someone who says he's super straight or straight?
I can help with this. It's a matching rhetorical device that's being utilized in order to capitalize on the idea that other sexual orientations are somehow protected, while being straight is not one that is. The issue being that the existence of trans people is already incorporated into the definition of straight. So if you want to exclude them, but don't want to look like a bigot, what do? You create an exclusionary criteria that makes it look as though you not specifically having a preference for trans people in your sexual orientation somehow makes you not straight, but something different. Now you can accomplish your ultimate goal, which is to exclude trans people from the definition of straight, while shielding yourself from bigotry by accusing others of bigotry if they call you out on it. Bullshit.
And that's it.
Yeah, that sums that up pretty well.
Yeah, I thought you did a pretty good job, in just a few seconds. And so, yeah. So, super straight to me, again, it sounded like a joke, when I go, so and so super gay, and all I mean is a gold star lesbian or a gold star gay guy, somebody that's never slept with a woman or never slept with a man,
It started out as a TikTok. Quite literally, there was a gentleman who made a TikTok video, and he said, guys, I've created a new sexual orientation. I'm super straight. And it was hashtag joke, hashtag funny, hashtag everything. And then from there, it went to places like Kiwi Farms and 4chan. And they said, hey, let's jump on this and actually see how far we can get it to go. and then it's just kind of gone off the rails from there.
Yep. Yep. And so now we have a lot of people that are having these invented scenarios, largely invented. Like, I'm sure somewhere somebody has been baited and switched, so to speak, where it is like the dude looks like the lady song. And, you know, I thought I was with a girl and that she'd have a vagina, but like she has a dick and I don't know what to do with this. And there are people that like maybe have had experiences of that, but like it is so rare. Like not only are trans people rare to begin with, but like that situation is so manufactured and such a trope that to me it's really hard. And that's I think how I was tying it in with Shani for Christ was like Shani was like going on and on about like these transsexual women that are just out there assaulting straight guys, and I'm like, where? I'm in a liberal city. I'm not seeing this. Like, what's happening? I don't know what. I don't know. I
think she's talking about traps.
Okay, traps, but like again, like where?
No, it's like because if a straight guy goes with a trap, is that some sort of crap? I mean,
it's a bit of a slur, but I'll let it slide because it is pertinent to conversation.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just
it's a word
saying,
that
like,
I don't use, but.
Well, I'm only using it because I've seen what's his name, Counterpoints use it.
Well, there's
points.
Well, she uses it anyway. Sorry, my point.
Yeah, I mean, some trans people do use it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say they
That
don't.
word
But
is
at the same
considered a
time,
slur. Really?
it is.
I've heard a transsexual person use it. That'd be Counterpoints.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's because they can.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
it's like when gay people call each other fag. I mean,
sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I do
you're
apologize.
fine. I wasn't holding it against you.
It's a slur, like dyke is a slur. Like a woman can call another woman a dyke, and like it's aha, it's funny, you know, if they're both gay or bisexual even. And but if it's all an intention and how it's meant and stuff. I know that you're not intending to use it as a slur, but it is a word that you probably want to stay away from. Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, again, I think the whole trap scenario, you know, you always see the Joker traps gay, you know, all that nonsense that you see in gaming chats and stuff like that. Like, how much does that actually happen? Like, you know, so I think it's part of a transphobia fear thing going on. And it's not the joke that the person said, I created a thing super straight. Like, it's probably not meant to be that way, but the people that have attached themselves to it are definitely meaning it that way. And so it's just stupid. So there's no such thing as super straight. You're either straight or you're not, or you're sexually fluid. Like, that's fine. But super straight is super stupid. It is silly, like super gay, you know, like maybe you're a gold star straight person. You've only slept with somebody that has been born with a biological part that matches their software in their brain, and you know, like that just happens to be your experience. But like, you know, it's just silly. Like it is. I think Shannon Q like really was the one that made it so that like it was like, you know, this is about othering. So
well, I think the thing is I think it's about preference, because again, like, you know, because again, like there's some guys, and again, I'm not saying I'm one of these guys, but there are out there that are totally not for trans people, for trans men. Like our old friend William Pound G-Man has said some pretty transphobic stuff about what he would do to trans people if he found out what he was dating one.
Oh yeah, G-Man said that he would take a baseball bat to somebody's head because we all know he's super straight. And I feel like that's just hateful. I mean, that, and he's amping it up, of course. He'd probably run like a little sissy that he is. But like you know, he's amping it up, of course, because he thinks he's on this edgy show, so he's saying something super edgy and shocking. But like, it's hateful, right? So like it, as long as somebody's not assaulting you, you don't hit them over the head with a baseball bat. If they're assaulting you, fair game. like hit him over the head with a baseball bat. But like honestly, if I'm hit on by somebody that is trans and I find out later they're trans, like I think like I should be flattered that somebody found me attractive enough to hit on me for one, but also like if I'm not into them, I'm not into them and move on. Like you don't have to punish somebody because like you don't feel it. That's just mean.
Okay, Spackle, what you just said there. Then the other person should also be accepting of the fact that you're not attracted to them, rather than trying to make arguments to get you to be attracted to them and then calling you something you're not.
Oh, I feel that.
Refuse to be with them.
I feel that way. Like again, like that's
the argument I see from some trans people of, well, why won't you sleep with a trans woman? You say, well, you're not attracted to them. And say, well, then you're a transphobe. No, you're not attracted to them.
I think for me.
And then they try to justify it by saying, but they're a woman. You sleep with women, so why won't you sleep with trans women? They're women. And it's like, no, it doesn't work. And that's why we end up with this super straight crap now.
Yeah, there's like an extra, but again, like I think the super straight.
Therefore, who created the super straight? The trans people, or at least the people who made those arguments on behalf of trans people in the first place, has led to this.
But I've talked to a lot of trans folks, right? Like a lot, like online. I've had the pleasure of meeting, Jennifer Gordon, Nadia, Demi. And I've asked a lot of like, the ones that I've met, Sinister Porpoise, like.
So you talk to some of the normal ones.
If you're bisexual, and you're not attracted to a trans person, are you a bigot? Because I had somebody in Nadia's, I can't remember her name. She was the one that always had to be like, I'm skydiving, I'm rock climbing, and she was just to brag a lot. I can't remember her name, but she told me if I identify as bisexual, but I'm not willing to be with a trans woman, then I'm a bigot. And I said, identify as bisexual. I've never been with a trans woman. I don't particularly look for that aspect in somebody. I don't know if I'm attracted to that. So I just call myself bisexual, the response was, well, you're a bigot. And I did some soul searching, like, am I a bigot? Like, actually, I care about that, I care about people. And when I look at somebody like, Nadia, I cared a lot about, am I a bigot for not finding Nadia personally attractive? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And the reason why I'm not is because I look at it this way. I look at sexuality as a sliding scale. On one scale of what you're attracted to, what turns you on, what turns you off, and that's a sliding scale. And that could be all sorts of things for all sorts of people. And then I look at gender identity as another sliding scale, separate. And so the best way I can explain is I look at sexuality and attraction sort of like when you make an avatar in a video game and there's all these sliding scales going every which way. And that's why you have a lot of exceptions and crossovers and fluidity and all sorts of things going on as well. So like for me, like for the most part, I am not attracted to very butch women. Like if a woman is incredibly butch, and an example would be Boo on Orange is the New Black, very butch, very sexually aggressive woman. She's incredibly aggressive, too aggressive for me, makes me uncomfortable. Same way a guy would catcall, her catcalling would make me uncomfortable. It was one of those things where like, I'm like, the swagger and the super butchness, like for me is not attractive for me. It doesn't mean that I'm a bigot against all butch women. I've noticed that if it's paired particularly with swagger and stuff, like it's not something that I find attractive. That being said, like, I think that what's her name, Rose, who's also a short person. I can't remember her name. Vincent, can you help me out? Do you know who I'm talking about? Rose. Oh, I can't remember her name. She plays Batgirl.
Rose McGowan.
Oh, Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose. I think Ruby Rose is really attractive, and she's on that sliding scale of kind of soft butch. And like, I don't know why, like, I like what I like. And sometimes she can put on a suit and I think it's super hot. Like, I don't know. So like for me, like, I think sexuality is a sliding scale, and I don't think we should browbeat people for liking what they like. I know somebody in our community that particularly likes people that are pre-op trans people that they find that attractive. You know, people like what they like for whatever reason. I don't know. So like to browbeat people for not being attracted, I think that's silly. But I do think like this particular super straight thing is intentional about just excluding, and it's probably not from the originators, but the people that have picked it up that are acting serious about it, it's intentionally trying to exclude people.
I can understand where it comes from for trans people, because again, to them it's about accepting them as the gender they are. So like, if, let's say for example, because I'm straight, I therefore have to find every woman straight. But again, that's not necessarily the case, because again, there are types of women I find. I don't find every woman attractive. As I'm sure, as you were just saying yourself, you don't find every woman or every man attractive. You know, there's a certain type that you have, that, and there's maybe certain looks you find attractive, or certain personality types you find more attractive than others. And with myself, again, I'm more drawn to somebody's personality than I'm necessarily their looks. I mean, yeah, sometimes looks do help, but again, for me, it's more of an attitude thing. You know, if you're a strong woman with, like, you know, that you don't tolerate BS and stuff like that, that's usually what I'm drawn to personality-wise. Though if you're a wallflower, we're not necessarily going to go on. And plus, if we can't talk about nerdy shit, we're not necessarily going to get on. But again, that's a personal thing for me, and I'm sure Headless and Shadow have their own personal types with the people they go for. It's not necessarily an anti-trans thing. It's more like a personality type. I mean, again, I personally would never date somebody who's trans, and that's not because I'm anti-trans. It's because I'm not interested in penises. I'm sorry, I like vaginas.
But what if they're so being trans isn't just about, you know, the body parts, right? So like there's I always look at it, and again, I'm not a scientist, so like people might cringe at my analogy, but I always look at it as like a software thing. Like your software is matching of a woman, and this is if you're trans, you know, you feel like you identify as a woman, but maybe you were born with a penis, and then your hardware isn't matching. Like, so software matches and stuff like that. It is completely feasible that someday I could find somebody, because I am attracted to people's personality first. Like, it is feasible that I could find a trans person attractive, but it's not something I seek out if on purpose. But I think Shadow has a good point of like, what happens if it's after operation? Does it matter? It's a good question. And the answer I have is I don't know. That's a good question. I'm stumped. Like I don't have I don't know. I don't know if it matters or not.
Well, for me, as I said, I don't think I could. But again, like, you never know until you're in that situation. So I would say, as of now, probably not. Doesn't mean I'm against the concept. I just put it in that not for me category.
Gotcha. Well, I think we've beaten the dead horse of the super straight thing. Anybody have any final thoughts on that? Shadow, do you have any thoughts that you'd like to put out? Because I know that you're pretty thoughtful on these subjects and you've been watching the nonsense.
At the moment, no. I think we covered pretty much everything, and it's been a good discussion.
Yeah. So, I think Cirrus is a good person to check out for this. Also, Shannon Q. And Shannon Q's been blowing up Facebook, and I've been watching her little diagrams on sexuality go by, and
wait,
gender identity.
Wait, hold on. We have to ask. Is it a Venn diagram?
Let me see here. There was one that went up that was kind of funny. Let me see if I can find it.
Because if she somehow managed to make a Venn diagram of this, that would be hilarious.
Let me see here. Oh no, someone threw up a diagram on her site, it looks like. Let me see what it says here. Gender identity person says. Oh, it's explaining the difference between gender identity, assigned gender, sex at birth, gender expression, romantic orientation, and sexual orientation. So it's like a diagram like explaining all that, all the differences and stuff like that.
Can we see it?
So it's actually not made by her. 1 second here. Let me bring it up. Share screen. I haven't taken a super close look at this, so I don't know how accurate it is scientifically. But gender identity, a person's sense of self or relation to gender, gender sexual orientation, who the person is attracted to, gender sex at birth oftentimes refers to the genitals in place. Gender expression is how the person presents themselves in style, actions, and demeanor, and more. So, for instance, for gender expression, I'm a bit of a tomboy. I would almost be considered soft butch, like in lesbian terms. Like, I feel more comfortable in jeans and shirts and button shirts and stuff like that than I ever would in a dress. I have worn a dress. That, you know, there's some gender expression there that's a little bit on the sliding scale for me. That, you know, you can put in whatever category you want. So like you can be feminine, you can be masculine, you can be androgynous. I think Demi called me androgynous lesbian Harry Potter, and I thought it was actually kind of funny. So like, you know, there's all sorts of things that gender expression can show. And then I think what we're all stuck on is assigned gender at birth, the actual body parts. And sexual orientation, like those two combined make it difficult for us to, I mean, I'm saying us, like I'm saying the United States particularly as having a trouble wrapping their head around this idea of gender identity and gender expression, not so bad, but gender identity, romantic orientation, they're really rigid on because they're stuck at assigned gender and the sexual orientation, both those categories. We're getting updates on some debate that's happening on Modern Day Debate. T-Jump's going to be in his chair. Praise will concede almost immediately, and Jill will be a fascist, and Cirrus will win. Sounds good. Sounds like that. I'm surprised Cirrus agreed to be in that shit show.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of T-Jump at all, so I'm actually kind of sorry for Cirrus too.
I'm not sure what your issue is with T-Jump. I just think that he kind of is there to throw a monkey, like a monkey wrench.
That's the kind of thing. He reminds me a lot of the same kind of contrarian that other people used to be. And the people that it reminds me, the person that reminds me the most of turned out to be a very not good person, and I'm gonna leave it at that. He just strikes me as like the atheist version of that particular person, and I don't like it.
You muted.
Oh, okay. I said so. I think we beat this super straight topic to death. So we're gonna move on to another topic here. And let's see here. 1 second. Let's see. Trying to find what I was looking for. Stand by. So I was looking for a thing to share, but my Twitter's not working on my computer. But James White had tweeted that empathy is a sin. And I can read the comment to you since I can't seem to share it. Let's see here. Okay, first he types, "Hey folks, Jesus endured all the trauma needed to accomplish redemption and reconciliation. Dragging your emotional trauma into the fellowship and making everyone guilty for it is the perfect poison for the body. Get over yourself. It's about him, not you." And he goes on to say in another tweet, when you start with man as the image-bearing creature of God, you can understand why sympathy is good, but empathy is sinful. Empathy is sinful and sympathy is good. That's what he said. Do not surrender your mind to sinful emotional responses to others. So James White has officially said that empathy is a sin. Discuss. I think that's really interesting. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Empathy being a sin?
Empathy is a sin.
Yep, James White says so.
The man said, yeah. Good old Calvinism for you.
See, James White, I sort of respect because he knows what he's talking about a lot of times because he will do the research. But I don't know where he's coming from. Like, what was the context of that particular phrase?
So I had to dig into to figure out what the context was. So the context is within the church. So he's talking about a situation within the church, clearly by the tweet. I asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" like twice, because I find it problematic and eye-opening. Like, and he hasn't responded. So people were kind enough to respond to me, and they said things like, "It is exactly what he said it meant," and that was helpful. And somebody said, if you read it objectively, clearly it's saying that empathy is a sin. Like, okay. So like, I'm pretty sure that these are the people that use the phrase, "it is what it is," and think that's like a serious answer, tautology, kind of thing. So I didn't get really good answers, but somebody said, "Hey, look at this Twitter," and he's responding to people like this guy. So I looked at another Twitter, and his name's Howard something, I can't remember. He has a speech impediment that if you're patient, you can get over, but it does strike you as Elmer Fudd, and that is an actual. I just want to point out that it's not an intelligence issue or anything like that. So some people might hear a speech impediment like that and just immediately turn off his YouTube and be like, "This guy's dumb," or whatever. He's not stupid. He just has a speech impediment. He's got an auditory issue going on. So he has like that W kind of whale thing going on in his voice, like Elmer Fudd, exactly like Elmer Fudd. So it was kind of a little bit hard to get over. But anyway, if you're patient enough to listen to the words that he says, he's just advocating for church to have better response to people that are dealing with trauma, better support, and he's just advocating basically for psychology within the church, to use really good tools to help trauma survivors. And the reason why that would be important is because as pastors and leaders in church, you are there as a counselor and or spiritual advisor. And James White's response to this is, well, empathy is a sin. And I found that very strange indeed. And so I just wondering what you guys thought about that. Have you ever run into anybody that thought that empathy was a sin in the church because I thought it was completely strange.
Headless Shadow.
I got nothing. I think that's it's not a good look, honestly.
So Mowdy sent this diagram over, and I thought it was really interesting. So I'm going to share it real quick. So from us, developmental psychology kind of outlook, right? Like, it's interesting to hear somebody that is from the Calvinist mindset, the Reformed mindset, say empathy is a sin, because the reason why I think it's interesting is because, well, I think their God is void of empathy, void of love, and is not benevolent. That version of Christianity is incredibly problematic. But if you look at this here, there's a spectrum of empathy, right? And on one end, you see a line of effort. How much effort does it take to go through with this? And then these are the types and stages of things that you might feel for somebody. So you might feel pity. Let's say somebody lost their job and then had a recent death in the family. You might pity for them. I'm sorry for you. And then there's sympathy. I feel for you. And that's a little more effort. I feel for you has a little more effort. And then there's empathy. I feel with you. So empathy, feeling with you, you could come alongside with them and sit and be sad. I lost my brother recently this year, and I had a good friend that just came over and we went on a walk and just had a friend to sit with me in it. And empathy is I feel with you, and that takes a lot of effort. It does. It means you're putting your life and your concerns on hold, and you're experiencing something with somebody. And then there's compassion, which is I am moved by you. And I thought it was really interesting if you think about this term of this spectrum of empathy, and how the least effort is pity and sympathy. So I feel for you and I'm sorry for you. So that almost reminds me of the church's equivalent of I'll pray for you, and flip it, and then you just move on with your life, right? I'll pray for you. I'm so sorry to hear that. And then there's empathy, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, every time, because unfortunately, just living the life I've lived, I've lost a lot of people in my life. And every time, especially when I was involved in the church, it was people coming over and bringing us food to make sure we were okay. And things like that. And I mean, they weren't doing it out of pity. They wanted to make sure they were okay. They wanted to share this with us. And if that's a sin, then some of the best people that I have ever known are some of the most sinful people that I've ever known, apparently.
I think I get what he means, though. That sometimes emotion, like empathy, can get in the way of trying to do things the right thing. Because if you're too emotionally involved with somebody, you can give them the wrong advice. Because let's say, for example, two people come to you that you know well, and they say, let's say, for example, we want to get divorced. Now, the thing is that you'll have empathy more for one than the other. So let's say, for example, you're a male. You might favour the male over the female, or if you're female, you might favour the female over the male. But the thing is, with divorces, usually there was wrongdoing on one side more than the other, or maybe it was a mixture of both or something like that. So I think that sometimes what he's trying to say, I think, is that sometimes emotion gets in the way of reasoned, advice that one should give as a church leader. So let's say, for example, if somebody comes to you with they're having doubts, or if they're having, let's say, for example, they may be having problems in their marriage, or there is something else, sometimes compassion and empathy get in the way of this is what you need to do in order to do it, because again, you need to devoid yourself of that, because where you can understand where they're coming from, again, you need to understand where that person's at in order to give them the best advice possible. So you need to also think of it almost like a therapist. A therapist any sort of doctor will tell you that they don't really have compassion because they have to try and be objective in order to give people the best advice. Because even though they can be emotionally moved by it, they need to devoid themselves of that to give the best advice. That's just my opinion.
Right. So that kind of falls under empathy with boundaries, right? Like we have boundaries that we set, so for instance, you could be empathetic, or you could feel for an alcoholic that's shaking. They're going through the shakes, and you can feel for them. And you could help them get treatment, so that way, going through withdrawals is not so painful. And that would be very kind and helpful. It would help get them off of alcohol, right? Or you could say, "Oh, shucks, I'm sorry," and just watch them go through the shakes, and hopefully they don't die, because you can die and have seizures from getting out of alcohol. Or you can enable the alcoholic and give them a glass of beer so they stop shaking. Obviously, like, there's levels of health and responses there. And the kindest thing would be to try to get this person help so that they can medically get off of alcohol, right? And that's just an example I can think of the top of my hands for no reason at all. It just came up in my brain. No, I'm just kidding. Like I've seen it a couple times. So that's an example of, you don't want to enable, but at the same time you want to be kind, right?
So I think, like for example, if someone's going through an addiction thing, there's no way to be empathetic to that, because unless you've been through it yourself. Like, say, for example, you're ex-alcoholic. But the thing is that you don't, as you were saying with the enabling thing, or let's say, for example, as I said before, you give somebody the wrong advice because you feel too compassionate or empathetic towards them. Therefore, you give them the wrong advice because you get your emotions too strong. So, let's say, for example, if somebody talks about an LGBT thing for you, maybe you would be too strong to say, "Oh, you need to come out straight away," but maybe the environment they're in isn't conducive to them coming out maybe straight away. Maybe it's one of the things where they have to build up the confidence and the framework around them, in order that if the parents turf them out, they've got people who will pick them back up again and stabilize them. So again, it depends on a lot of factors. I think that's what James White is trying to say. At least that's what Holpoint is trying to say.
Absolutely, that's not what he's trying to say. So digging deep into what James White's doing, James White is shooting at any accepting church. So any church that accepts people that are LGBTQ, people that focus on trying to help deal with people with trauma, stuff like that. He is setting fire and setting sights on those types of people. So one of the people that he was tweeting at happens to be somebody that's a pastor that tries to focus on using psychology within the church and helping people with trauma, getting over it. Another thing that he's definitely set his sights to, and I finally found the series of tweets here, is the LGBTQ community, particularly. He's definitely looking at them. So I'll show you what he's saying there, because I finally found them. 1 second here. So you can follow James White at Dr. Oakley 1689. So he goes on and on and on. And March 12th tweets about that. And there's just been back and forth about all of this, but let me see if I can find the root tweet. I retweeted each other. Left this. I'm trying to find the original tweet that I particularly focused in on. Well, I read you the original tweet, and I just don't want to keep digging because he tweets a lot. But he then sets his side to people who often use words of empathy and sympathy. Empathy means the ability to understand and share feelings of another, and the author's skill to make you feel empathy with the heroines. But sympathy means feelings of pity and ... whatever that is. Okay. So he tries to differentiate feelings of empathy and sympathy. But if you look at it here, Many people are confused. Weep with those who weep is the idea of adopting emotions of others, of validating those emotions. If those emotions are sinful, rebellious, or against the false anti-scriptural narratives, even if those emotions are sinful and rebellious. So people often confuse the words empathy and sympathy. And then he goes on with, for those of you who have never considered the issue today, we are in a culture, we are told we must empathize. Sorry, I have trouble saying that word. We must empathize with everyone's trauma and experiences. We are to enter it into our own emotional life. Every pastor worth his salt knows what lies down the road. And so people are like, what lies down the road? What lies down the road? And let me see here. He goes on to talk about the LGBTQ community, and it's like, dun, dun, dun. There we go. Of course he does. Let's see. See if I can find it. Sorry, digging through his Twitter is insane.
He does tweet an awful lot.
Yeah. Let's see. Empathy, biblical truth. Okay, here's another one. So far as modern emphasis through culture of empathy in the modern term, it's based on validating a person's personal experience outside of the parameters given by the biblical truth about man's nature, and it must be viewed as sinful and destructive. Let's see here. And then I scroll up. I'm trying to find the other nonsense I saw. Feel free to argue what you will. I was speaking of the sin of empathy, which is an epidemic today of the culture of the man of I've lived experiences without reference to sin, to be granted with full validity and honor. And then it goes on and says, of course, this kind of empathy.
This one.
Yep.
The one above it.
Yeah, the one above it. On the part of Christian community as a whole of homosexuality over the past 40 years, what prompted it? What prompted the exception? For the past 40 years, it prompted empathy, demand that one understand somebody's experience outside divinely revealed parameters of morality and ethics. That's all in bold. You are simply not allowed to question, let alone rebuke, correct, or experience lifestyle. You are not allowed to you're only allowed to validate it and accept it and celebrate it. There should not be any option for a Christian. This should not be an option for a Christian, but in fact, it shows how insidious this emotion appeal is. Emotion appeal. I'm so sorry. I'm so tongue-tied today. So he's saying that there's an emotional appeal to always apply empathy when viewing someone's experience. And so this is now about homosexuality, for instance, and accepting homosexuals into the church. And he's saying empathy is sinful. So I thought it was really interesting. Empathy requires work and understanding, and this is something that James White doesn't want to do. Also, I'm taking bets on moral failures. So Matt Bell, who's a big dick, is a huge moral failure, and is in jail for soliciting sex with a minor, or actually having somebody by proxy do it, and watching it, and child abuse over Skype. And so he's doing 10 years. And so we all knew he was a dick, but we didn't know he's that big of a dick. And then we all knew Cy 10 was a dick. Cy 10 recently just announced that he is stepping down from the church due to moral failure. And the reason why he's stepping down is he's bringing himself over to the care of the elders at the Presbyterian Church. And so people were asking, well, what is this moral failure that Cy 10 is going through? Remember, Cy 10 is the guy that used to say, you love your sin. and it's interesting. So side 10, people asked me, and I said, well, I've worked in church, for 10 years or so, and I the times when I've seen pastors or leaders get let go of moral failure, it's almost always these things. It's sex, so like it's like heterosexual or homosexual sex, and or adultery, and then the other options are child abuse, child molestation, and then the other option is theft, like embezzlement from the church. That's a good way to get kicked out. And like those are the biggies that you usually see people get kicked out of. So I'm like sitting there twiddling my thumbs going, which moral failure is it that he got kicked out of? Because it's usually not something small.
Well, apparently, I just say the word apparently. It's because apparently he was
fornicating with a vulnerable woman.
Yeah. So basically,
whatever that means.
so what I think it is that like, because COVID has put people massively into the thirst meter.
The thirst meter.
Yeah.
All right, Gary, I'm putting this in the book.
I need to put up a thirst meter. This is ridiculous. What are we talking about?
So, like, some people's thirst meters is on red. I think that's what he means by vulnerable women. I'm hoping that's.
Wait, you're saying thirst as in to drink?
No, it's a thing. Mean that they're sexually thirsty.
Yeah, that's why I'm hearing you correct. You were saying thirst.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Or it could be that like these women were like coming for him for emotional support, and he was taking advantage that way. Could be that way.
It's likely that. So if he says the term vulnerable women, so the term, so people explored what happened, and so they reached out to the church, and the church said that he was asked to resign due to sleeping with more emotionally vulnerable women, which she's not supposed to be doing. So what does that mean in terms of church leadership? I mean, typically, if you are a deacon or a leader, you're in a position of leadership, especially if you're on the payroll of the church, pastor, people trust you. People trust you to, be their spiritual leader. And they come to you with real life problems sometimes and real life situations. And so one of the biggest issues we have when we have a issue with either adultery affairs and or just fornication, those things, usually it almost always spurs from a counseling situation gone awry. And this is why a lot of Protestant churches have moved to putting windows on church buildings and stuff like that, or having a female president if it's a male pastor, because there's been people that have taken advantage of people in situations like that. You'll feel more emotionally connected with the person that you're counseling with, and maybe things happen. And so like it's likely along those lines of that, then either then that's what I think, instead of that's typically what it is, instead of assault or this I'm thirsty, we're in lockdown thing. I don't know if that's a really good theory.
We also don't know how long this has been going on for and when it got discovered.
Right, exactly. But I'm not shocked. So my next thing is I'm just waiting for James White to announce moral failure, because he's the other dick on the internet that just can't shut up.
Some of the other articles we found, did they not also say the church encouraged the lady to go to the police?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of ethical things that can happen. If you have the role of like counsel, for instance, if that was the role he was playing, I don't know. Even if you're not a psychologist, if you break that, you can get into some trouble as well. So I don't know. So it is something to watch, and I don't think he's going to get back from this. So I do see. I think I'm disappointed. I'll say this: I'm disappointed in Christians that are trying to whitewash over it and saying like, like we all have moral failures. Well, that's true, but not. You shouldn't have them like this, especially if you're a leader. I think we should hold leaders to a higher standard. So. But again, I'm not shocked because the guy's a dick. He just is. So. So, do you all go on Twitter?
I think Laura's here. But there you go.
Hello there.
Hey.
Hey, Laura.
How you doing?
We have been all over the place. We've talked about Super Straight, and we've talked about recently. We flipped from that nonsense to we're talking about James White tweeting that empathy is a sin, and then it turns out it's all about being anti-LGBTQ.
Oh, of course, yeah. Do you know, funnily enough, that Super Straight thing, every time I listen to them, it sounds exactly like Ted Haggard. And we all know what happened with that guy.
Oh, the guy that started getting hooked on cocaine and had male prostitutes in his church office? That guy?
Yeah, that's it. It has a whiff of, doth protest too much.
There's an old Larry King interview, and for those that want to maybe check it out, definitely do. So there's a Christian singer. Goodness sakes, what is her name? Oh my gosh, she was like the Melissa Etheridge of Christian songs, and I remember hearing her for the first time and going, "Oh my gosh, like this woman's a lesbian." I could just tell. Just my gaydar went off. And it turns out later she comes out as like, guess what, guys, I'm gay, and I'm like, I'm not shocked. But when she did come out as gay, a pastor from the Rock Church came out and said, like, oh my gosh, you need to turn from your sinful ways, and wanted to condemn the person, and so they ended up on Larry King of all places, and they had Haggard on as a guest, and he had already like been restored from his homosexual affair, and he was claiming that he was healed from his homosexuality, and I'm like, bitch, you are lying. You just want to keep your wealth, and it just like I couldn't handle him. He was the worst part of it all. And like this one guy is like, turn from your sins, your gay sins. Jesus loves you, and that's fine, whatever. But like this Haggard guy is on there going, but yeah, I know it's so hard, but I'm proof that you can turn around. And he's talking about like this exodus kind of the homosexual lifestyle, and that he's straight now. And I'm just like, bitch, you are lying. I could tell he was lying.
Yeah. You can just see it in them. I've funnily enough, I've actually just finished off typing a thing because I've had some lady preacher type, she's got she's got a YouTube channel saying, oh, you need to turn away from being transgender. It's like, why should I give a shit what you believe? You believe what you believe, that's fine. But don't go telling me how I should live my life based upon what you believe. Oh gosh, the language she uses sounds like the old battered wife thing. If I don't love him, he won't love me, and I need him to love me. And if I don't, I'll be in trouble, that kind of thing. It's awful.
Yeah, I was arguing with somebody all this week about this because I was like, because they'll say to me about science and all this sort of stuff, saying like the science does about gender, and I was explaining to them that again that actually new science has come out that proves that people can be born into the wrong gender. He was saying, oh well, science doesn't say that. Well, it kind of does, and I actually provided him some papers. He was like going, oh, they're just opinion pieces. It's like I give up.
Well, like I say, a lot of the time you get people, they don't care about what is true, they only care about what they want to be true. You know.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this person, she started off, this is so sad. God can set you free from your bondage to perversion. He has done the same thing for me and millions of others. And it's like, what perversion? You know. You're a beautiful man, but you can't see it yourself because you believe the lie and thus have been blinded. It's like, just no. You know. Yeah, the way she describes it, her position is purely based on fear. You know, it's the fear of hell thing. It's, you know, the beaten housewife. I'm nothing without him. I have to obey or he won't love me. You know, and of course, if he doesn't love me, then, you know, I'm going to go to this awful place.
Okay, so I found a thing. So I found Ted Haggard. Please excuse my viewing history. It's so random. All right, so let's see here.
As this film shows, a real odyssey. I mean, it's Old Testament almost, like in his being cast into the wilderness. I want to go back to the scandal itself. Your congregation finds out there are news reports about this alleged gay relationship, about drug use. As it turns out, your church also knew about an inappropriate relationship you had with a church member.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a gay man?
No, actually, it's complicated.
Liar.
And what I've determined is, through all 2 years now of counseling, is that I just don't fit in the boxes. People want you either to be heterosexual, bisexual, homosexual, whatever. And my counselor says I'm a heterosexual with complications, whatever that means.
Right.
And but now, through this counseling process that I've been through, I'm very secure in who I am and my relationship with my wife. Actually, my wife and I always had a wonderful relationship, which confused me.
Mm.
And now it's better than ever. And I have no compulsive behaviors anymore. It's been great being able to process through these last 2 years. And I
wish
think
you'd done
the
that
pain
20 years
helps.
ago.
I wish I'd done it 20 years ago, but I think the culture that I was in kept me from being able to
Having
do
grown up in a fundamentalist church and an evangelical background, everything is very black and white.
Very black and white. And this process that I've been through, I'm so grateful because I was able to process and work through things. And I think the documentary shows part of some of the things that motivated such dramatic change in me.
You've spent your life building this church. This church is really literally your community. And your church says, you have to leave the state. You have to go away. And in the best New Testament sense, isn't that the point at which the church should be embracing it?
Well,
they didn't have the opportunity to reach out to us that I think they would have done.
You still an evangelical?
Oh, absolutely.
Still fundamental understanding of New and Old Testament?
I believe the Bible is the Word of God. I believe Jesus is the Son of God.
Do you believe that gays are sinners?
I believe that for me, and my understanding of the scripture, that I need to live in a heterosexual monogamous relationship. And before I tried, I never blatantly walked away from those principles.
Right.
I just had a compulsion within that needed to be processed with a good counselor. And since I've been able to do that, I'm
cured.
No, because I don't think I was sick. I don't think I was sick. I think all of us make decisions
Isn't
about
that
our
part of there's a paradox then
It
at
is.
minimum.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So
I'm
if
a
this
mess.
is the real you.
I am a mess. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But
It's interesting that he said he didn't feel sick. Like, that seems like a very strange admission for somebody that says that they've been fixed, but they're in sin. You notice that? That's very interesting to me.
I saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an element of denial, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
he knows that he's got this affliction, but he wants to pretend that he's over it now.
Yeah, he's like, I never was straight. I was heterosexual this whole time, guys. It's just a one-off. It was a freak incident. It was a freak. It was a freak gay fucking. No big deal.
It happens.
I just slipped in.
You know.
I'm sorry. I just. Do you remember Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
It's like, what did you do, Ray? It just popped in there. You know, just this
I've got
idea
my
of
mug.
gay thoughts. They just popped in there. You know.
Oh my god, it's crazy. Yeah, there's so much I could go. I could probably do a whole hangout on gay conversion therapy and talking about it and like the disasters it's created. But that's a whole different subject. I can. It's definitely within my wheelhouse to talk about. I could go on and on and on and on about it. But yeah, Haggard just seems fake. And like, I mean, he always seemed fake, like in a rich preacher, like name it and claim it kind of way. But like on top of that, like I was never actually homosexual. This wasn't. No, I'm not bisexual. I'm not in any of these boxes. I'm totally straight. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here in the UK, they're getting close to the idea of actually banning conversion therapy.
Really? I thought it was banned. Like they banned it in California, actually.
No, not
I
yet.
thought they banned it in all of America. Aren't the drugs supposed to be really bad for you? Because like sometimes they put you on drugs, and the drugs can have quite detrimental effect to your health.
I don't know about that.
I don't
I
know
know
about
the-
I
that.
saw it
I
on
know
the Doctor of House, so it must be true. No, seriously, they do actually do. But no, I have heard that some of the drugs that they put you on, I don't know what drugs they put you on, because I've never really. But yeah, it can be quite detrimental to your health.
You know, it's interesting. Something that popped through my head recently was Alan Turing, who basically killed himself because they made him take a medication that chemically castrated him.
Yeah.
And that medication is basically what they give transgender people. So when I hear the TERFs and gender critical, as they like to call themselves, because everybody know what TERFs means now, you know, when they try saying, "Oh, they're just gay men," people like me are just gay men. It's like, no. Because if that was the case, why would I want to take the thing? You know, if I was a gay man, I'd end up killing myself because, you know, because that's not what I wanted. And that, you know, no, that's not the reality at all.
Because obviously there's far less stigma on getting a complete sex change than there is to being a homosexual.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. By the way, speaking of that, I am really close to getting hormones soon.
Oh.
Very, very close. So I sat on the Leeds Gender Identity Clinic waiting list for 2 years already. Was referred in December 2018. Their waiting list is horrendous. They're currently taking people that were referred to them at the end of 2017. So I'd be still waiting a year for the first assessment, and probably 6 months to a year, who knows how long, for the second one. And usually the second one's when you get hormones. Well, recently, there's a new Manchester Gender Identity Clinic that's open. It's a pilot program. And so I had a phone call saying, can we move you from the Leeds books onto ours? Waiting list is a lot shorter. Yes, please. And a week later, I had my screening call, which is, you know, where they ask questions about health stuff, but also what is it you're looking for? What do you want? And then a week and a half after that, I was called to get a date for my first assessment, which is the 25th of March this year, not next year or the year after, this year. And then the second assessment for hormones would be approximately 4 to 6 weeks after that.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at what you just said. I was just laughing at Titan's comment. Trans exclusionary radical feminist, but fart is better. Feminist appropriating radical transphobes.
That's kind of
Sorry,
funny.
I got distracted.
That's kind of funny.
I like that. That's good.
Oh dear.
But so yeah, like I say, in just in approximately in about 8 weeks, I should have hormones, which is what I've been hoping for well over a year. I basically wrote off 20. I wrote off 2020. With lockdowns and stuff, the Gender Identity Clinic were all closed. And as a result, the staff were needed elsewhere. Thanks to people, being sick and dying, they needed anybody they could. And nurses are still nurses, no matter what department they're on.
True.
So yeah, as a result, clinic was closed, and and the thing about it is, I don't really have any problems with it, other than it's annoying. I've likened it to the fridge breaking down the week before Christmas. It's no one's fault. It's just that you got less money to spend on presents that year.
So when you get the hormones, what changes do they think that you'd expect? Like a voice change, particularly, or body?
My voice will not change at all, because what makes a man's voice deeper is the thickening of the vocal cords, and they don't unthicken. Now, for trans women who transition to men, when they start taking testosterone, it thickens the vocal cords, their voice gets deeper. But for me, I shall grow boobs. I'll have fat distribution or redistribution, and also hopefully I'll get some emotional stuff going on as well. I'd always been the straight person before, not terribly emotional. I always kind of liken myself to, Spock and Odo and Data and Tuvok kind of characters in Star Trek. The straight man, as it were.
But wouldn't that be more to do with your? Are you an Asper? You are, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Would that be more to do with that than what gender you are?
Could be. I certainly do analyze things more, but that's the thing. Where other people, trans people, what basically happens is they start taking hormones, and then all of a sudden they'll just burst into tears for no reason. So it's like, I'm wondering if I'm going to get emotionally, I'm going to have an emotional awakening or something.
Oh man, like that'd be interesting. Because you're an Aspie, I'm wondering if it'll affect you differently. That would be interesting to know. But I've heard that where women who transition to men's hormones, they or I say women. I'm so sorry. It's so hard to use the right phrasing. Trans men, when they're going on hormonal therapy, they were saying that their anger shoots up, because they're not used to all that testosterone and stuff. And so it'd be interesting to know if you find that your emotion sensitivity is going to be up a little bit higher. I'd be curious.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm going to become a little more passive, and less likely to, rush to anger. I'll give you an example. I bought myself a new bike. It's really cute. It's pink. And the first time I went out with it, I had some guys that came, saw me, came down the road, did a U-turn, stopped behind me and started beeping at me. And my reaction, basically, the adrenaline kicked in and the testosterone kicked in, and I ended up turning around and giving them the finger And that's not the kind of person I want to be. And effectively, it took me out of a girly mindset, so to speak, and put me in a manly mindset. And that was really upsetting. You know, it's not where I'm trying to go.
I just want to point out that, like I would give the person the finger.
Oh, helps to take off mute. Titan says it does change the brain chemistry in such a way that one becomes more aware of emotions and exactly what emotions are feeling.
Yeah. So, like I say, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. You know, I mean, effectively, I'll go through puberty again. This time as a girl, which is, you know, well, like I say, yeah. But for you, you think, oh my god, that was awful. It's like I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I'm probably going to eat my own words. Yeah, I was going to say I'm going to eat my own words, but you know, it's like this is going to be interesting.
I can come and kick you in the stomach every 4 weeks as well, so you can feel like you've gone through the menstrual strike.
Oh my god! Right? Oh jeez.
Well, you know, I've heard that can happen to trans women too, so that's going to be interesting.
If there was like a part of being a woman that I'd cut out, that would be the part. Like I like being a woman, but like the whole like I get back cramps. Do you know how painful back cramps are? Jeez.
Yeah, that's basically when I go out and stand up for too long. Unfortunately, having agoraphobia, I don't go out very much, so I end up sitting in a chair all the time, which means my back muscles are stretched all the time. So when I go out and do stuff, it's like my muscles are all squashed.
You should take up yoga or something while you're in the home.
Yeah.
You know, that pain feels a little bit different too, though. Like it's closer to if you ever have a cramp and your foot rolls into a ball and it deforms and you're like, how did my foot exorcise itself? Why is it like wrapped up like this and the toes doing this and that? Like, you ever had that severe cramp and you're like, ah, it's like that.
Yeah, I've had that one. Yeah, and it doesn't want to go away either. You know, if you get it in your leg or something, you can kind of pull it to try to sort of unclench. But I can't imagine how you do that in your back or some other place. You know, but like I say, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. One of the cool things is that I had a 1 in 1,000 reaction to one of the medications I've got, and I started growing boobs. Not very big, but slowly. So yeah, I've already started.
All right, because I was going to say, do you know who Jim Sterling is, Laura?
Sorry, say again, please.
Jim Sterling.
Jim Sterling, no idea who that is.
All right, well, he's a game reviewer on YouTube, but he's currently going through, like, he's just become non-binary. He's just come out of it, so he's going through the same sort of things you are, and he's doing, like, you know, some of the chemicals to transition. I mean, he's not becoming a woman. I think he's just, like, as I said, he's getting certain female attributes. But as I said, like, I don't know if it's like different in the US than it is over here. I'm not sure whether because we've got the NHS, you have to wait because of, well, everything, or the US because you can pay for it. Maybe you get put in front of the queue. I'm not quite sure how it works over there.
The thing about it is, in America, transitioning is fine if you've got money. You know, if you've got health insurance that covers you, you can get it. But if you don't, then, you know, it's a barrier. Over here, being poor isn't a barrier to transitioning. And of course, something to remember here is that a lot of trans people can't get jobs or can't get good jobs or don't get promoted in their job because they look weird. That's a horrible way to describe it. But what I mean is that, you know, not everybody passes, you know, and it's a limitation. And it's also a stigma. So, you know, I mean, and it in a similar way, there's the sexism thing. My mum used to work for a charity, and she watched people who started after her. You know, she became the divisional secretary for Manchester for this charity, okay, cross-country charity. And she watched people who became caseworkers, volunteer caseworkers, get promoted, even though she was managing the office, the department. And the reason is because they were guys in the old boys club, because it was a military charity. Now, it's the same kind of atmosphere, you know, that so if you've got people that struggle, you know, I'll give you a real example. Someone I used to know, because she didn't have money to transition, she looked weird. Because she looked weird, she couldn't get a job. Because she couldn't get she couldn't get a job or couldn't get a good job. Because she couldn't get a good job, she couldn't afford, you know, the surgery and things like that to make her look better. And because she didn't look better, you know what I mean? It's the circle. It's the vicious circle. And cracking that is a problem. Now, here in the UK, as I said, being poor isn't a barrier. Unfortunately, the NHS is brilliant at almost everything and is really rubbish at just a few things. And two of the few things are mental health and trans care. You know, I went to my doctor and said I had a depression problem, and he wheeled across the room, went into a folder, pulled out a sheet of paper, and it was full of charities. Call them. Because, you know, prescribing some pills is cheap, therapy is expensive. And it's just one of those under-resourced elements. Well, the same works for trans care. The reason why Leeds Gender Identity Clinic is so slow is because this is stuff from 2 years ago, in 2019. When I had my screening call in February 2019, I asked how long it would be for the first assessment, and I was told 18 months. By the end of the year, by the autumn, it went to 27 months, and by November, it had gone to 29 to 30 months, which is 2.5 years. And the reason why they got the problem is because they have a budget for 27 people a month, but they have over 100 referrals a month. So if we think about it in a COVID sense, imagine you've got a store and they can only get 27 people an hour through the doors, you know, but they've got 100 people joining the queue an hour. Imagine what that queue is going to be like at the end of the day. So, like I say, you know, it's not a barrier. You just got to wait. And one of the reasons is because, you know, they're overloaded with people wanting help. You know, but anyway, I don't want to talk about me stuff all the time because, you know, I'm starting to dominate the hangout and I don't want to do that.
No, it's fine. As I said, I think it's important for people who aren't trans to hear and understand the struggles that people who are go through.
Mm. Did anybody mention that the vigil protest thing that was going on this week?
I did.
Yeah, that was really bad. You know, effectively, you know, you got the reason why the vigil took place is because a member of the police allegedly killed a woman and or kidnapped and killed a woman. And of course, people started pointing out this stuff goes on all the damn time. You know,
it doesn't. Though.
Sorry.
Not that many people get murdered.
No, not get murdered, but sorry, the
You're on about the safety of women in general.
Yeah, the sexual abuse, things like that. Well, I mean, it's, you know, something like what was it, 3 women a week get killed?
Yeah, it's usually by the abusive partner, and it's more often than not if they try and leave.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But
an actual random stranger abducting you and taking you away and killing you is not that
Oh yeah, that's very rare.
Often. Sorry, so I misunderstood you when you said this happens all the time. I thought
This was the first subject that we were talking about, and I unfortunately didn't have a lot to contribute with, but Phony brought that one up to begin with. It's the woman that was killed by the cop. Like I don't have much to say about that. I don't know if like what the ongoing problems are particular to the UK.
The Met Police. Sorry.
Effectively, what it is that you know, a police officer allegedly killed this woman, kidnapped and killed her, and you know, people started pointing out that you know these things happen, and women are you know sexually confronted by men harassing them and following them down the street and all sorts of things, all the time. And you know, I mean, I can give you a practical example of my own, and you'd think I'm transgendered. Would I get that? I'm 6'4". I don't pass brilliantly. I look okay, but you know, now I wasn't even a month into my transition, and I had a guy proposition me for you know sex. You know that. You know, he said, you know, do you want to get a drink? I was like, no, I'm all right, thank you very much, but you know, thanks anyway. Yeah, come on, let's get a drink, or you know, or dinner, or you know what, come on my place, I'll meet you dinner. And then he leant forward and lowered his voice, and maybe you can suck my. You know, he actually said the word. I don't want to. You know, now, like I say, that's me less than a month into my transition, and I've had guys catcall at me, and I've had guys ogle me up and down. You know, that's creepy.
I don't know how it is in the UK, but back in the 60s and stuff like that, like in San Francisco, a lot of prostitutes who were transgender, like it was like just like kind of a thing, like where sometimes transgender folks had no other means of making a living back then.
Yeah.
And that was what they went to. And now it seems like, I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the States, it seems like in these states that there's still some sort of fallback or pushback on that, where it means trans means sexually promiscuous, or means that you'll sleep with anybody that gives you attention. And like, that's not at all a thing. Like, and the only thing I can think of is maybe people who were being passed over with jobs and stuff like that, and given such a hard time, you know, and they had no other choice, like, and they did sex work industry. Like it seems like people often, and I hate this, but it seems like people often associate trans with sex worker as well. So not only do you have the whole, I'm a woman and I'm getting catcalled as a woman, you know, power differential that you're seeing, but if you're noticeably trans too, trans has sort of a niche of aggressors that tend to just honestly treat trans folks with disrespect, and I don't know if it's part of that as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's, you know, there's that sort of white privilege thing. There's that male privilege thing, and I didn't see it when I lived as a guy. I didn't realize it to the extent that I do now. You know, and it's hard to explain. It's only when you become a part of that minority, or not even minority, is it? I mean, it's, you know, women are 50% of the population, for crying out loud. But, you know, all of a sudden you start seeing the inequities, you know, around. I got a picture I want to share with you in a minute. I got to find it first though, because it did speak to one of the things that's been brought up in recent days. Where is it?
I mentioned the whole trans people equal sex worker trope because you see that sometimes, but you also see like the whole trope of like trans person traps quote unquote straight person into having sex that they weren't planning on, thing, and that's like an ongoing trope
They
as well.
accidentally fell into the transsexual argument.
Yeah, exactly. Dude looks like a lady, kind of stuff. And Shani recently was on Twitter arguing with somebody, like saying that if you're trans and post-op after operation and you don't tell the person you're sexually assaulting somebody, and I'm just like, oh my god, here we go.
Yeah, there is the gay panic in certain places, but also the trans panic. And it's something that you see happens, especially in America, with transgender women of color. I mean, I saw something, and it's a couple of weeks old, so there's probably been another one or two added since then. 24 trans women of color have been killed since, I forgot what it was now. I think it was something like October last year.
Good God.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's every week or two. You see it.
Yeah, I get really worried for trans folks because there's so many aggressors, and it's not the dude looks like a lady scenario. It's just plain aggressors, people that the same reason why they want to the Brokeback Mountain beat the gay guy thing. Like it's the same drive almost, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. But it's it's one of those ongoing things. Like I've had people tell me that they won't shop at our local Target. I was like, oh, why not? And they're like, because they have a trans.
They allow trans people to use trans women to use the ladies' bathroom.
No, it was worse than that. I think like that's bad enough, right? But like it was even worse than that. They had a trans person working.
Oh my gosh.
And that bothered them. And I said, so you're telling me that trans folks can't make a living? They can't, like, what are you trying to tell me? Like here, like that, like, I mean, if you're saying that you think that we should be able to discriminate against trans folks for having a job, that's like saying, fuck off and die, pretty much. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's really what it is, especially
Pretty much.
Especially a job at Target. Like it's not like you're the face of the company. And I know like I'm trying to look at it through the conservative lens, right? Like you're not the face of the company, like on the commercials or anything like that. You're literally just working as a checkout girl. Who the fuck cares? Like why do you fucking care? Like that this is just pure hatred. Like to say that you won't shop at a store because of trans checkers out there. It just blew my mind.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one because at the end of the day, all people want to do is just have a job, live their lives, go to the toilet. I mean, just the same as everybody else.
Yeah, they just imagine that they're being infringed upon or something in your very existence, and it doesn't work that way. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint you, fragile Fox people.
Yeah.
Fox News folks.
Yeah, I've got that picture if you want to share it.
Where did you link it?
It's screen share. Why does every woman know another woman that was raped, but no man knows a rapist?
Yeah.
I
wouldn't say no man. Like I think there's plenty of men that are caring and sensitive and
no,
call it out. But yeah,
I'm saying that like Phony B, for example, doesn't know a guy that's a rapist.
No.
Well, he might. He just doesn't realise they're a rapist. I mean, people don't go around saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm a rapist." So I think a lot of women probably might not actually know a rapist unless they've been raped and know the person who rapes them.
I'm gonna have to put a trigger warning on this hangout because rape keeps coming up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I suppose. Yeah, I suppose what you need is someone to tell Steve McRae that his guest. Oh, sorry, was a convicted rapist. Yeah, sorry.
Good God.
Oh yeah, there will definitely be some people that will deny stuff that's right in their faces. I hear he's supporting Saiten Bruggencate as well.
Yeah, so Site
Oh,
10
what?
loses his job for moral failure, right? And if you've worked in church, you know what that Christianese is for. Christianese, if you are in the church worker circuit, moral failure, removal of a pastor or a leader in church, it's almost always sexual affair, hetero or homosexual, adultery or not, like married or not, whatever, it's all kind of in that same bin. It's either that, it's either child molestation or child abuse, or it's theft and embezzlement from the church particularly. Or I guess another category I didn't think of is loss of faith, like this leaving the faith, like you can't remain a leader if you lose the faith. So it's like one of those categories. So I know it's quite serious, and I'm thinking like, and I'm watching like, Christians go to bat for Site 10, saying like they're going live and saying, what is moral failure? We all fail. We all fall. This is why we put our hope in Jesus, not Christian leaders. And I'm like, okay, and I'm like just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And then Steve McRae goes, I don't want to dogpile on Site 10, Bruggencate. He's like trying to be this softy, and he's joining in with other atheists that think they're taking the higher ground. I'm not dogpiling on the guy and kicking this guy while he's down. And then Steve goes on to call Site 10 Bruggencate his friend.
I call me psychic, but I have a feeling I know exactly what's going on there.
And I'm looking at it going,
There's magic word that explains the whole thing. Dillahunty.
McRae is friends with all the best people. David Silverman.
He's clearly a good judge of character.
Clearly. Site 10 Bruggencate. Clearly. And
Kyle.
Kyle. He was the one that brought Kyle into our community. Clearly, he's great. He's got impeccable morals and ethics and taste, and great at picking out ethical and moral people and condemning those that aren't.
I think Steve was duped by Kyle's amazing hair.
Maybe that peacock hair. Well, anyway, the point is that the moral failure thing is usually quite serious, because usually in a church, if it's not very serious, and I'm trying to think of a lesser sin that's serious but not so serious where they permanently get rid of you, because the whole thing was written on permanently stepping down. So like they might say, our music pastor sinned. He started using cocaine. He's come forward saying he has an addiction problem. It all kind of happened through an accident. He was, working on a project late at night. This is what happened. He got hooked
My
on
nose
cocaine.
accidentally fell onto the cocaine.
I'm literally actually quoting a real situation that I was in church with. So the cocaine nose, pastor comes out and goes, I'm so sorry. I'm living in sin. I'm living a lie. I don't know how to get out of this. I really love God. I love ministry, but I've got myself into trouble. And the church can opt to say, well, if you're repentant and you're willing to go through the stages of restoration, and we're going to pull you from leadership, and we're going to counsel you and restore you and get you some counseling and addiction therapy and get you through, this. There are times when they'll...
Sounds dangerously close to empathy to me.
Yeah, there are times when they'll
Sorry.
try to restore that pastor or that leader. And not just completely remove them. So like that's an example.
In some ways, it's a good thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wish they'd do it in more situations.
But if it's moral failure and they completely remove you from leadership for all time, it's usually pretty serious. So. So that's kind of how you figure it out in Christianese terms when you hear that term moral failure. Well, what does that mean? Well, what action did they take? Did they remove this person from all ministry completely and they never can do it again? If that's the case, it's something probably serious. So Steve McRae in his idiocy goes, "Oh, here's my friend." You complete fool, as usual. And so it comes out later after interviewing the church that Cy Ten's guilty of fornication with vulnerable women, and the church has advised that vulnerable women to go ahead and contact the authorities. So there you go. Whatever that is, I don't know, but my guess is that he's in a more counseling position as a pastor. People get close and more intimate in that, and you can overstretch your role as a quote unquote counselor and that. So that would be my guess. It's not as straightforward or evil as, say, Matt Bell, but it is concerning. It's disturbing. Mind you, this is the guy that likes to say, "You love your sin. You love your sin."
Well, that's what I think is part of the issue, because well, actually taking advantage of people in general isn't, particularly nice, shall we say? But to have this sort of moral outrage about other people, and then we find out, hang on, you're far worse than anything I've ever done in my life. It's the hypocrisy, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is, effectively, you've got people that are effectively telling other people what moral choices they should make in their life, and then they fall short. And fall short is, I know what the rules are, but I'm going to ignore them because I want to do this thing anyway. And of course, what are they doing? They're not accepting responsibility for it as such as, oh, well, we all fall short. I mean, that's an excuse rather than taking ownership. Satan maybe do it effectively. Satan got in my head and that's why it happened. Not because, I'm a weak person and I capitulated, and I made a choice. I made a decision to sniff that line of cocaine.
So I have a Cy 10 video that I ran into that you might not have seen. That's not a debate. He's at an abortion clinic talking to people as they're going in, bull harness side, and I think it's concerning the things that he's saying and advising the boyfriend in the abortion clinic. Mind you, it sounds like the woman that's going into the clinic is going for a really early stage abortion via pill. So almost like a morning after kind of situation or something really, really early on. The advice that he gives is interesting. So something I think is worth a look at. It's the kind of guy that this guy is. So it's interesting. So I'm going to share it real quick. Let's see here. Share audio. And this is actually a Christian channel too, by the way.
I don't feel right about this one. Let me turn this off. Brother, is what you throw in there? Why don't you go in there and get it, right? I don't feel right about it, but I mean, the problem is the feeling that you're having now is just going to get worse. I know. I really do know, and I feel like God's going to discipline me, and it's going to take me a while to get right with Him, man. No, but the thing is, you have to be careful because there's a chance that you can't get right with Him if you do this willingly. Now, is she here to take a pill, right? Yeah. Now, is she taking the pill in there? Yeah, she's taking the pill in there. I mean, see, the problem is that it's not necessarily, it's kind of a family issue. Like, both households have lost all of our jobs. Right. and it's like it's getting kind of scary. Like I don't know what the future holds. It honestly, like, it terrifies me. I grew up really poor. Like it really does scare me, and I've always been a firm believer in the Lord. But
John,
part of me doesn't even know how to like properly do the whole thing. It's been so long since I've been near like a real.
John's from a local church here, and he can tell you the type of services that they offer for.
This is our church. This is my email. I'll give you my phone number. It's the church's phone number. You can reach me through there.
Sure, man.
All right, man. Well, we'll help you with anything.
I go crazy sometimes, man. Like, I don't know. There's so much happening to me all the time, and especially in these fleeting years. I'm only 18 years old, and she's 21, and I just feel like such an idiot just for my dumb, like, sinful mistakes. And I'm causing, like, her all this, like, pain, and, you know, part of it doesn't want to go through this, but we both know it's the sad truth that things, like, so hard.
Right.
And her mom, like, my dad especially, he doesn't want it, and, like, I know that if I do have it, like, everyone will be just so disappointed in me, and if I don't, everyone will be so disappointed in me.
But here's the thing. There's another option. And the other option is adoption. We have somebody who can do that.
Look, if it doesn't go through, of course, if it comes out, like, what I'm saying, if there's a chance that the baby still lives, like, I'm there for it. Of course, I've never been the one to, like, you know.
Is she in there for a
That's not how abortion works, buddy.
Can you just pause for a second?
The pill and
Isn't it amazing how you got 3 guys deciding about what should happen about a baby?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to show it. That's like one of the first things that I noticed is like you have these guys talking to this guy, telling him what to do with this woman's body.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, how many times have we seen a hangout with 9 guys talking about, you know, rape and abortion and stuff like that? Something they're never going to have to deal with. I mean, I'm trans. I'm never going to have to deal with it. But, you know, I never really volunteered in a discussion. Volunteered much of an opinion in those things, in those discussions.
So a couple of things that stand out is like one, like this is early stage abortion if they're using a pill, like really early. Like, yeah. And then Dee, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say this. Oh, you can always adopt out. Yeah, because that's such an easy option to take, to go through 9 months of pregnancy, give birth, and then just give the child away. And it's so good for the child because, you know, everyone gets a perfect adoption.
Yeah, I'm technically, here's what's weird. I'm my spectrum is like, if you were asked how to describe, I'm personally pro-life. I am adopted. I was an unwanted kid, and I am adopted. And I'm personally pro-life, meaning if I was stuck in a situation where I felt like, oh goodness, I feel like you should try. If it's in a situation where you don't know how to make ends meet and stuff like that, like there are ways to make it happen almost always. But at the same time, like this whole like overstepping and watching these dudes decide what should happen with this girl is alarming to me. It's really alarming. And I think it's something that was very noticeable.
Yeah. For me, my position is really simple. I'm quite on the fence. You know, my argument is simply, if you want to have kids, have kids. If you don't want to have kids, then, you know, use contraception. And if something goes wrong and you struggle, you know, and you find that you have to make a difficult choice, that's up to you.
Well, the thing is he says the church is going to be for you every stop of the way, and that's very rarely true.
So the church is going to get them. The church is going to get everybody a job because he clearly stated both households have all lost their jobs recently.
I mean, if you look at how the church tends to vote, particularly this Reformed theologist type people, these guys are there. You know that they're voting conservative. You know that they're voting against people that are struggling just by default.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I'll just continue on for a little bit.
He's like concrete under the decision. Sorry, it's cold.
Well, I know. Is there any chance you can get her to come out and talk to me?
I don't think so. Not at no,
Is there any way we can traumatize her?
Give it a try, man. It's just something to try.
I can't do it.
Think
I
about
feel
this.
I feel like my ignorance now is gonna make me meet God someday in my life when I'm still alive, and He's gonna put me through a task. I feel like
Well, I'll tell you what.
task, and He's really going to make me suffer. And if I don't complete this task, I feel like it's.
Here's the task. Right now, the only task you've got is to try to save the life of your son and your daughter. It's worth a try, dude. Think about this. I got a 3-year-old at home.
Oh, you've got to get yourself a what's it? An ad blocker.
She'll come running up to me and say, "Daddy, I love you." She hugs me.
Looks like a fun game.
It's worth a second. I said, "In seconds, we'll help you." I promise.
You guys probably have 401ks and stuff, like, you know.
You guys have 401ks.
I'm like one step away from welfare, dude. I'm nothing, and I need help.
The thing is, you say that those people are going to be disappointed in you if you have the baby. You know what the thing is? Those are the people who are going to be bouncing your child on their knee with a big smile on their face. You think they're going to be disappointed?
Not
They don't
always,
like
Si. Not always.
So if you have that
dang.
baby, a grandchild of those people, they're going to be bouncing that child on their knee.
Guys, I'm 18. My dad's like 36.
And he will be bouncing your child on his knee.
How do you know that you haven't got
He'll be,
horrendous
teaching
parents?
he'll be teaching that baby how to ride a bike.
Wow.
It disturbs me that they're assuming they know this guy's situation. So not only are they talking about this woman who is apparently in the clinic to have a very early stage abortion with a pill, but they're talking about what she ought to do with this young man because he is the sire or father of this unborn child. And then on top of it, they're assuming that they have a family situation that's going to be happy and hunky-dory, and that isn't always the case. That is definitely not always the case. Like it just is so overstepping.
It's so much pressure from.
He might be disappointed with you now, but when you have that baby, you think your parents are going to come around? But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that what you're doing is an abomination to God.
Abomination.
But you talk about, yeah, I mean, we all stand before God.
My dad is he's I just need prayer. I need a prayer. I really do. Like my father, like he's like an older man, but he still acts like a child, guys. Like he's like doing cocaine and alcohol all the time.
But that's okay. He's doing cocaine and alcohol because he's going to be bouncing your baby on his knee while he's doing cocaine and alcohol. Perfect.
Let us help you, man. We want to help you.
Good
we wanna help
job.
Your girlfriend. We want to help your baby. Give us a chance. Go in there and get her out. Bring her out here, man. You can do it. You can.
We want to help you up until the point that we've convinced you not to have an abortion. Then we're going to drop you like a hot cake.
Once the baby's out,
Yeah.
it's all yours.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
You don't want to turn
No
into your
pampers
dad.
for you. We're not going to.
You know what?
My dad, I promise.
If you walk away from here and you allow this to be done, how do you think you're going to bury that pain?
Listen, fuck
You're going
off.
to bury it with cocaine.
Allow this. to
Cocaine.
be
Oh,
done.
yeah.
I have to.
Pause,
It's going to be
please,
something that
pause.
is going to give.
What the fuck? Allow this to be done. Who the fuck does? Holy fuck! Who the fuck does Brewcake think he is?
So, sorry for coughing. So, yeah, well, Burgate thinks that, like, you know, the male's, you know, the head of the choice making in the household, probably, like most reformists, you know, reformed theology people, you know, think. And he thinks that if this guy puts his foot down and says, "That's it, we're not doing this," like that she should follow suit. In a way, I feel relieved that he is not battering this poor girl, but at the same time, like, you can see very easily, like, the emotional turmoil that they're putting this guy through in a smaller level.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, they're saying if you do this, you'll probably go to hell. Right?
Hey D, check the
Go
private
straight
chat.
to hell. Oh, hang on. Do.
Okay. Should I share that in a
just
little
not
bit?
available to you. Oh, I can't log into Tweet at the moment because
Oh.
I've forgotten my username and password, and I've no idea which email I logged in.
Because I know that I truly believe that someone has died for my sins. I really do, and I feel like this is the hard part. I feel like
You're slapping him in the face right now. The God that you say is sent his son to die for your sin, you're in his lap slapping him on the face. And you think that God is going to turn around and rescue you?
Oh my gosh! Pause a sec.
Wow.
You know, I'm not saying that he won't, but I'm not saying that he will.
Okay, there are two things in the Bible.
You love
and
your
I'm
sin.
I'm sure you've heard of Numbers 5, 11 to 29, which is the test of the unfaithful wife.
Yep.
That's the biggie. There's the other one, which is Isaiah 9:14, which is, give them, Lord, what will you give them? Give them wombs that miscarry and breasts that are dry. Because that's what you do to people you don't like, you see. They wanted that. You know, if they're going to conjure the idea of God, you know, aborting babies, then that they've got to be nailed to that as well. They've got to be nailed to that exact same cross that those verses apply to.
They'll say that it doesn't apply because murder doesn't apply to God because God's in that other category than with us. And
Yeah, because
blah, blah, blah.
he's the pot maker.
No.
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I don't know either. I pray. I try to pray as much as I can, and I don't feel like I get anywhere.
But let me tell you, however this goes down today, you need to get out of that situation. If you're with a woman here who is willing to murder her baby, you need to leave her. You need to get right with God, and it's not going to be in your own house, you know, by your.
So now he has to leave the woman if she has an abortion, and it's her fault, not his too. Like, do you see how it's shifted to where?
It's funnily enough, it's somehow a little bit like Dee sort of said, you know, he accidentally tripped up and the nose went on the cocaine. You know, he tripped up and the penis went in the vagina. Oops.
Yeah, I that was interesting too, like how he flips it and then goes, well, if she has this abortion, you mustn't be with her. And it was like, what? It's like, what? Okay.
Yourself, you need to get with people who are right with him. You need to get with a good church.
I've been with her for a year now, and she's just started to like take God into consideration. And I know it's not like the real. She hasn't done the real like acceptance of him. You know, I can tell.
You can't do mission dating. You should go in there and say, look, if you kill this baby, I'm leaving you. I'm going to be a man, not a coward.
She's leaving me.
Well, that's fine. Let her leave you. You don't want to be with a murderer. Do you want to marry? Do you want to be with a murderer? Do you want to marry a murderer?
Yes, he called the woman a murderer.
Yeah.
This is an early stage abortion using a pill.
But at least she's not a sex offender.
Because right now you're an accomplice to murder.
Do you want to be with a guy that takes advantage of vulnerable women? Oh, wait, Saitan.
Yeah.
And doesn't understand the actual
Child that you're
meaning
killing
of
is
the
an
word
innocent murder.
murder.
God, your child has a God, and that God is going to seek vengeance for that life.
I just want to point out that Saitan is a Reformed Christian, and they believe that, you know, God chooses who's saved, who's not saved.
So it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, so like, let's say this child's born. I always just thought it was really strange that they never thought, like, you know, the fact that the child's born now, if they don't choose God, then what happens to them?
Well, it's not just that, you know. I mean, I've always, because this is Calvinism, isn't it? You know, I describe Calvinism as aristocratic Christianity. You know, they're the people that are born special. You know, they're the ones that are already accepted. You know, everybody else are just the plebs.
God's gonna seek vengeance for that life.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Well, that's God's business, not his.
Might as well be done. I'll take the sacrifice. I don't care.
No, but the thing is, you don't know what you're saying because you don't know what an eternity in hell is like. You have no idea. You would not say that. if you knew what it would be like to spend an eternity in hell.
But he's either saved or he's not saved. Whether he
I
has
would
an,
not say that.
whether he lets his missus have an
If you knew what it
abortion
was
or
like,
not.
you would run in there screaming to get your woman out of.
Here's the irony: is like
Did he say get your woman out of there?
Yes.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, get your woman out of there. I think it's also interesting, in theory, in Calvinism, if this guy does the quote unquote right thing and he gets his woman out of there and says, if you have this abortion, I'm going to leave you, and does all that manipulation tactic that they told him to use on this girlfriend, then he gets her to leave the abortion clinic. They do the right thing and they have a baby bouncing on their grandfather's cocaine stained nose knee. Then here's the crazy thing is they have this baby and cocaine grandpa is bouncing on his knee, as I said, that's going to happen, right? What? There is still the theory that he's not saved, that he actually never was chosen and he's not going to go to heaven because it's not your actions about tearing your woman out of the abortion clinic that's going to save you. So he could still fucking end up in hell even after he does that. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially if Calvinism.
It's not too late, man. And you know what? Even if she does take the pill, is this the first one? First pill?
It is the first one. She can reverse it in the next 72 hours because she won't.
It's online.
Yeah.
Abortion pill reversal.
But you need to do that, man.
Abortion pill reversal. Don't recommend it.
Man, it's just like such the scales are so I don't know what side's better. I really don't.
Sure you do. You know what side's better. You know, you might fool other people with that. You're not going to fool us with that. You know what side's better. There's no doubt about that. You know what side's better. And you're choosing. You're facing the same. You're going to tell her to stop.
Wow. Again.
My dad's girlfriend would leave him if she found out that
Who advertises on a video like this? Seriously.
I'm gonna put this on them.
You don't have to put it on.
You don't have to put it on, man. We will help you. We will help. That's legit. Before, during, and after, man. We will step in and help. Whatever you need, we will take care of it. If you need a place to go, we'll find it. It's all of it, dude. All of it. Whatever.
See, if you really cared about people, you would offer to do that for them regardless of whether they did or didn't have an abortion if you're worried about their situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said do this or not. But what's crazy is I find it so fascinating. He keeps saying that the church is going to take care of you and we're going to be through it. Have this baby, tell your woman, to have this baby and we will take care of you every step of the way. And the best that I've seen, the really best that I've seen as far as this is in Catholic charities and Methodist charities where they go, you choose to have a baby, but you're in struggling circumstances. We will buy you diapers and food and a stroller for an entire 2 years. I have seen that. I can say that exists. Nice. I can also say it is incredibly rare and it doesn't meet the city's needs and the demands. So is that Side 10 on screen right now? Yes, it is. I was showing a video of Side 10 talking to a young man saying that he needs to rip his woman out of the abortion clinic and be a man, or he's going to hell. So Todd, if you'd like a link, I can go ahead and definitely share that with you. So let me do that in case you would like to join. This is just an open hangout. We've been bouncing off topics. This current topic is about moral failure in Side 10. And I was just showing this video because I thought it was fascinating. I just stumbled upon it and I thought it was interesting. It just kind of showed a lot about him. So
you know what always makes me chuckle about people like this? You never see them you never see them outside divorce court. Jesus had nothing to say about LGBT stuff, had shitloads to say about adultery. But again, you don't see those guys, these street preachers.
Oh, banks. They should be demonstrating against banks.
Mm.
When did
Yeah.
Jesus get the most mad?
Well, that wouldn't be
That would be
banks.
different.
It wouldn't be banks. It would be like, for instance,
Well,
Christian
it's usury.
bookstores. Yeah, Christian bookstores, things like that. Convincing people that they need to pay themselves in order for spiritual enlightenment about money and
Yeah.
in the house of God. Yeah.
But again, you see, banks. Like the theory is, you should not make money from money. That is what banks do.
Mm-hmm.
So technically speaking, if you're a dead serious Christian, like Calvin, well, not whatever, that kind of, like taking it all literally, you should have an issue with banks. You should certainly have an issue with the stock market and things like that as well. But I don't see them. That's where I see Jesus getting mad.
Where you need. That's why we do this.
What's your name? I'm Cy.
I'm John.
Yeah.
there you
COVID.
go.
How do you spell that?
They just elbow bumped, but they're not wearing masks.
Oh, so this is fairly
I'm a
recent
really
then.
kid. I know I am.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not like.
But the thing is, I know that I'm not a good man. So you can say you're a good kid, but
Me
you're
too.
fooling yourself because I'm not a good man. I deserve hell and death just as much as you do.
I feel this exact same way. Part of me thinks, and actually part of me knows that all sin is equal.
Well, it's equal in God's eye. There are degrees of sin. Like a murder is worse than a white lie, but they make us all equally undeserving of the grace of God.
Hey,
Cy, how do you know
The
that?
difference between us and unbelievers is not that we know that God exists, that we're better. The difference is that we're going to heaven,
Yeah, but how do
although
you know
we don't
that?
deserve it.
Yeah.
That's all. When you get a
It's my
conversation with Cy,
peace
just how do you know that?
garden.
Well, how do you know that? Every time I've ever interacted with the man, how do you know that?
Yeah.
Oh, you've actually interacted with him. You have
Oh,
the
and-
deepest sympathies.
On Discord, unfortunately. Oh.
Oh, right, not actually in face.
So welcome, Todd. This is one of the most interesting videos I've seen of Cy. I just thought I'd share it because usually you see debate Cy. We don't see Cy on the street so much talking to this guy. So the backstory, and I don't know how long you've been watching, the backstory is this young man has a woman. I say woman because as a joke I was saying it because that's what Cy called her. He has a girlfriend that's in the abortion clinic. She is going to take the first pill in the process of an abortion via pill, which is sort of like a miscarriage. And then it's going to be that means that should be very early on in the pregnancy. And they are saying that if he doesn't go in there and rip out that girlfriend out of the abortion clinic and say, if you do this, I'm divorcing, or not divorcing you, sorry. If you do this, I'm going to leave you because you are a murderer. If he doesn't do that, then he's in danger of going to hell himself. And then I said the irony of it all is that they're Calvinists, and he could still do that and still go end up in hell because he wasn't chosen.
Yeah, he's not the elect anyway, so why is he wasting his time?
And the other irony is that there are some Calvinists that believe that there is an exemption for babies, that babies go to heaven. And so for a baby to be born would be one of the worst things ever. You might end up in hell. You don't know. It's a roll of the dice.
Yeah. Yeah, ask him to show you that verse.
But anyway, let me go ahead and play the
Yes,
rest
it's not
of
in
it.
there.
Yes.
We all deserve hell. The difference is that we're going and we don't deserve it. And we want that for you.
Scarlet Begonias
I don't know it. No, sorry.
from the Grateful Dead.
Oh, no, I'm not much of it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We've talked about it. We both know, like, we think we're making a mistake, but the pressure is unbearable from our sides of the family. Like, both of them know that, like, in a time like this, in a time of crisis, like, no one's got jobs. Like,
That's not an excuse. You just heard my friend John here say that he will take care. The church will take care of that baby. That's not an excuse. So you're just using that
I
as an
don't even live
excuse.
here. I'd have to find some other church.
But then we
that-
can help you with that.
I'm from down.
He'll take care of it till it's 18? Really?
So Todd, you worked in church like I did, right? Like at some point, were
Uh,
you ever a pastor or?
No, I was going to be a music minister. I was in line to take over for a retiring one, and got sent to seminary to study for it, and didn't make it out with my beliefs intact. So I never actually worked.
Seminary killed you.
Seminary did it. Doggone seminary.
Yeah, Reformed theology really was detrimental for me. It was not helpful. Yeah. So okay. So I don't know. In your travels in church, I was in outreach and youth ministry, and I felt like I wanted to actually be a family care pastor. And depending on if I worked in the Methodist church, I'd get the title pastor. And if I worked in a church that wasn't Methodist and wasn't progressive, then I would be a director. But either way, that was what I was aiming for at the time. And I was serious. Like, I was at church all the time and stuff. And I sincerely wanted to help people. But one of the things that I did was I interned and worked at a pregnancy help center. So what happens is young women, and young men, rarely, young women who are distraught come in and they say, hey, I was considering having an abortion. I'm in a really bad spot, but, and you know, like, how can I get help? And so these places, I can say, did help women. So they would say, you know, the downside is there's like some guilting and like, you don't have an abortion because this reason, babies have fingernails kind of thing, like Juno. And then, but on the upside is if somebody decided that they had wanted the baby, or if they were just struggling in general and they couldn't make ends meet, they were helping with food, formula, diapers, and stroller for a year. And they were funded pretty well with that. And so I have to say, like, I did see some people put some money where their mouth is, right? But will they do it for 18 years? And will they, do they know what kind of atmosphere this kid's getting born into? And can they help with that? Absolutely not. So side 10 early on in this video says, your family might be upset right now, but as soon as that child's born, your dad is going to be bouncing that baby on his knees proud. And then we find out later in the video that his dad's a cocaine addict and a drug addict and an alcoholic.
Yeah.
So your dad's going to be bouncing that baby on his knee and drop it because he's fucking high.
Yeah. As usual, Sai is sticking his fat head in where it doesn't belong. Because it sounds to me like these families have actually thought about these issues and have come to a conclusion that's best for everyone.
Yeah,
you don't generally take abortion lightly.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure a few people do, but generally speaking, it's not something where you think, do I want it? No, fuck it, I'll have an abortion. Can't be asked.
And then what's crazy is, like, there's like 3 men discussing the fate of this woman.
Right. You should go in there and rip her out of that clinic because, you know, she shouldn't have an opinion. How dare she?
So anyway, I'll try to play the rest of this real quick. It was one of the most interesting videos I ran across recently.
Downtown Dallas.
We can help. We got connections all over the country. We got people that care all over the country, all over the world, who will help, will pitch in and help, man. I promise you. We'll take care of it. Look, you're in a bad situation to begin with. You know it. Just told us about it. You need to get out of it anyway. So get out of it with your child intact and let us help you.
The problem is, if you feel at all comfortable about what you're doing ever, that's God handing you over to Satan.
How can God?
How do you know that, Sai? What an awful thing to say.
Because that's what it says in the book of Romans, that he hands people over to their sin. Now, you might come out here the next.
I have a question for Sai. When you were handed, I gotta pause it. When you were having fornication with a vulnerable woman, was that God handing you over to your sin, or did you feel guilty and so it was okay? Like, I'm just curious. I just want to know.
Right.
And what you do today is very important, because you're either going to give God the finger and say, no, you know, you have moved me to come out here and talk to these freaks on the other side of the fence, to speak truth to you because we love you, Now, what you do is very important because God has come here to speak to you today through us. And the decision that you make with that is either say, God, I'm going to give God the finger, turn around, I'm going to do it anyways. Or you say, no, I'm going to listen to you, God. Today is the day that you came to me. You sent some people here to me today because you love me. And what I'm going to do with that is very important here today. And if you walk away from here with your heart hardened, I fear for your soul. It's not a mistake that we came here today. This place is supposed to be closed. And we still come out here today.
Oh,
so we
pause,
can love on
please.
people like you.
It's not a mistake that they were there because they had the video recorder. That that's why they were there. It wasn't because they're trying to save people's souls. It's because it'll be good publicity. And speaking about publicity, does he use Twitter or whatever? Does he publicize these, this helping program that they have?
Of course he does. I'm sure this is probably one of his videos here.
No. I mean, does he publicize like, here's a family that we helped?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. Again, it's great that they make a 1 or 2 year commitment to buy food and a stroller, but there's a lot more to having a child than that.
Mm-hmm.
As the father of 2 children and 2 steps, I can tell you there's a lot more to it than that.
Well, the thing is like they don't even talk about like, does this person have the tools to be a father? They just think, oh yeah, it's just gonna fall into place, and then they just assume that the grandparents are gonna fall in love with this baby, and like that happens sometimes. But then he goes on to say that his dad's a drug addict, and like the situation's bad, and so we'll see. Interesting assumptions.
Because we love you. Your father might not love you. His girlfriend might not love you, but we love you. We want to see
your family doesn't love you, but we love you.
My father's like, it's so ironic. It's so ironic. Like, you'd think that's like a father would
Every
have
cult
more of,
says
like,
that.
a conservative like sense of like just decency, but like this guy, man, I swear, like he acts like he's 18 sometimes. He acts like he acts like he's my buddy, like my bar buddy, like and it's funny, like I swear when I first moved to Dallas, like I was like having beers with my dad and like I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed and all, and it just like now more than ever, I feel like something's not right there. Like
that's not your
right.
problem. That's not your problem today. If you had a 1-year-old,
shocking is if you're trying
you
to
killed it.
survive
What would your father
with
think of you?
You know what's not your problem, Si?
He's the one who
This
told me
family's decision.
not having a baby.
But if your baby was 1 year old, you had the baby and you killed it. Your father would think you're a murderer. Why doesn't your father think you're a murderer now?
Because he's high on
This
cocaine.
is 37-year-old like.
Possibly because he's high on cocaine.
So this is an early stage of abortion, right? And he now is equating it with killing a 1-year-old.
Yeah, early enough that it's a pill situation. That's quite early.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Certainly within 20 weeks.
Kid who grew up in the 90s who was raised by that fucking that free will ideal, like the free will ideal that like makes people think today that they're in control of their own life. Like that's how my dad is.
I have to say something. This kid must be familiar with these guys because he's attacking free will. He must know this church because they're reformists, and they're like, "Yeah, free will is the root of all this nonsense because it doesn't exist."
Oh, boy.
Well, as well, there were parts. Sometimes he sounded a little quite sort of choked up and emotional, but there are other times I thought, is he actually trolling these two? I have to admit, there have been 1 or 2 times where I thought
maybe
he sounds genuine at times, but other times I think,
is he a plant?
Is he trolling? It's like, well, they're bothering me, they're not bothering anyone else.
No. Think about it. Maybe this whole thing is just a lie, and he's just in on the game.
I don't know. Well,
Like
if they
he
manage
acts
to
like
talk
he's
him out.
fucking like some kind of activist, like Bernie Sanders or something, or like
He's like Bernie Sanders or something.
he acts so young on the inside, but he's like he it just seems like he doesn't want to accept that he's gonna be in his 40s.
Is he a paid actor? I'm starting to have doubts about this guy.
He gives me a lot of not good ideas, regardless if it's not good with God or if it's not good in general. Like, I just always feel like
you can break the chain, man. You can break the chain on that stuff. So it doesn't
my
have
dad
to
had
be
me at
good.
18, and he said, Kale, it was like, and he left me too. Like I'm only living with him now this year. I'm 18, you know, but he was
Be right
like
back.
absent between the years of like 3 and 18.
But if you abandon that child today, you're doing something.
No, you're worse than him.
Yeah, it's worse than that.
He didn't kill you.
Yeah, he didn't kill you.
Jesus.
You're a Christian anyway. I honestly don't believe that his soul is gonna.
You know, but there's hope for him too.
I pray for him. I've done it so many times. I talked to him.
Can you imagine saving this child? Why did your father said, why did you save the child? Because I fear God more than I fear you. I fear God more than I fear what you're going to say to me. I fear God more than you kicking me out of the house. And you know what? Because you didn't kill me. I'm taking your advice. You didn't kill me. I'm not going to kill my child.
You might have killed him on the inside, though.
I'm going to love my child like you love me.
Talk to my girl.
I'd appreciate that, man. Please do that.
I will. She won't come out here. Believe me.
Well,
She's.
God can do anything, man.
Yeah.
And
We'll pray for you while you're in there.
We'll pray for you, man. We'll pray for you. What's her name?
I can't go in there. She said they'll kick you out if you're in there.
I'll try. It's worth getting kicked out, dude.
Can you text her? Does she have a phone or something there?
Yeah, try texting.
Yeah, go violate the rules.
Huh?
What's her name? All right. We'll pray for her.
Wow. I'm going to assume that young man at 18 is not married to the young lady inside.
No.
Yeah,
As far
so
as we
it
know, he's not. No.
It's a girlfriend.
doesn't seem to be a problem for them that it's a child of fornication.
Well, fornication's all right in Sai's eyes.
Well, yeah, he's New Testament. That's right.
Listen, that was just a moral failing. It's
Yeah.
not super
Oh, yeah,
serious.
sorry.
And
Well,
probably
you know,
don't
in
care
the
anymore.
Old Testament, they'd have taken her to drink the bitter waters and all that. You know,
Yeah, check if she was faithful or not.
her womb would have shut down and all that
Yeah.
because she was
Would have
fornicating.
shriveled.
So in light of Sai's moral failings and all that, and this is a pretty recent video with the COVID like elbow bump thing. I just ran into that. I was trying to research a little more about Sai Tena, and I ran into that video and went, oh my God. Like, it's just interesting to deconstruct. And I feel sorry for the guy, and I debate about whether or not to show it because, you know, he's sort of on camera and blurred out, but they have it on the apologetic video. Like,
I was
boom.
going to say, yeah, he's a...
Yeah, I'm sure, in the context, I'm sure of this is what you should be doing. Look at us. Wow. Oh my. You think it'd be a more direct method just to pray to God that He would touch the young woman's life and help her make the right decision. But apparently they know that doesn't work, so we're actually going to go talk to the guy outside.
God employs men to batter women and convince them to.
Yeah, He sent him there that day for a reason.
Yep.
Jeez.
I would pop in, but everyone here is sad and being quiet.
Is
is everybody sad, sir? I don't think everybody's sad.
I'm a little sad.
It kind of makes God rather impotent. You know, if God can't just make it not happen.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, it didn't work. You know, they shared the baby anyway. Isn't it God's will?
Well, especially if you're a Calvinist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
anyway,
baby comes or the baby doesn't. God's will.
oh, you're at your house.
Oh, at your house. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Who are God's? Who are they to get in the way of God's plan?
Exactly.
Yeah, good point. How do you know that, Si?
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Yeah.
How do you know that? Oh my
So I'm taking bets on the next moral failing. So Matt Bell, my bet is on James White. If you're familiar with James White, he's quite a prick. But
He's a raving homosexual. I have no idea if he is.
I don't know, but he's been tweeting a lot about homosexuals, and James White recently said empathy is a sin.
Empathy.
It says
Empathy,
empathy
yeah.
is the reason why the progressive church is accepting homosexuals, and empathy is a sin.
Wow.
I don't, but I mean,
Well,
you don't.
shit,
you
D,
don't.
you're out of luck now. Because you said earlier, you know, it sounds like empathy to me. Sorry, is
Well, that's why.
that
Yeah, that's why I
dangerous?
said it because
Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Like empathy to me.
yeah, sinful empathy. But the
Yeah.
thing is, I mean, I would imagine the majority of heterosexuals who accept homosexuality don't do it out of empathy. I don't mean to be rude to any homosexuals. I accept you. I personally don't empathize with you. I have compassion for you, and I think the world should accept you and stop being a fucking arsehole about it.
Well, compassion on the Venn diagram I showed is actually more effort than empathy.
Yeah, but I don't empathize because empathy usually means it's something you can it's almost like it's something personal to you in some ways, isn't it? Empathy of like if I've been through something and you've been through with it, I can empathize.
Yeah.
As well as be sympathetic and or compassionate, unless I'm misunderstanding empathy. But I usually associate it with something that you've experienced yourself to some degree, and therefore you can literally empathize because you've been through something.
I always thought empathy was along the lines of put yourself in someone else's shoes. Look at it from their point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's understanding someone else's.
Perhaps I'm a little bit
someone else's
confused.
pain,
I thought,
sure.
I thought it was because you could literally put yourself in their shoes because you've been through something very similar. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I don't know.
What we need now is Steve McRae to tell us the definition of words in a non-prescriptive, prescriptive way.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah. So here's a diagram here for you, D. So you see the little line of effort, and then pity is like the you
But
poor
Jesus
thing.
said you should feel compassion, didn't he?
Yeah. Moved into action, being moved by somebody.
I mean, I pity the fools who can't feel sympathy, empathy, or compassion.
Okay, Mrs. D.
All that's sinful, all of it, except for sympathy and pity. That's fine.
But pity is not patronizing exactly. Pity is usually a bit not necessarily a nice thing, if you know what I mean.
Pity is what I do to Shani for Christ. Like I feel
exactly
pity for her.
pity,
There's a little bit. There's a little bit of me that feels pity, and the pity that I feel for Shani for Christ has nothing to do with her as much as knowing that it's really having her mother on the internet join in on her haters, and me looking at it going, there's something that has helped you become the monster that you are today, and that is in the pity circle. It wouldn't be empathy. It's very minimal effort, and it doesn't really go beyond that.
Well, I was watching Drags hang out earlier, and when what's his name, Rev, was going on about Drag not being a real man, and he's obviously a homosexual and all sorts of. And I can't remember exactly what Shani said, but it was so bitter and nasty, and I just thought, you poor girl, what you poor. I don't. Why would you be like that?
Well, she's sort of like my favorite hate watch. At the same time, like there's part of me that does go, oof. You know, but the racism thing and I mean, it's just too much to cut through. I tried with her actually early on. I used to be a lot kinder to her and stuff, and then
well, there was a period.
I don't know if she just got worse or if I just noticed more.
I think she might have got worse, but I mean, I never had a lot of interaction. There was a brief period. I think it was about the time where she fell out with Van Campbell, so that was 5 or 6 years ago. And she seemed a lot calmer and a lot better in about 2 or 3 hangs, and then she kind of, ramped it up. And then, of course, she got the divorce because her husband went out with her best friend or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
You would, though, wouldn't you? I'm sorry.
The thing that I've said this many times before, but Shani went through cycles You know, she would, you know, she'd be the Christian, you know, the evangelical Christian. And then what would happen is she'd watch the likes of G-Man or Veckel or whoever just do something really, really awful. And she would call them out on it, and then they would turn on her. How dare a woman tell me that I'm wrong? And of course, you know, how dare anybody? I mean, I saw apparently.
At least she's not a Catholic.
Yeah. He had a thing against Arcane because Arcane has made some decisions. Who knows what that means? Anyway, so you know, so what had happened was she'd be the victim of their hate, and she'd have nowhere to turn to, and then she'd turn to the atheists or the, you know, the sort of not arseholes.
More moderate Christians.
Yeah. But then what would happen is,
Or as I like to call them, the real Christians.
Yeah.
It's not up to me to say who is or isn't a real Christian.
Yeah. So she'd have one of those phases where she, you know, she's trying to be nice to people. But then she'll get the sort of whiplash effect of, wait a minute, no, these are the bad people, these are the atheists, these are the enemies of God, and I'm supposed to hate them. So then she starts hating them again, and because she's hating on them, G-Man and his crowd will embrace her once more until the same thing happens. And eventually it got to a point that even they don't want to have anything to do with her, and now she's got nobody except for Rev.
Well, she's got Rev, so he... It's all a bit...
Sorry, excuse me, sorry. Let me
She's
rephrase.
got G-Man again. She's got
Yeah.
G-Man again.
Let me rephrase that. Sorry. She had nobody except for Rev's money.
Yeah. Well,
He doesn't even have a lot of money. They slipped and said he had 70K. That's nothing.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
Yeah, it's probably all.
But they were claiming they had no money whatsoever and they couldn't even afford to pay their bills. And I'm like, how much did they supposed to have had in the first place? I've heard it range from about, like, getting on for $1 million or something. I don't know if that's.
I don't think his mother left him money. I think she left an annuity, a trust fund, if you will, and he gets monthlies.
I remember
there's
somebody
a cycle with that.
saying. I do.
He's
Sorry.
been this for months. Yeah.
I do remember somebody saying they've started to use the capital.
I don't think they can.
Oh.
They should. The trustee wouldn't be able to change the terms of what his mother left. But I think if everyone will just remember this moment in time next week when they're showing off their new whatever toy, but hey, you didn't have any money because they've done this and done this and done this in cycles. How many times have they said they're broke?
Oh, so they're just spending the interest.
They can't manage the annuity payment, which is probably quite generous. They can't manage it because of DoorDash and things.
Okay.
They're lavish.
They've got a house though, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got a very expensive townhouse to rent. Way more.
No, I
expensive
mean, he actually owns a house because that's where G-Man was living.
That's somewhat in dispute.
Oh, okay.
We don't really know what the terms of the will when his mother passed.
He's an
It's
only
probably
child.
in his name. But I can promise you this: they haven't been paying the property taxes. 'Cause that would be quite expensive, unless his mother set something up for that.
So I may have fully misunderstood because I was under the impression he had quite a lump sum of money. I had a feeling somebody at some point had said they're starting to eat into the capital.
Yeah.
So I was thinking,
See,
well, why? Like, if you've got a certain amount of money, over a certain amount of money, there is no excuse for being poor, other than you're an incompetent idiot who.
Which
can't,
is one of the reasons I don't believe they got a lump sum, and the other one being every month they say they're broke. People who have a large lump sum of money in the bank don't say they're broke.
Yeah.
And they're constantly broke. You can go, now they take down so many other videos, it's hard to really see the pattern, but generally towards the beginning of the month, they're broke. Towards the end of the month, they're showing off their new toys.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, blatant e-begging. I mean, like that video that Shannon. Oh God, brain fart. Rev, no, bloody
Dreadnought.
God, drag. Thank you, darling. Oh, God, no, it's tired. I need sleep. Like she's toking constantly. Don't get me wrong. I don't have an issue with people smoking cannabis, but don't sit there and tell me you need money to feed your kids while you're smoking cannabis.
Yeah. Expensive strains at that.
But it's my medication.
Right. Because you didn't think to put any of that freaking money you've got into a healthcare, insurance, health insurance.
Yep. Here's the question of the week. How did they get medical marijuana cards without any insurance?
Oh, perhaps they have got.
Does it really work like that? You can go into a clinic or something and get one? Or do you have to have a family doctor?
Was that him there?
Because I know in a lot of places you actually have to have a family doctor.
Oh, maybe they have. I mean, the discussion I was hearing earlier, I was left with the impression they don't have medical insurance. I could be
Oh, they announced this week they got Medicaid.
Oh,
which implies they didn't
like
have
a
insurance.
government. That's a government thing, isn't it?
It's welfare. It's welfare insurance.
Wow, but they were slagging.
That's
Drag
him.
off. They were slagging.
He looks like Herman Munster's kid when he grew up, or grandkid.
But they were going on about how they were claiming that Drag and his wife aren't actually married to each other because they're both claiming benefits because they're both whatever the term is, derogatory term we use for people over there who are on benefits. Well, no, not quite. It was, but the implication was that they were cheating the benefit system.
Howdy, folks.
Oh,
you
God. Yeah, stop it.
It's your friendly reverend individual. But right
Oh,
now,
God.
my name is my name is Jason Avocados. I'm a mukbanger here on YouTube. And I
His voice
wanted
is
to say
really
hi.
giving me the creeps.
I would
my-
like to go to revelationnews.net and show you some of the new and wonderful products at Revelation News.
This is when he went through his Christian warlock
Here we go,
phase.
folks.
This
When he
is
said he was a
actually
Christian
me.
warlock.
His
Let's
voice
just take a
is
look
actually making me feel
at
sick.
all of these wonderful
My
products.
vagina's trying to crawl
We
right
have,
up
of course,
my
have the
body.
baby carrot shirt, which makes fun of the size of my manhood.
sphincter.
Now, I
We
need to
also
know,
have the individual folk
Is that something that might
situation
happen
shirt.
to me when I
These
can
are
start
both
taking
very
hormones? And
It's the first time
you
I've
know-
ever experienced it, to be honest. And that is just so creepy. I feel like he's grooming me. Oh, that really is creepy. Oh my God. I'm a little bit disturbed at the moment, to be
Oh, too.
honest.
If I must say so. But oh my God, we
Oh,
have
his normal
new
voice, thank God
arrivals,
for that.
folks. Are you as
Aren't
excited
they
as I am?
Satanists now?
He claims he got a $700 commission check from his merch. If you never wanted to believe what he says about money, there's an example. Not gross sales, $700 to him, which would be the profit from those sales. That implies selling thousands of products. Yeah, I don't believe
A
him.
lot of.
I don't believe him.
April says, I'm not sure who looks more like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, Rev or Red Rhetoric.
I actually think Rev's rhetoric might be more cowardly than Rev, so probably not.
Reds goes on cam. I've never seen that.
I've never seen him, but
I've never seen him. Yeah.
I've seen Reds on cam. I've seen Reds in person. He's
Wow.
he's a coward. He's like
I've seen him on cam, but he's had a scarf over his and like a bandana over his face.
Yeah, but yeah, so Jason went through a stage. I guess I should catch up, Laura. He went through a stage where he said that he was a Christian warlock, and then he blackened his eyes and ran around saying he's a Christian warlock, which makes no sense.
Well, I was going to say, what is a Christian? Isn't that an oxymoron?
That's what I said.
Doesn't the Bible say kill witches?
Thou shalt not suffer a witch.
That's I couldn't quite remember
Yeah, but that doesn't mention warlock specifically, so therefore.
There you go.
But you know where he got it from. He got it from Von Hilton, didn't he? You got to be. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. They are so unoriginal. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not an overly original person, but I don't go on YouTube making videos copying everyone else.
Yeah. I think he's riffing on Nick Avocado there, isn't he?
You think?
The problem is, it doesn't seem like he's.
The look, the avocado icon. Yeah, like might have some good.
The weird thing is like you say riff, but like it doesn't seem like it's like a true riff. It like seems like he just turns into people.
Yeah.
Which is something that before his seizures, when he went cold turkey off of alcohol with Shani's medical supervision, it seemed like that was the thing that like I don't remember him doing this weird shit like before that.
You know, the bad thing is, Rev did something incredibly nice to me some time ago, and it was because of Seamus. I don't know if you remember that incident.
Oh God, Seamus!
But actually, you do remember, Spackle, because you were there. What happened was I was in a hangout. I think it was Nadia's or something like that. Well, no, it wasn't. It was one of the Coliseum things. What was it called? Debate Coliseum.
Debate, yeah.
And so what happened was I was saying about one of the reasons why I don't find the Bible convincing is because the differences in the resurrection accounts. And I my favorite little phrasing is that Matthew is the Michael Bay version. Where in Michael Bay movies, if a car explodes, it's not enough that it explodes; it needs to do 4 somersaults in the exploding.
Nice.
And so it's like was the tomb open or closed when they got there? In two of the tombs open, and then in the Matthew version, the Michael Bay version, there's a giant earthquake and an angel sweeps out the sky, moves the tombstone out of the way, and sits on it. And Seamus is like, that never happened. I said, it did. I said, he said, I'll bet you $100. I said, challenge accepted.
Oh, yeah.
And then I screen shared what it said, showing like all 4 versions of the Bible and the contradictions between them. And there's the one. And then, I look at it in the Greek. Oh, okay. You look at it in the Greek. Okay, well, let's go to the Greek then.
Oh, does he now?
And the Greek said it as well. So, and Rev could see that the guy was bailing. He was wrong. He'd obviously just misremembered or forgotten or whatever, because the resurrection stuff, it's like, yeah, everyone agrees that the resurrection happened and stuff like that, but they don't always look at the details. So it's, people tend to focus on other parts in the Bible.
Yeah.
And so Rev could see that the guy was, being shady with it. And so I just got a private message in the live chat saying, what's your PayPal? And I thought, what the hell, So I put my PayPal in there. Next thing you know, I've got $100 worth of, in my PayPal account, from Rev. And basically, he could see that Seamus was wrong.
He'll demand it back if you say that too loudly.
Too late.
They deserve the money.
He deserved the credit, and I am giving him the credit.
It's lucky there's only 4 accounts in the final accepted version of the Bible, because the Gospel of Peter is a read, man.
Oh,
ooh, yeah. The talking cross, gotta love that. The cross comes out of the tomb and speaks.
There's a talking cross in that.
Gospel of Peter, yeah. Gospel of Judas has some weird stuff. Gospel of Barabbas.
Does it have a donkey for a friend?
It comes out shining and floating in air. It says, "Thou shalt," blah, blah. Can't remember exactly what it says, but the cross speaks. Yeah.
Wow.
They left that one out in Nicaea. Nope, you don't make the cut. A little too weird for us.
Yeah. The God-ordained Bible that the Romans decided which chapters would or wouldn't go in it out of the 12 Gospels.
Yeah, good old Constantine.
So when I hear Christians now say, Jesus and the cross speaks to this, it's like, okay.
Well, according to St. Peter. I mean, Gospel. Oh God,
the Gospel
Disciple Peter.
Yeah.
He's got no brain at the moment.
I did have a bit of...
It was just Jesus in a T-pose.
He was doing a cheerleader bit. Hey.
Nice one, sir. And I also wanted to read out what Shadow had written earlier when we were talking about Rev copying people. He says he's trying to emulate other people because he doesn't know how to person. So,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sadly true. Yes.
It's like he stopped knowing how to be himself, whatever that was.
So I have to comment on a little situation. I made a video that was
You
like
really have to?
it was like 8 minutes long, but of course, phones are dog shit, and it deleted the video. So I'm just going to say this quick. There is a member of what we call the Great Debate community that's been in the headlines of YouTube stuff because apparently he made a horribly racist comment about George Floyd. Okay.
Sorry, who's
Now,
he
what
actually
happens
talking
with this
about?
individual? He then immediately, I guess, comes out and says, look, that was a.
Sam is a member of the Great Debate community now.
He was originally. So like back when we were loosely called the Great Debate Community, that's where we met Sam. Was Sam the scientist? So Sam the scientist was probably on the Geek Room and said some off-color remark, most likely.
Yeah, well, it was a meme about someone getting crushed under a fat woman, and he chose that meme because people know who George Floyd was and what happened as a meme of getting a lot of weight on you and crushing you.
So really, this isn't about George Floyd. This is about
Hey,
Rev.
yeah, there was-
This
wasn't
is
really
about-
racial.
And
I mean, it
that's
was
why
racially
he's
insensitive,
upset.
but it
This is
wasn't
about
really racial.
This is about Rev saying, "Guess what? We're not racist. You're racist." That's really what it is.
Terrible joke. I'm really sorry. And he's immediately forgiven. Like it never happened. Okay. I don't ever want to hear again that me or my wife are racist.
He was
ever
in the
again.
flesh at
because
the time,
we
just like you
have
were
been
when you made that
forced
porn.
to apologize
And he doesn't have a pattern
time
of
after
making
time
it.
after time again for 2 fucking years, and we get no. They're okay now. This guy does it, and he.
Yeah, I had Sam on my channel a couple nights ago with Gentleman Pioneer, apologizing again and explaining why he didn't publicly apologize because it's never enough. So this has been thoroughly gone through, and we remember the Geek Room Frank making a couple of videos. This is how we feel about it. We don't find it acceptable. We've talked to the people, and we're just going to move on from this. So there was a public acknowledgement of all this.
I want to first say that I like Sam as a person. Like I've met Sam, and if you were to judge him by his jokes like that really isn't who he is.
Right.
But if you were to grab the soundbite and say, like, you know, what do you think, Deidre, of that joke? I would say it should never be made. So that being said, there's been a couple jokes that Sam's made that I've gone, that shouldn't be made. One was about Bullinator, and I think you could make a joke like that privately, but definitely not like that because you don't know who you're hurting. And so that being said, one reason why we forgive Sam is because we know the person of Sam, a lot of us, and we've shown that his actions of good, as far as whether or not he's racist or not, outweigh the actions that we see. The problem is with Rev and Shani is that if they apologize, it's a fake, half-assed, terrible apology, and on top of that, they just add insult to injury and start adding on and piling on more to that. And then we never really get a true apology or a complete change.
I'm
So
sorry,
it's not
but it
the
was your
same.
fault. I said that thing anyway.
Yeah. If you weren't such a X, then I wouldn't have called you an X, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the kind of apology you
Or
get from
or
them.
just the denial to her. Oh, I only said it once to one person.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
here's videos of you saying it a dozen times. No, I only said it the one time, and you guys will forgive me.
Immediately gets don't even worry about it. It's nothing. Like he said, nothing. I never want to hear it again because Shani and I are not racist, but some of you.
Yes, you are. You
Yeah,
definitely
kinda
are.
Sorry, I seem to remember at least twice seeing Rev use the N-word.
Wow.
It's
Well,
not
let me-
just beyond that. There's like a whole rant where he goes on about welfare and on and on and on. It's not just the N word. You can tell that he has deep-seated feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
What are
be
you saying,
super
Mark?
clear. I don't call people racist generally unless they're close to me and I interact with them a lot and I see those patterns of behavior. But those two have certainly said a lot of racist things. Now, whether that makes them racist or not, I can't really make that assessment. But my
Yeah, but
goodness.
Todd, they were in the flesh at the time.
Yeah, right.
Now, Shani has a rather large carriage. That's a lot of flesh.
Jesus. I'm ashamed for laughing at that.
I want to vomit
Oh my
now.
gosh, no! You see, you
I've
just-
seen it. I've
Oh my-
seen it. How dare you? I'm having
Oh my
PTSD.
gosh! You just
Oh.
planted this idea of Rev is in the flesh.
I know. Their only fans
I
just like
wouldn't-
watching two garbage bags full of garbage rolling around.
You know, I wouldn't say he was in the flesh exactly. I would say that he was rubbing on the flesh because of the baby carrot.
Yeah, you never
It's
got
pretty
it.
deep. It's pretty deep, you know, to make its way to the actual Cave of Wonders.
Yeah. A lot of us wonder if they've actually consummated the marriage. I would say probably not.
Probably not. I don't think he's ever made it inside the Cave of Wonders. Like he's just made it on like one of the like flippity flaps.
Oh no, no,
One of
no,
the
no,
mounds of
Deidre.
Oh gosh.
Shani would have been an adventurer, but then Rev stuck a baby carrot in her knee.
What?
It took me a few seconds to twinkle. That's an old meme.
I don't get that.
It's an old meme from
It's a
what page is it
Skyrim
from?
joke.
Skyrim, that's it, yeah.
That
I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So
Okay.
you took a baby carrot to the knee.
Oh,
Oh my
dear.
god.
That's a problem. When Rev's in the flesh, it's just not a lot of flesh. So
Jason was flesh.
doesn't really count.
Sorry, I
It
was
was
just-
flesh adjacent.
yeah, I was trying to read that, but I couldn't sort of get laughing while I was reading it. Didn't really.
I feel so.
Wow.
You guys actually fucking are.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Finish the sentence, Jason.
No, they're not racist, but we are.
Oh. Oh yeah.
I always dislike these. You're more racist than him, and she's more racist than you. What's
Oh
the
my
point?
God.
Be
It's
a
like
nice
the
person.
racism competition, right? Who's the
Yeah,
most
yeah,
racist of all?
How about treat people nicely? Just a thought.
What was it?
See,
What was it? It was Jim Jeffries, and he said, you know, if I was in charge, there'd be one commandment. Be nice to
Don't
each other.
be a
You know,
dick.
Don't be an arsehole to
Don't
each
be a
other. And if you can do that every day, you'll be a good person.
Yeah.
Has Shani ever said, "I don't see color"?
Oh, I'm sure she has.
It's the sort of thing she would. I can't be doing with people who say that. Oh, I don't see color. Well, in that case, you're a racist. Because how can you not see? It's physically there.
Either that, or you've got a problem with the cones of your eyes.
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
That's true. You might have that. Okay, so let me play Aries
Yes.
video.
Oh,
Blatant
yeah.
e-begging with Rev.
My name is Jason William Ecroft. I started a YouTube channel in August of 2012. I gave my testimony of finding Jesus Christ in 2012, and I made a YouTube channel called Revelation News, and I have the Revelation News channel again.
Sounds
My
like he's
name
on
is
Mogadon
Jason
or
Ecroft.
something.
I have another channel called Jason Avocados, where I do muck.
Does anyone wonder if Shani has a gun to his head while he's saying this?
It's like a terrorist hostage
Rev,
video.
if
isn't
Shani
it?
has a gun to your head, blink 3 times.
Because it sounds like you know like the pilot that was down in Iraq during the war, and they like put him on camera, and he's like fuck America, like you know, like that
Oh,
is
that guy that got arrested in North Korea. I put on my most sneakiest shoes.
I'm not believing this, but okay, let's go on.
Bangs, and I entertain people.
No. We are entertained by you. You don't
I am
entertain
broke.
us.
I have no money. I have a PayPal. It's called paypal.me/Revelation News.
It's like he's just
I
learned
have
to
a
read.
Cash App. It's called $.
The teleprompter's
Revelation
just
News.
scrolling slowly.
I have my wife. I would very much appreciate if you could
I have
donate
my
some
wife.
money to my wife.
Yes, Jason.
Shani for
You may have
Christ.
your wife. We don't
That's
want her.
Cash
No.
App.
I'm not
Shani
paying
for
for
Christ
that.
Cash App. Shani, the number 4 Christ. I have no money. and I need your help.
This implies there's at least 3 more Shannys.
And because everybody
all
else on
merged
the
into
internet
one
can
Shanny.
blatantly e-beg and ask for money,
What is-
but me and my
Shanny
wife
Moore.
can't without getting
That
assholes
would
saying, "How
explain
dare
things.
you e-beg? Give me money. I want your money."
You know, that joke does make sense. I mean, I did say, because my original thing was Cliff Jumper 24, and that's because the other 3 Cliff Jumpers were just shit.
Wow. So monotone. Why did he mention his name twice? My name is Jason Egroff. I had a channel. My name is Jason Egroff.
Oh my gosh, that is so.
I lost
oh
my
my
channel for moral failure.
No.
I
That just
coveted
needs-
another man's wife.
Do you know what that needs? That needs someone taking that first bit, my name is Jason, you know, and then the next thing, and I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire. Da, da, da.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Next, we get to learn
Mind-boggling.
about his new policy.
A new policy.
New policy?
My new policy is, okay, well, it's pretty obvious to me at this point in my YouTube dumb that I can't friends, because when I sit in a room and I want to talk about subject matter, I can't really do that without things being twisted that I'm talking about people in the community and it's a drama video. When it's 6 hours of people talking about movies and music and food and life, but it turns into, oh, it's about those people.
Like
So
this
here's
one.
my new policy.
Yeah.
If I'm
Yeah.
ever hanging out with someone in a room and a name comes up, I don't care what name it is, I'm going to go, oh, excuse me, can I talk? Can I talk? Could you please not bring up any names at all while I'm in the room? Because if you do, I'm going to have to leave. We can't hang out. That's
Now
my
we
new
know how to get rid of
policy.
him if he turns up.
I will do shows, especially if I like you. If I don't like you, then you have to pay me $500 in my PayPal. You drop
$500.
$500 in a PayPal, and I'll be in your room, definitely.
Let's get $500 together. Get him in here.
That's hostile people. But if you're just like a cool individual that we've been hanging out, yeah, I'll come in your room. But you can't bring up any names, none.
Wasn't
None.
there someone that G-Man did
Because
some
that-
years ago?
Oh yeah.
I will debate you if you give me $500.
I forget the amount, but yeah, he did do that.
That weird laugh, though, that just sort of popped out of nowhere. That was bizarre.
Oh. So he's a Satanist now, isn't he? Like, what the heck is that all about?
Who knows?
Is Shani one or just him?
Do you know what?
Exactly.
Why is it the two of them? They always seem
Guess
to
what? That
okay, there's an
could-
exception.
Their
But-
work could have truly been from the Holy Spirit.
Y'all,
and
I
you're-
interviewed
you're
him for
just-
free.
you're cutting them
I didn't
off.
have to
And
spend
any,
$500. I'm just saying.
works that they would have done to get somebody saved. You stop that work. There's going to be consequence to that in the world to come. You hear me, Deidre? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't throw around the H word, the heretic word, or you're not a real Christian. Even when I'm frustrated and I go, oh, I don't agree with you, or stop doing that. That's silly. I think we should be.
And
Do you know,
I praise
have
God.
you
You know, I've
noticed,
gotten emails from people saying you're.
Have you noticed that Shani and Rev for basically the last year always seem to be mostly seem to be making videos from their beds? You know, it's like he's John Lennon and she's Chokyu Ono.
You are aware that they brought a hot plate into the bedroom so they didn't have to go to the kitchen to make food.
Oh
my god. Oh, and
And
the
they
stove,
wash
that
the
bastard.
dishes in the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the kitchen's downstairs.
Oh my gosh.
Bathroom's
Hang
like
on,
through the
hang on,
door.
wait a minute. They wash the dishes? What kind of slobs are they? If they wash the
They use the sink.
No, the fact that they wash the dish, I suppose they don't just lick them clean.
Yeah, they wash the dishes. They're not complete slobs. They could be licking them clean.
They're just almost complete slobs.
Almost.
I have to admit, I haven't looked at Shani or Rev for pretty much a year.
Don't worry, no one else has either.
Drag.
Has Rev
Drag.
become nastier since he got together with Shani?
Oh yeah.
No, it's the alcohol brain damage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that
He,
won't
he
help.
doesn't yell as much as he used to.
Ah.
Like, remember when he was on Nadia's Hangouts and stuff? He used to scream and yell all the time and get all conspiratorial about 9/11. He's kind of calmed all that shit down.
Wow. Apparently, one of his mukbangs videos was filmed on the staircase.
He's going on holiday again.
Well, that's because people kept talking about the stuff that was in the background in the kitchen.
So,
No,
Nar Warrior
No,
asked
it's
what's the
Roman.
latest. What's the latest news with Steve? Steve said
Yeah,
that he will officially be on holiday, out of town from the 12th to the 15th, which is a very short
It's
holiday.
a fucking
Oh my
COVID,
God.
you moron! Get back home.
Right?
Hang on, I can't believe that there is an I am not that Laura. Fuck off. Seriously, look at it.
Sorry, that is kind of
Jesus
funny.
You know, it's like I can't believe. Why, my gosh! And you know what? These are the people that say that they live, you know, that we live in their head rent free or something. You know, or they
Okay,
live in our head
then what you do is you go on Twitter and you follow that person.
Nathan.
Folks, it's dinner time for me. Thanks for having me, Spackle.
Okay.
Appreciate
Good
it. I
to
hope
have
we'll do it
you.
again.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to see you guys.
Yeah. Ciao, bambino.
You know what? I should follow them and say I am that Laura. Oh my gosh. How is COVID doing in the California? Speckle?
If you're in LA, you're fucked, but everybody else is okay. So. Real quick, how do I get my arguments to a wider audience? Do I need to write a book, make a movie, put them on Pornhub? All I can say is to pin this and see how many will retweet. And I'm asking my base to follow me, help spread my arguments. They won't spread themselves, much like syphilis.
Oh dear me, he's so
Ah.
desperate. I haven't looked at Steve's stuff for ages. I made that video about, you know, Cheshire did basically just a straw man of everything, and that was the last time I had looked at them.
Yeah, I haven't been paying much attention to him, but he's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, the only thing I saw was like skimming through Twitter and what people have said about him, which hasn't been a lot lately, to be honest. But you know, he's still. I mean, he went on for the best part of a month at least, and by the looks of his thing, he's still going on about the mathematics thing.
Oh yeah, he goes on about the same argument over and over and over again, like until like we all just want to kill ourselves. So
yeah.
I mean, that's one debate tactic. I mean, I would say at this point he reminds me a lot of gosh, who was the guy that was the king of Gish Gallop? Nephilim Free.
No, oh, sorry, I was thinking of someone else.
Yeah, Nephilim Free for sure.
I used to nickname Nephilim Freak.
So he got bored again March 11th. There's been no action on like Nar wanted an update, and I haven't been paying attention much, but I noticed here, just scrolling now, that on March 11th, Steve started talking about Mr. Atheist. Remember, Mr. Atheist is Jimmy, and they're just slamming him for his support of Kyle and taking what they feel like is more Kyle's side and the non-sec.
For all of like, what, 3 weeks was it? until they realized that Kyle was lying to them too.
Right. So he's banging on this again, which he hasn't in a long time.
Well, that's because he was. That's because he, he wasn't allowed to, thanks to a court agreement with what's her face.
Without a crystal ball.
Yeah.
So now he's back on, and he's trying to rattle GE and Mr. Atheist. And I think that's interesting because like his case is going nowhere like right now. Like it has just been stuck. They think that they're going to get Kyle on contempt and they're just waiting on this. In the meantime, he's going to milk all the sympathy he can get. And he's just going to start shaking and rattling cages. And since Mr. Snow is actually successful at his YouTube channel, it makes sense to go after Mr. Atheist. So.
Oh, is he doing okay? Is he?
He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he must have been really pissed off at Nate for doing so well.
There is a new investigation that's causing him to go underground. Ooh, do tell. Do tell.
I was just, I didn't know she was being
Please
sarcastic
don't
or not.
Please don't tell us that you got this from Unirock, because Unirock kind of just wings it and doesn't look at like things like facts.
He does like the spray of bullets, and some of them are correct and actually hit, and a lot of them are incorrect.
Yeah.
And Unirock is the only story that retells. Unirock's the only person that has retold the Burger King story incorrectly out of everybody. So and he got like really stupid things like wrong about like timelines and stuff like that with the Great Debate community, and he said stupid things about people like me and the Great Debate community. Like he tends to shoot first, ask questions later as he's debunking instead of actually figuring things out. So
the Burger King story.
Oh, the Burger King story. I'm not in charge of telling this Burger King story.
Nope.
So, yeah.
You got to get the correct version, and you got to get your facts right.
There once was a Florida man who was driving his car, recently repaired from splattering some pigs.
Oh, I wonder who that is.
And he was driving quickly, and he wanted to drive either into or past, I don't know, the Burger King parking lot, and he was cut off. And then there was another man who cut him off, and in a fit of confrontation and rage, said Florida man supposedly brandished a gun.
Oh.
And used the N-word.
Oh.
When this got spread around, said Florida man said, I made this all up, a test of loyalty, and each story I put out is unique. And that way I can tell where the stories come from. I have too many things to say about this. The first thing is who fucking does that, you manipulative twat. Second is you're still fucking racist.
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah, using
the thing is as well.
And where is your Excel spreadsheet with all the subtle differences all laid out as to who you told what differences to, so you could decide who was loyal and not? And then, of course, no, they all talk, and then we get all of it, and it comes all mixed together and stirred into a pot, and now you can't tell where the hell it came from at all.
I mean, on top of which, if I had friends and I told them of such a story, I would be a little disappointed if they didn't go around telling people what a shit I was. If you know what I mean. It's like, I don't want loyal friends like that. If I'm doing something bad, I want to be told off for it.
Yeah, right. It's very weird. The story itself is weird, but then the ad hoc reasoning after of like it's all fake is also like, I don't know which is more disturbing. If it was real, or I guess if it's real, is more disturbing technically because someone's life could be at risk in theory. But like the reasoning afterwards, this manipulative fuckery, like what the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking sociopath?
Why are you having friends if you don't trust them? Like what?
This is
what
this is someone who records all his phone calls.
This is the one who I recorded because after he said on our trip that you're lucky I didn't bring a gun. I felt like any confrontation with him would be so dangerous that it would require recording. And by the way, the recording is not in a hotel room; it is in a public space, and it's fair game. So I double checked.
Yeah, because I was actually the one that heard him. I was the one he said that to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're lucky I didn't bring my Ruger.
Yeah, that was the whole situation was stupid in my opinion, but that was the part. Anyway, I don't want to bring that up because it's a whole new thing. But to say like I tried with him. I tried with that kid.
April makes a good point. Sorry, she says they don't have friends. People are just useful tools to them. Yeah, you're right there.
Yeah, I tried with that kid. I did.
Red says this
he's
really
an asshole.
nasty habit of burning bridges.
I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but like you're a bunch of people I've met on the internet. I have no reason to distrust you, but I ain't about to tell you any of my personal secrets. Not that I've actually got any, to be honest. So boring and vanilla. But, you know.
I want to
it's
know
like-
the real D. I bet she's like cocaine nosed and crazy.
I haven't done cocaine in a very long time. I mean, shit, I just said. No, serious. I haven't the stamina for drugs and alcohol. Well, alcohol is a drug, but you know. Heck, I could barely cope with coffee sometimes.
Alcohol's not a drug; it's a problem and a solution.
So, but I mean, it's like, you know, a bunch of people on the internet. Don't be telling them things you don't want them to tell other people to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if you trust them, people can't help telling people other things. Do you know? It's like this idea of the we haven't really been to the moon landing. I haven't been to the moon landing. We haven't landed on the moon. I'm sorry, but oh Jesus! Like, how could you expect the amount of people involved to make that a made-up thing, like with all the filming and the what have you? Like, nobody could keep that secret. You know, people can't keep secrets. Very few people can keep secrets. Some people can keep a secret about what, you know. Do you know what I mean? It's like people don't keep secrets. If I find out a secret about someone I know, I am more than likely going to tell my husband. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Probably not a secret about people on the internet, because he's like, who the fuck are they? I don't bloody know about your stupid American Christian friends. No, he doesn't actually say it. He doesn't. But it's like, I would never test people by telling them a secret with different, I don't know why I'm doing the fingers, you can't even see me, with different versions to see who goes telling it, because I'd be like, people talk about people. It's what we do.
Yeah.
So I wanted to point out something. We're going to do a throwback. So Boole has passed away with apparently natural circumstances.
Has he?
So yeah.
Oh,
So
I didn't-
I'm sorry to give you that news. So I'm not here to, speak ill of the dead. It just so happened that Boole and I were in a confrontation. The backstory of this confrontation is there was a video made by somebody that was in Steve's camp against somebody else, and it was all done on the underground and sharing. And there was a compare. They compared this person who did a breach of trust. It was a breach of trust as a friend. They compared the person to a rapist in a terrible, terrible analogy. And then in a hangout with Midnight with Boole, I confronted Boole on a few things, and by accident we stumbled onto that situation because I said someone's name and he got triggered and twitchy, and I don't know. He just started blurting out things, and I wasn't even talking about it. So this backstory is quickly that he and I got into a confrontation. Not something I wasn't planning on, and I kept telling him to shut up because I knew that like even his own side didn't want him to talk about it. And so he runs off, calls said person that made video, and says Spackle ambushed me, which is not true. I wasn't. I literally entered a hangout called the Airing of Grievances. If you enter a hangout called the Airing of Grievances in Tom Rabbit style, like you can think that like there's an ongoing thing where we like know what that means. Usually you're confronting somebody, and I was even confronting this person in a light way, and my confrontation that I intended to confront him about wasn't about that video and that person as much as, well, one, why do you suck up to Steve so badly, and this is why I think it's problematic, and two, I saw you liking these attack tweets of me calling me a cunt and a bitch and all this horrible things, and you hearted them, and then you just told me you called me a friend.
All right, Spackle. Fool hearts things so he knows he read them.
Right, that's what he told me. You just interrupted my punchline.
Oh, sorry.
So I say, like, why are you hearting these horrible things? And then as I come into the hangout, you call me friend. You're not my friend. Just so you know, we're not friends. And I just wanted to be really bold and say, like, listen, I see the shit that you do. And you'd be friendly with me on a gaming app with Steam or whatever on the side where your buddies like Red and Steve can't see. And then you shit on me on Twitter. I see you, bull. And then that's what I was confronting him about. He blurts out, says some stupid shit. So after the math, he calls and goes, the Spackle ambushed me. And they're like, oh my gosh, holy Spackle, abuser, mentally ill people. By the way, I have a mental illness, so I guess apparently that makes you immune. So if anybody confronts me, whatever. And so like they make it out like I'm this vicious person. Listen to the things that Cheshire says that people like us do. And particularly they're referring to the hangout that me and Sam are in. And I think that that's really interesting. So listen to this.
And it's stuck.
But Dave, did you want to add something to that?
Well, I was just gonna. Damn it! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any indication on my end. That's why.
Is that perfect?
Thank you. I was just gonna say I was ambushed. While you were away.
I heard
by
don't
two of our
don't mention their names.
love. Yeah. I'm not going to. But when you get into a situation,
But ask me why that advertisement's up there. I don't
know. Kind of in a public forum and ambush like that, keep your cool as much as possible, but don't give them like I don't know how to phrase it. Don't give them
ammo satisfaction.
Don't give them the satisfaction.
Well, you went off. I heard you went off on them.
Oh, I did, but it wasn't for anything they said about you. It was because they were practicing apologetics.
Newsflash, by the way, when he's saying apologetics for the video issue, which he apologized to that person before his death, which is good, but he never did apologize to me. And like, I just want to say that he was on the wrong side of this completely. And I always thought that was interesting that we never unfortunately resolved it before his death, but that's unfortunate because before the Steve antics and before he kind of got sucked into the cult, we were okay, so anyway.
For some moral high ground on a person that has no moral high ground, and I don't even want to mention that person.
And yeah, we don't for a reason. Like I said, when I say there's people worse out than Katie, I'm not
exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic.
No,
at all. And these are dangerous people. These people have actually done things in real life
Dangerous.
to harm people.
I've done stuff in real life. What?
These are the kind of people that we're talking about when I say that the internet is a dangerous place, because
Yes.
you don't know what's lurking underneath this surface, and that there's
Ooh.
the vanilla internet, and then as you start getting deeper and deeper, you get into like the dark recesses, and there's like they're not as bad as like the darkest parts of the internet, but they're starting to get starting. You're no longer vanilla internet anymore.
I don't
These
even
people
know
will
how to
find
get
your
into the
family,
dark part of the
your
internet.
family.
I don't
These
even know
people
what
will
the
find
fuck
your
she's
job,
talking
they'll
about.
Yeah,
find
you
your
turn the
job,
lights off,
you call
Spackle.
your landlord and try and get you.
Try to get you to kill yourself. I mean, they want
Yes.
people. They want people. These are the kind of people that actually will place bets whether the person will commit suicide.
There's so much to
Who
unpack
does
there.
that? I've been really quite embedded in this community for
Oh,
a
I
number
bet
of
they're
years.
talking about Matt
Never
Bell on that
happened.
one.
Probably, but listen to the list that they throw in there. Like, I mean, like, I'm just like, what are you guys talking about? Like, and nobody like blinks an eye. Like, there's like, yeah, these are the kind of people, and I'm like, I don't want people to commit suicide. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
They are
what?
the dark part of the internet, says April.
I'm part of the dark web, Cheshire. I don't even know what that means. I heard there's something about child porn over there and like selling of organs, but I don't know. I'm not part of that. Shut the fuck up. Like, so like the list of accusations there is just bizarre. Anyway, I'll keep playing.
Try to get you to kill yourself. I mean, they want
Yes.
people. They want people to. These are the kind of people that actually will place bets whether the person will commit suicide or not. If they're bullied enough. And
The only thing I can think of with that, and that's an incredibly out of context thing, is Matt Bell, who was a Christian apologist, major dick, asshole of a guy. Turns out like he was abusing children over the internet via Skype, telling people to rape people and stuff like that. And
In fact, he
was
had found the actual dark internet.
Matt Bell found the dark internet and he was part of it. And people that discussed Matt Bell said, like, I wonder if he's the kind of guy that's going to actually go to prison and wait the years, or if he's going to kill himself. And I don't think anybody was like saying like supporting suicide or anything like that, but like they're using some humor to in that dark situation. But like this Matt Bell's not a normal person. Like he's a fucking supervillain. Like fuck that guy. I hope he like goes plays in the freeway. I don't care.
There was a bet on what sentence he would get. Someone had a poll on what sentence he would get.
Was this after he was charged?
After he was charged, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that's
Matt
before
Bell
he
was
was convicted. Him, right?
Matt Bell's
Yeah.
conviction already happened, and we were wondering what kind of sentence he would have, and then there was some joke and banter of whether or not he would actually like make it to prison. And so, he's a control freak. We knew that Matt Bell was a control freak, and like that context of that, knowing what Matt Bell did. Matt Bell instructed somebody over Skype and interacted them to have sexual intercourse with a child. Knowing that he's that monster, like, I'm sorry, but like, who are you defending? Like, Steve, come on. Like clearly, like in the context, it makes a lot of sense. Other than that, like nobody wants anybody to kill themselves. Nobody wants any like actual harm. I don't know anybody that said that. Nobody wants you to die. Like as much as we dislike you, Steve, like if anything, you're lulzy. Like we laugh and stuff, but like nobody wants that. Nobody wants you to kill yourself. That's such bullshit. Anyway, continue.
enough.
Yeah.
We're not talking about normal, rational people. And so, real quick, failed at engineering, $5 super sticker. You're number one. Thank you, Manya.
Wink.
Thank you, Manya, for giving me money, princess.
Manya, you got.
Hi, I'm Holy Spackle, and I just want to tell you that I never, ever, have ever called someone's work. I have never, ever called someone's landlord. I have never, ever attacked someone's family. On behalf of the
It bothered me actually at the time when I made the video. It bothered me a lot that they would say that because like for me, mental health is important. and there's so many people that struggle with mental health issues and stuff like that. I as much as like I want to like banter back and forth and argue and whatever, or even hold someone's feet to the fire like I intended to with Bull, and I was trying to hold his feet to the fire just a little bit. I don't want harm done to him. So like it just, this strange shade that Cheshire throws at me almost reminds me of when like Side 10 Atheists, or not Side 10 Atheists, sorry, Side 10 Bergenkate says like you love your sin and like relishes this idea. Like maybe that's what's in your heart. I don't know. Like that's not what's in my heart, Cheshire.
There's some in Hogtie said a number of years ago. He's talking about Arcane, and he said when people who lie all the time assume everybody else is a liar just like they are and hold them to the same standard. I've
said that for years.
I just posted a link down there for you to play. It's timestamped, probably 2 minutes of it, I think. It's a longer video. It's half an hour video almost, but don't play all of that.
Okay, all right.
Can I just say the other thing is, just because someone has a mental illness doesn't mean you blanket never let them get away with anything. They can treat you how they want because they have a mental. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it would depend to some degree on what their mental illness is and how they've behaved. But overall, being mentally ill is not an excuse to be a shit to somebody.
Mm. I got Asperger's. I suppose you could say that's an issue. But if I say something wrong, I don't expect people to just like pretend that didn't happen.
Well, and pretty recently, I wanted to say that recently, I think it was either Cheshire or Steve, and by recently I mean maybe a month or two ago, I don't know. They said something about myself or other people in kind of my friend group, and they were like, these people attack mentally ill people, and blah 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 blah. And I'm just looking at it going, like, I mean, if you look at Shani, I mean, fair enough, but like, just because you have a mental illness, whether it's borderline or depression or anxiety, does that mean that you're untouchable? Like, and then if you have Asperger's, which is neuroatypical, like Bull, like had, like he seemed like he was, I think he said he was an Aspie, like if I confront him, then I can't confront him because of that. Like you know, like what are the guidelines there? And am I now immune? Because, you know, I apparently have a mental illness as well. So like I have anxiety and depression and CPTSD. So you can't hold me to the fire either, right? Because I'm immune, right?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, you've got to, you know, this is Steve using my Asperger's against me, the social cues thing. He says this all the time. That's his go-to reason to attack me. And you know, again, you know, social cues.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like you can't attack Bull who has an, you know, RIP Bull. You know, I don't mean to be disrespectful of him particularly, but I mean, unfortunately, he was part of that situation. You can't take a swing at Bull and go, why are you hearting these tweets that are calling me a cunt and then calling me your friend on the down low, and then in publicly acting like you're not my friend? Like either one or the other, Bull, hot or cold, you know, one of the other. And so like that was what I was holding his feet to the fire to. And what was interesting is like you can't attack Bull. Okay, fine. And then I look and I see that they're relentlessly attacking Laura. That's totally fine. That's on the table. And Laura has Asperger's as well. Like, so
yeah, it's not like it's the same mental. Is it a mental illness having Asperger's?
It's not an illness. It's
If you want
neurotypical.
affliction, call it an affliction. That's,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah.
they both have the same condition. Would that be I don't.
Well, like
Yeah.
I say, the thing is, if Steve is going to use that to attack me,
Yeah, exactly.
that's a form of ableism, and that is the same thing that he should use against his friend, then, isn't it? Oh no!
Can you
it's
share
not.
that tweet again? I'm just curious. I want to reread it real quick.
The first one?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, but you weren't even attacking him for his Asperger's.
I've never mentioned Bull, whether he had
No, I'm
Asperger's
saying
or
to
not.
Spackle, you were
Oh,
you were confronting him about some behaviour he displayed
Yeah.
towards you.
Yeah, and the only reason
Not
why
telling
he
him he was.
snapped, the only reason why he snapped is because I name dropped somebody that was involved in their latest witch hunt, and that just triggered him. And I didn't even mean to go in that direction. I was just like, I was using examples of people that have been put in weird situations by Steve, like where they get the brunt of the negative attention. And an example that I use that isn't a contested person is Shannon Q. I love and respect Shannon. But an example I did use alongside the person that made him snap was I said, look, Shannon Q, does this show where you spring on these weirdos, like G-Man or, insert weirdo with stupid beliefs here. And then she has to have a conversation with them. But like the negative aspects of you springing on, hey, here talks to some incels or these weirdos, without being any, filters, is that the only person that's going to bear any consequence for anything being said or have like a whole bunch of attacks made on them is going to be the woman. It's not going to be Kyle. It's not going to be Steve that, hosted it. It's going to be the girl that talked to the incels. That was the whole point. So yeah, but yeah, it just made him trigger, and then it turned into a thing, and then it turned into I'm just this meanie that just attacks people with Asperger's just because. So, but I noticed, yeah, like from the tweets that Laura shared, like Steve has no problem attacking people with Asperger's. So pick a side, guys.
yeah. Oh, there's another one more mental health.
But
Obviously, I
constantly
say Steve because it was me, but
yeah, he's constantly using the characteristics to hit you over the head with.
She refuses to get help for her issues. The problem is Steve also refuses to get help for his own issues. He acts like he has no problem at all. This is not a man that has any mental illness. Like he went nuts when it was suggested that he might be dealing with some sort of depression or some sort of bipolar cycle. He went nutso on that and said, I know real people that are depressed, and he almost made it sound like he thought it was a moral condition as opposed to like an actual mental issue. And so like Steve on mental health has been very interesting. Like if you ever like point out, like you're manically tweeting on Twitter all day, every day, all night for like 7 days a week, he gets defensive and like he's like, no, that's no big deal.
yeah, I've got 4. This is them. There are 4 systems that Steve will use to dismiss any criticism of him. So you're either troll, or you're stupid, or some form of ableism, like the ones I just showed you, or mentally ill. You're just crazy. The fact he will go on about Dillahunty, and he will go on about lots of other people specifically, like Katie for a fucking year. And yet
that's not obsessive.
You criticize him, and you're just crazy. You just they chasing me around. They're crazy. They're like obsessed with me, and that it's like just wow. And like I say, it's hypocrisy. It makes me chuckle. That's why I find Steve interesting, because everything that he accuses other people of, he does.
Well,
In
I
fact,
think
that's where that video comes in. Actually,
I think the key, Laura, is why you do what you do, more than if you do, right? So I have a therapist. I talked to my therapist, and I told my therapist, finally, I started telling my therapist about the internet shenanigans I do. And I said, the internet's a really interesting place, because on one hand, like I really enjoy talking and connecting with people and stuff like that. And I appreciate people taking the time. And on the other hand, I have a flip side of me, almost like a Jekyll and Hyde, where I get Xena Warrior Princess on Twitter, And I just feel like whatever is bugging me about like this situation, we need to like duke it out, right? And so I can only account for my reasoning of I said, listen, I told my therapist the story. I said, listen, I got into a Twitter battle where I just constantly just started going back and forth with him and his minions, with Steve McRae, and this is why. And I gave my reasoning. I said, so I told the story of the Silverman situation. I told the community and the breakup and all that, and the nonsense and these alternate realities that he says is the whole nother thing. But I'm
Holy
focusing.
shit. How many therapy sessions did you go through with this?
I only mentioned this one once. I like it's not like on my trauma scale per se. So like it was something like, it was like one of those, am I really like obsessive, kind of thing. And I said, well, this is the thing. This is how I got sucked into the Twitter battle. And so I talked about how Fiona made a video and how they attacked her and why they attacked her, and knowing my background and why it's sensitive to me and stuff like that. And just kind of like was laid it all out of my reasoning. And I said, and I got in a Twitter battle for these people for about a year. And, I'm kind of doing this, like, am I crazy? Is this normal kind of thing? Because like you do have to like self-check. And I don't think these people self-check at all, but I want to self-check, right? And I was told, like, I don't think you should be hard on yourself. The only thing that I'd say is like, did that make your quality of life go down? And the answer is yes, it did. So I do less of that than before, but the reasoning behind it and why it bothered me so much and why it was important for me to at least take that time to call it out was generally good. And it was like, I need to defend my friend Fiona, who made a video that said, listen, you're bringing really dangerous people into our community and propping them up as experts. That's a problem. That's something serious. And then after being told like this guy's really dangerous, you're just like making excuses, like the way the Catholic Church does with priests. It is a problematic thing. And so when it was pointed out, so I'm on the scale of happiness, does it infringe upon my happiness to constantly argue? If I'm getting angry, then yeah, it is. So like I've kind of moved back from it, and I'm trying to do that far less. But every so often I get a kick at looking at him and the goblins nonsense and going, God, what maroons, what a maroon, as they say in the Looney Tunes. I know it's moron.
I mean, I have to sit back sometimes and just like, and then other times I'm like, rather than actually watching them, I quite like Drag's videos because he's watching other people and commenting rather than me actually watching their videos. If you know, I like review type videos, but I think sometimes you have to. But what did Kate actually allegedly do to Steve? I mean, I don't like Kate.
Okay, look, here's the short.
You talking about Crystal Ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the short version is really, really simple. Basically, what happened was Kyle decided that he was going to kick Steve out, and he said to the other,
supposedly he said.
Well, he told some truths about the fact to the other co-hosts, but also some lies, and they believed the whole thing. And it was after about maybe a week or two or three, they realized that Kyle was lying as well.
Yeah.
And so they basically washed their hands of it and went their separate ways. But Steve couldn't let that go. And, Mr. Atheist and Kyle and Godless Engineer and his wife basically ignored it. But Katie talked about it, and she became target number one.
Oh, I see. So
And she was in on it, and she was, the way that Steve and his cronies, the way that Steve and his cronies went after her, it was like she was the treasurer for the Non Sequitur show. Somehow she's partially responsible for Kyle stealing all this money and stuff, and he just wouldn't let it go for a year.
Whoa.
And Katie largely kept quiet. And every now and again, she'd pop up and say, just leave me the fuck alone. And then she'd explain shit that went down. And that was just more excuse for more shit that went down. And Steve went chasing her all over the internet to look for new dirt on her, you know, including going to a Teen Mom Facebook group and sharing stuff from on there. Despite at the same time his Great Debate Community Facebook group having what's in the group stays in the group. You know, I enjoy the hypocrisy of that, all that kind of shit. So yeah, that's basically the short stuff. And ultimately it turned out to she took him to court and he had like 10 days or 14 days or whatever it was to reply. And fortunately for Steve, 2 sets of lawyers put their heads together and said, you know what, let's have an agreement where she doesn't talk about him, he doesn't talk about her. And then that was it. And suddenly he stopped talking about her. Although it pops up every now and again.
Yeah,
so
I remember that bit. I just didn't know what
now
he's going after Jimmy, though, right?
I just want to point out one tiny bit, though. The end part there about sort of 2 sets of lawyers put their heads together and came up with an agreement. That's supposition based upon the events. Suddenly,
yeah, I remember that bit. Yeah.
My lawyer is doing this, and suddenly it goes quiet. And you know, I'm not talking about her anymore. And you know, stuff's gone on, and she makes a similar kind of comment. And that was it. So, like I say, that is more suppositional guesswork, I suppose you could say, based upon what happened.
Right. Yeah, I knew she'd done that. I knew that last bit. I just didn't know what happened in the first place.
Yeah,
She does like trying to take people to court. I mean, I don't like her at all.
No, I mean, I don't know enough about her to like or not like her.
I don't know a vast amount. She tried taking.
I don't like her.
Creep
I'm
show
gonna. I'm just gonna say, like, I eyeballed her and went, no. Like it took me 2 seconds to go. I don't like it. Like I don't like without a crystal ball. Just straight up, I can tell.
Yeah.
And if you told me why, I don't know. I don't know.
I didn't really know much about her, but I to be honest, I can't remember the details. But she got into a ruckus with somebody else, and I don't know if you've heard of Creep Show Art. She does great videos. I love her videos. Yeah, she tried suing Creep Show Art. I can't remember what for now. And then Steve McRae was like, "Oh yeah, like she's your enemy now, so we should be friends." And she's kind of like, "No, fuck off."
She went after Steve as well.
Twat face boomer.
Yeah. She's like, "Who the hell are you?"
I'm paraphrasing, by the way, but she's just like, "Yeah,
all right,
fuck off, boomer."
But there's Steve doing what Steve does. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
And on that note, I really have to go to bed, so I shall.
It was good to seeing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen you. I haven't spoken to you for ages and ages. Yeah.
Good night, Dee Dee.
Good night, Midnight.
Take care.
Good night.
You don't have to leave if you don't want to, but you can if you do.
It's 1:42.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to play about 2 minutes of that video? It's finishes at 10 minutes. That was it. 10 or 12. I can't remember.
How far down do I need to go?
It's already timestamped.
Is it timestamped? Okay, 1 second here. Let me go over to it again. It's in private chat.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Copy. Let me get it over here.
12:57-ish is when it finishes. Well, the extract finishes.
All right. 1 second here.
Ominous.
Good choice of music in this.
Yeah, I know. Ominous.
This bit wasn't quite correct.
And this is what, and again, they've done this for years with people.
This
They
isn't
used
the
to do
only
this with
Fred I've talked
G-Man.
about my real life.
Yeah, I mean,
the whole G-Man getting called at work. I'll admit my part in that was to create the Gary Ridgway meme, but that was something that I did with Look a Pig back in the day. But eventually, somebody, and it was Look a Pig, called him at work.
I want to say something real quick. Bull has a problem where not only does he have Asperger's, but I mean, I don't know. It might be an Aspie thing. I don't know. He blurts things out that he's not supposed to say. And that was when I was in that midnight hangout. He blurted something out that he wasn't supposed to say. This is another issue where he's blurting something out that he's not actually supposed to say.
Yep.
And what he says is he outs the other Ridgways. And if you look at Cheshire's face in this, it's gold.
Yeah, looking at it.
What's also interesting, though, I mean, you're right. I mean, I have bad mouth breaks, as I call it. You know, what goes through my head falls out of my mouth. So,
I don't know if I'm an Aspie, but I had that too. Jesus.
yeah. Anyway, go on. Go on. Press play.
Well, that was the other one. I was like, who's the other one? Oh, yeah, that was the other one. Okay, 1 second here.
and everybody denounced it.
Everybody was like, "No, that's not cool."
Not everybody.
Cheshire doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah, I called it Cheshire liar.
Well, okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. That other side supported that kind of behavior.
Right. They were the ones that encouraged it. And they said...
So the other side, I'm assuming they mean like drag,
You
myself,
and me,
you.
Fiona. Yeah.
Fiona wasn't even in on this so much. So what was happening is just so people are caught up beforehand. I want to give a little bit of the background because I think it's important. G-Man was attacking relentlessly Jade West. Jade West was an older woman that we much respected and loved who, not too recently, a couple of years ago, passed away.
Still recent, but yeah.
She was being attacked for 3 months straight for being a lesbian by G-Man. So we kind of would focus in on G-Man and be like arguing with him and stuff like that. Well, then there was a group of people who at the time we didn't know who they were that posed to be Gary Ridgway, who I was like immediately like anybody that poses as a serial killer should be alarming. That's kind of weird, but yeah. they posed and aimed to troll, and then it looks like eventually one of the Ridgways took it too far. We think it was Look a Pig, and called the work. I don't think that was Bull's intention. I don't think it was Red's intention. And Jared is always sketch as fuck, so who knows what his intentions were? Because I don't trust Jared as far as I could throw him. Yeah. But I don't believe that Bull and Red's intended for it to go that way. I actually truly don't. But they also know that they're friends with some shady people like A2 and Look a Pig, and shocking things would go too far, right? Those two have a history. They shift the blame onto folks like Drag and other people around him, myself, just whoever like was returning fire on G-Man for the nonsense that he did with Jade. And I would say that some mistakes were made. I think if I could criticize a mistake would be to be in a hangout with a Ridgeway sock, not knowing who the Ridgeway is and thinking it was kind of funny. That was before work was being called. And then when work was being called, I mean, like, Drag just does what he does, which is commentate on like the ridiculous antics of G-Man. But actually, in reality, nobody that I know, like, and as far as the Dragoons go, actually called the work.
No, nobody. It was only Look a Pig and that group of people.
So the irony is of all of this is the people that did the worst things were the people closest to Steve.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly what this is. That's where this is going.
Yeah,
In fact, after where I told you don't bother going after that, because there's a lot more stuff that goes after it. This is like, what was it, 12 minutes into a 27-minute video. It's basically showing a whole selection in the TST of that week saying, yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
That's
So I'm
not
gonna keep playing it actually because I think it's worthy of the play since we've gone this far.
Well, they called G-Man at work, and he locked a bunch of people, children, I might add, into his work with him to deal with a prank phone call that should not have ever been a thing in real life.
I don't think it was Bull's intention for it to go that way, but his recalling of events drives me nuts.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, pause for a second.
Sounding voices, we have to go to the uncomfortable topic.
Oh, is this the policing your own thing?
Yep.
Yeah, what I was saying is that, this is like last year that Bull is saying that those people, because all this happened because someone on Twitter attacked Steve's daughter. And of course, a whole bunch of us, me, Fiona, Exiled, reported that.
I reported that.
Yeah,
I reported that. I thought that was disgusting, and
and that was gone within hours.
I also reported the person that said that they were chest spreading some sort of like porn or something. I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't click. I just reported it because, like, I don't care if you're my mortal enemy. I despise that woman, but I don't want that to happen to her.
Yeah, but also, someone also went after Reds, posted his picture on there. But like I say, Steve is like, oh, those are the people that do this kind of thing. But it's, because it was like, oh, this is how terrible. This is the kind of thing that they do. They do it because one person on Twitter, and of course, something that kind of sticks in the back of my mind with this at this time. It was only a few weeks, 3 to 4 weeks before, that Steve tried to sort of say, look at these people. When Cheshire was being attacked, about a sex or whatever, those people, they never called it out. And of course, people had to point out, but Steve, you've got us all blocked.
Yeah,
we can't even see it from happening. So
I would point out right away that, like, super villains, me and Josh were completely disgusted by it, and we reported anything like that.
Yeah.
So again, like he's just an idiot. I am going to try to play this last video here, just to line up here the people that are in this hangout. That is JD Kane, that leprechaun little person in the left-hand corner, girl, that's me. The person next to me is Sokka. And then the squirrel is Shadow, but not the same Shadow in
13 Heathens.
Yeah, 13 Heathens, probably easier to call him that. Gus, Fiona, I don't know the picture. D, who was just in the hangout earlier, yourself, and Barney. None of us did any work calling.
There was none of us did. In fact,
And,
out of all
and
those
nobody
people
in
that-
that bin wanted it either. Nobody said, let's do this.
Yeah. In fact, the only person out of all those people that were like, yeah, fuck that guy, was
Gus.
Was Gus.
Yeah. But Gus is not the one that called. He just says,
No.
fuck that guy, I'm not gonna care.
Yeah.
What is 13 doing? I don't know. He's sitting there on the screen. I don't know what he's doing. He's being a squirrel.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, two things. One, Gary Ridgway is Look-a-Pig. Two, he's not welcome here anymore. Well, I do have one thing positive to say.
Oh, it's Drag. Drag's in the picture.
I was having an argument with this, and a lot of people disagree with me, but you know what? I still think that I owe G-Man an apology, even if it's a small one. I jokingly said that atheism got him fired, and it's really his own fault that he got fired, except it's really not. Because G-Man is not, I know some people disagree, I think you do specifically, Sokka, but Look-a-Pig clearly pushed him as hard as he could, called his work many times, until, let's face it, he's a child mind. He did something stupid and stayed in the line and recorded it. So in which case, Look-a-Pig then called the boss and specifically told the boss where to find videos of G-Man doing things he probably shouldn't have worked. Now, it's wrong. G-Man obviously was a terrible employee, and they're right to fire him once they found out. However, it was us, our community, trying to hurt, not our community, but Look-a-Pig wanted to hurt G-Man and figured I can get him fired by doing this.
But let's keep something in mind, though. But JD, just one thing. He often made videos from behind the counter at work, okay? He often did that. It was only a matter of most corporate culture does not put up with that.
Oh, I
It's
agree.
only a matter of time. It would only have been, I mean, it can be argued that all Look-a-Pig did was accelerate an inevitable timeline. And frankly, I'm okay with that.
Honestly,
No. Come on.
What are you doing, Speckle?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Oh, I was just going to say that there was one person out of all that group of people that had that one opinion. And it wasn't even, he was not a Ridgway. Anyway, continue.
Letting things spill over into the real world and calling somebody's job and purposefully going after their employment.
This guy has shown that he has no honor, no scruples, and no boundaries.
I don't care.
Okay, well that's nice. You can. That's nice.
No. The fact that he's a dick, the fact that G-Man is a dick, does not justify you to be a dick, right?
Yes. I don't see it that way. I'm sorry.
Two moral wrongs do not make a right.
You don't.
I'm with Barney on this one.
I say you don't. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say that I don't condone calling people's work. It's not because I particularly feel for G-Man, because I think G-Man honestly could go to jail and I'd be thrilled. But I think that it's that for the sake of the entire community, you don't do that, right? So for the sake of everybody, you don't do that.
So I've listened to a little bit of this, and since I was the one blamed for all of this and at the focal point of it, here's my thing. Even now, do I think that his job should have been called? No. Believe it or not, I don't think so. But here's why. I don't want it to be a justification that if you piss someone off enough, that is the go-to. I don't want to make that a thing. We already know.
It's the argument that Hogtie gave about the instant karma kind of thing. You know, some arsehole driving a car, you know, gets in complete rage with someone, gets out of his car to berate someone, and leaves his car, and it's not in, the brakes aren't on, and it rolls away and crashes. Now, there's a difference between us laughing at that and one of us getting in the car and pulling the brake off.
Yeah, and encouraging it, right? So there's a difference between seeing it happen
and going, no, man, don't do that, and actually being like, yeah, I'd totally do that, but I don't want to take the heat from it.
I think that, and that's the point that's lost. I don't think that we've said this before, is that there's two separate questions here, okay? And one of them was, is what Gary Ridgway did by calling the work right? Was that a correct action to do? And I think that there's an unanimous agreement here that no, that probably was not the right course of action to go about there. But then the other question is, did G-Man deserve what he got? Okay.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
in that
absolutely.
Sense, in that sense, like, he was the architect for everything, like for all the stuff that happened, and this is like the point that I was saying before, was that he is the one that caused this. This wouldn't have happened, if G-Man wasn't G-Man, if he didn't conduct himself in this way.
And here's the thing: I stood up for G-Man for that, and yet they came out again. This is one. Of
No,
the
he went silent.
Nothing to do with that group.
He went silent.
They do these kinds of things. They support these kinds of things, and when we stand up and say, "No, this is wrong,"
That's what the irony is like we don't talk to these people because they do this thing. They dox.
I say that, but that'd be a good time if we want to label.
Apparently, you need mad that I doxed him.
This person labeled me.
That's a true story.
This
Wait,
person,
hold on.
person labeled me, tried to label me a rape apologist. So wait a minute. I stepped away for a second. What true story are?
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat was like, "Uni's going on right now on his stream about how I doxed him," and I mean that's technically a true story, I guess. I mean, he put his information out. We went through all of the records and stuff, and showed that it was him. I mean, according to all the information that he put out. But what he's not saying is that originally it wasn't me that did it. It was this chick named Melissa Honeybee, or Melissa Zakaria, aka the Honeybee of Pizzagator. New York was going after the Pizzagate squad, so they all doxed the absolute Jesus out of him, Rachel, and everyone else, and then we're sharing it around. So
Dick
if
Dawson.
he wants to be correct, Random Rents of Ryan.
I know what Nick's dick is like.
Him first, actually live, online or whatever. And later on, I made some LARP Wars videos that just, was me going and looking at that stuff and being all like, ooh, Unirock, is this real? Is this fake? But, it really clearly does show that it's most likely him. I mean, everything lines up perfectly.
Right. The name is right. The birth date is right. The town in a particular state in the Midwest is right. No, I'm not going to go into depth just how much I know. Just know, Uni, you don't want to fuck with me.
Oh yeah, Ruhif contacts Kyle's employer.
Yep.
That is bad too.
But you weren't around at the time, but Bull remembers and Reds remembers because he hates this topic. How many videos were made about the whole DNA dissolving or degrading in water? How many videos were made on this? Because that was about the topic, right?
It's a long video. You don't have to play all of it.
God, I couldn't even fathom. I couldn't tell you.
But effectively, Reds admits.
He has a bad
to,
taste.
yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
But, have I said anything that's incorrect, Reds? Anything?
I do want to clarify something. I want to make sure that people get the whole story and not just part of it. When it came to the G-Man calling fucking his work bullshit and stuff like that, I was actually a part of that. I was a part of that call that called G-Man's work. If there was a reason why we did that, Looking back on it now, that was a shitty thing to do, and quite frankly, I should apologize to G-Man for allowing that shit to happen. But the reason why we actually did it was because G-Man was lying about getting fired and was asking for donations on the fucking internet because he was fired. So we showed that he was lying about getting fired, therefore he was asking for donations under false pretenses.
I have to stop it right there and just call it for this video. But I did want to say real quick that, gosh, the irony of that right there. Right now, Unirock is going on and on about, and what he's right about, not, I don't know, but about the fundraisers. One thing that I know he's right about is Sean Hufford and his ridiculous financial behavior and how they funnel fundraisers to Sean. That is insane. So Sean Hufford, quick recap. Sean Hufford has a fundraiser, says, oh my God, in order to break my lease, in order to move, I have to pay $10,000 to these people. And they're like, oh my God, dude, I got you, dude. We're best friends for life. Let's do a fundraiser. And so they get a fundraiser going for Sean. Sean gets a fundraiser. They aim to get $15,000. I think they get a little bit short of that. And then it turns out, lo and behold, that he never paid the person. On top of that, if you want to get even weirder about the situation, they do a fundraiser once, get him the funds once, and then it goes into whatever account Sean has. And he said it was a shared account, and the person stole from him and took all the money and drained it.
All right. Oh. Uh-oh. Spackle lost herself.
Yeah.
The wrong button.
So, anyways, how you been, Laura?
Not too bad. You've changed your name again.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I got hit. So they had to do a fundraiser a second time because he lost all the money and was stolen from him. And what kind of guy shares two accounts? Like what is this? Like who is an adult that shares a bank account unless it's like a joint marriage or something like that? So mind-boggling. So this guy here, they're still putting fundraisers like through this guy's PayPal and shit, and having him handle the money. It's crazy. So like that being said, should the Ridgeways call Sean? Just kidding. You can't, because like the Ridgeways are part of that group.
Yeah. By the way, Spackle, I just posted something in the side.
No, I want to not put too many mods up there. So
okay, that's fine. Alternatively, just drop this in the live chat for me then. This is the whole video, and like I say, there's some stuff earlier on that is just awful. You know, like, you know, the language that they use. They're not happy enough that, you know, Kyle's done, you know, been awful and fraud and all that kind of stuff. No, it's not enough that he goes to jail. They want him to get raped in jail. It doesn't include Steve McRae. He doesn't say anything like that, and he does seem to be really like,
wait, did they seriously fucking said that? Because I've been out of the loop a lot from that side.
That's old school. That's old.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were making prison rape jokes and stuff. It was really bizarre.
I mean, this was October last year, so, you know.
Was it 2019 probably, right? I don't think it was
No,
2020.
this is 2020.
Really?
Yeah, this was only, you know, a few months ago, before
Weird.
Christmas. Yeah, it was the autumn. And it was basically, you know, yep, Kyle's did the fraudulent thing, and now he's going to go to jail, and then they're laughing about what's going to happen to him in jail.
That's crazy.
Oh, including Sean doing a racist thing with the Big Bubba in a kind of like black counter sounding voice. And people were trying to say, "Oh no, that reference. That's just a thing. That's just a reference that people say, and it doesn't mean black people can be black and white people." Except for the fact that Sean explained that where he got it was from the fridge. You know, the American football player, the black guy. That's where the joke comes from, because he pointed to where the joke came from.
I don't know if it was meant to be racist, but I can say this, that like it's just really bizarre to revel into somebody like I'm sorry, but on my moral spectrum of like what's most horrible, stealing from a grifter that's a hobo, another grifter stealing from another grifter is not on my radar of most offensive, morally reprehensible things. Like, I'm so sorry, but like, is Kyle a problem? Did he do something wrong? Absolutely.
Yep.
But it is not nearly on the same spectrum of, like, say, Steve's guest, David or Warden. Not nearly. Like, I'm sorry.
He really shot himself in the foot with that one. I still think that.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, Steve's the author of his own downfall. You know, he trusted someone who wasn't trustworthy. Apparently, he's really good at knowing who to trust and who not to trust, of course. But, you know, it's like, okay, the guy did the dirty, you know, and he suppose it would appear that he forged stuff. Okay, if he goes to jail, he goes to jail. But, you know, there's a limit.
Yeah.
You know, there's a limit. Hoping the guy's going to get raped in jail, that's too far now.
Well, and again, like, you know, on my scale of morality of like what offends me more and disgusts me more, Matt Bell disgusts me far more than Kyle. So when we're sitting around going, wow, Matt Bell did these horrible things and had people like attack children on Twitter for his gratification, that's horrible. That is disgusting and just it just makes me want to vomit. Like,
and of course,
joking about Matt Bell going, well, what's going to happen to him in prison? You know, like, you know what happens to those kind of guys in prison, don't you? Like that kind of stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but you know, like there is part of me that really has no sympathy for child abusers, child molesters, people that abuse by proxy like that. Like, it's disgusting and vile. And so for me, for me, it ticks off my moral threat meter for Mr. Bell. But Mr. Curtis, on the other hand, like he's a thief and a liar, and it's not nearly the same ballpark to me.
Even with Matt, from my position, even from Matt Bell, the guy's an arsehole, the guy's a fucking pedophile, and he goes to jail, and that's it. He goes to jail. Okay? I don't care about what happens to him in jail.
No, in jail, he has to be put with other pedos and pedophile people, because otherwise people
they get
will...
killed.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's going to end up in a separate little container.
Yeah, but you know, even so, I never entertained the idea of what I would like to happen to Matt Bell in prison.
No, there's no like, ooh, you know, nothing like that. But like
realistically,
no, the nearest ooh rubbing of the hands kind of thing is excellent. That guy, you know, is gonna go to jail. The guy that would use raping babies, raping children as an argument against atheists, and trying to say how his morality was so much better. And then it turns out he's a rapist. Oh, sorry, a rapist by proxy, effectively. You know,
for what, 90 pence, something cheap like that.
Well, he bargained him down. You know, he bartered the person who actually did the molesting down. You know,
when the judge saw this, the judge was sickened and said, "This is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life." Like,
yeah,
and you know, judges see like everything, and so.
And you know something else as well? That broke law in UK. I don't mean broke the law. I mean that was new ground. That was, you know, that was uncharted territory. He is the first person in the UK. I don't even know if it's been in the world. I don't know, but certainly in the UK.
There was Scotland.
He was, no, in the UK, the whole of the UK. He was the first person to go to prison for paedophilia against someone without actually touching them over, doing it over the internet. So effectively, paedophilia by proxy.
He's directing it and telling other people to do it. It's just so vile. It's so disgusting.
He was basically the puppet master.
So like for me, like honestly, I'm a cold-hearted bitch when it comes to rapists and pedophiles. Like if you go play in traffic, I'm not going to cry and shed a tear. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to tell you that that's justice or that's what should happen. But if you did, I wouldn't care. So does that make me that person that Cheshire says, that I'm part of the dark web? Or does that just make me somebody that's morally disgusted by monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Spackle linked the video that she shared a short while ago. If you ignore the spelling errors, I think it's a good video, and the music really fits it.
Yeah, the whole side 10 thing. I don't know what the fuck was up with that, but apparently that was a thing, or that's a thing.
Yeah, moral
They didn't reveal.
failure. Yeah, so we
Moral
talked about that
failure.
earlier. Yeah. Saiten got in trouble for moral failure. It turns out a woman who had been meeting with him, or he was counseling or something. He was fornicating with a vulnerable woman, and that came out. So that's a big no-no.
I mean, I thought, my mind went somewhere else, but it, never mind.
I'm putting it in the best light I can right now. It's probably worse. I don't know, but like that's the best light I can put.
Well,
it in.
right. But what I meant was, a child involved, so not. Never mind. But it's still bad either way.
Whatever
absolutely bad.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's a very much like the Matt Bell thing. Here's the guy moralizing, saying how atheists can't justify morality in their worldview, and yet he has this morality because God did it, and yet that's what he does. Congratulations there, Saiten.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with Saiten. It'll be interesting, but the church actually advised the victim to contact authority. So whatever it is, it's serious enough to be concerned about. I don't know. What's interesting is like these people say things like Saiten had that quip they used to say, "You love your sin," and then he used to use like pretty disgusting analogies, and you hear Matt Bell, and you remember the things that Matt Bell used to say. He said things like, well, for one, he said, "I'm a bad person." He actually did say that he was a bad person. And
I mean, anyone could say they're bad people, but not that fucking. What? That doesn't.
Yeah, we didn't know that it was that dark, but it was super dark.
Yeah.
Then
the problem is we hear that kind of thing and we think, in the everyone's a sinner kind of sense.
Yeah. So when Matt Bell said you were a dark person, like I think he really thought, like, I know how dark humanity gets, and I bet that's in the heart of everybody. And I'm sorry, but that's not the case. Like, it's just not.
I mean, you can understand how dark somebody's heart gets, but not the, like, you know what I mean? Then again, if you're a psychiatrist, but you get the point.
I'm not that kind of sinner.
No, I never said you were. I'm just saying it's possible.
By the way, Spackle, that video you played of mine a little while ago, and at the start of it, whatever the case, the man's got to eat. That's your words there.
What was it?
Yeah, I quoted you. It's like, at the end of the day, the man's got to eat.
Yeah, at the end of the day, as much as I hate G-Man, I think he's vile. He has to eat. Like, he's not been condemned of anything. Like he's not a murderer, or something like that. In the end of the
Nobody
day,
has
he has
gone
to eat.
after people. Well, I don't agree that he should have been fired or called. But at the
No.
end of the day, he's gone after people.
He's gone after me, but I don't wish death upon him.
Well, no.
I just don't want anything to do with him anymore. But that being said, no, don't fucking call people's work. And part of it is, A, he has to eat, and B, if you do that stuff, it impedes our ability to ever have conversations, ever do hangouts, ever interact, because you're poisoning the entire community.
But also it's like, I think it was Dragnot in the video I shared. It was, don't want this to be the go-to justification because someone says something you don't like on the internet.
Right.
Exactly.
That's the third reason for you.
Yep, I think we all agree. Recently, I think Noka Raging Atheist dude went through something like that, where people were starting to target his personal life, and I'm just always against that. And this was theist to atheist in this case. Like, you can make like inferences and be like, like Steve's a hobo. This is why. And I think that's fair game. But like, if you start firing at Noka's kids, like that's not at all acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
Yeah, his only dignity was that he was employed. That was the only thing that made him better than Steve McRae.
Well,
Serb, I didn't say hi to you when you entered the hangout. I do apologize for that. Serb is a malicious troll that Steve McRae hates particularly. Why does he hate you so much?
I think it's because he found out that any time he tried to use someone to get like more into the community, I would purposely highlight all of his annoying features so that person could see it. So I would go argue with him about the thing that person found most annoying about him.
How many hours did it take you? Sorry, how many days did it take you to point out all Steve's horrible features?
But it was a long time. I mean, I just did it on a case-by-case basis. The last person I saved was Sokka.
At least he's not Brett Keane.
Sokka took the longest because I think Sokka cared the least.
Man, if you played an either or game, would you rather have to deal with Steve or Brett Keane?
I'm gonna go with Steve.
I probably
I've
have
dealt
to go
Brett
with Steve.
Keane before.
Yeah, Brett Keane is just toxic, extremely toxic.
Define deal with.
Let's say you have to live with them for a month in a room together.
Yeah, I'm still going with Steve.
I think Steve smells less, but it probably smells bad still. I think about Steve's pleather pants. What if he was wearing his pleather?
Well, he's
marinating in them.
Don't tell me he's got leather pants.
He's got pleather pants. He went on Need to Argue or whatever that show is, something like that. I don't know. One of the theist shows with pleather pants.
See, I don't know. Like, obviously, Steve's not really a physical match for me, but I think I could just emotionally crush Brett Keane, so I'm going to go with Brett Keane.
So wait, doesn't that imply that Brett Keane is a physical match for you then?
You know, weird thing is they are.
Yeah, Brett just rolls around like you know.
Yeah. What I'm saying is I don't need it for Brett Keane.
You know, I think the one difference between Steve and Brett Keane is that Steve's the amount of money that Steve needs at the moment doesn't match his Amazon wish list.
I'm gonna lose my house. Please, please give me $3,000. All of a sudden, his wish list is $3,000.
Yeah.
Brett Keane.
I can't remember what it was. It was like, $1,736, which just happened to be the same amount of money that was on his wish list. For Brett Keane's.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Brett. I don't know where he is. I don't want to know. We'll leave him be wherever he is. Ooh.
I've only ever once had a conversation. Also, I've been in a hangout type chat with Brett Keane, and he wasn't actually paying much attention. He was busy doing other things, and other people were talking. And I ended up chatting with Richard Raspberry, and I can't even remember what it was about now. But effectively, it was about stuff that had been going on or whatever. And what happened was I went looking to see what hangouts were going, and there was one going that I couldn't get in. It was full, and it was off air. So I decided, what else then? And on G Plus, I saw that Richard Raspberry had posted a link to a hangout. It's like, go on then, what the hell? And so I went in, and it was Brett Keane's hangout. And what was funny is that the hangout that I wanted to get in but couldn't do, they were watching that live stream, and they were like, go on, Cliff, go on. So it was quite funny in the end. And that hangout was deleted pretty straight after. So that was a bit of a shame, really, because I was running rings around Raspberry.
Shadow says, Steve probably moves more. I mean, you could just slide mac and cheese under the door to Brett and never actually see him.
Right.
Oh. And Steve does a hair flick, like he.
I mean, he does have fabulous hair for a hobo.
By fabulous hair, you mean nothing on top and all in the back?
Well,
That-
yeah, fair enough.
Shadow's right there. That was when they were claiming Alex Botton had docked Richard Raspberry, and had swatted him, sent the police to him, and Raspberry claimed that the police went to Alex Botton's place, and Alex Botton was like crying and saying, "Please don't arrest me," and all that kind of stuff. And Alex Botton's like, "What the fuck? None of that ever happened. He just made it up." You know. There are 3 things that I'm really proud of in my involvement in this community. Number 1 is, screwing around with G-Man when he'd made the claim that there were more Christians than there are atheists, by 1,000 to 1. And I said, this isn't true. There are more atheists than there are Christians. There are 30 million more atheists than there are Christians. And he laughed and cackled. He said, "What's your evidence?" And I said, "My evidence is G-Man, him, saying that Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics aren't Christians." And it's like, "Oh, I'm refuting myself." Yes. And then he spent 3 minutes telling me I was wrong, that he could call them Christians because they claim they're Christians, but they're not Christians really. They're not saved.
So you were still right.
Yeah, I was right. Effectively, G-Man thought he'd beaten my argument, except for all he was doing was quoting what I'd said. So that was the first one. The other one was smashing, Matt Slick with the "I've got Asperger's" claim, and just, literally I've got him saying at the end of it, "Maybe I don't have it, but if the atheists want to get me tested, I'm up for that." And also, Andrew Rappaport saying, "Well, maybe they haven't been able to overcome it like you have," which basically pulled the rug out of his feet and able to use it. You've beaten Asperger's.
Overcome the sin of Asperger's. It's just like empathy is a sin.
Yeah.
According to James White, the Calvinist Mafia has now come up to the sin of Asperger's.
Yeah. And then
Just kidding.
and finally, it was catching Richard Raspberry in a lie in a live hangout, and that was a brilliant moment because he's told a lie, and I've got it. I remember saving the video, and I then screen shared it, and Richard Raspberry then went up 3 octaves, and got really shrill and upset because proved he was a liar. And so after that, nobody wanted anything to do with him at all. And he was left screaming for attention, but nobody cared. And, his last kind of videos were like taking a Dawkins book and putting it on the fiction shelf in the library and making a video saying, "Look, see, even the people who work here think it's fiction." And that was it. He then deleted his videos, his channel after that. Now that's someone who reminds me so much of Cheshire, because Cheshire, Look a Pig, those kind of people, these are people that there is no bar under which they won't slither to screw over someone they hate.
What?
What are we even looking at here?
Did I just hear meow and then shit with ears?
Kind of. So I'm gonna play Jules Tells All's video because this cracks me up. I saw this video back when she put it on, and I just think it's hilarious. It's called PSA to all the Christian hoes, and it just tickled me at the time when I saw it.
Exactly. But you a hoe, Jules. You a hoe trying to go after a married man like that in front of the Lord. What kind of Christian girl goes after a married man in front of the Lord like that?
Whores.
You?
Whores.
Why am I such a Christian whore? Donate today. Help me become less of a whore. $1 will make me holler. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Who made this?
Donate
Jules
today
tells all.
and keep the whores away.
She called Jules a hoe.
Psych! Oh my god.
PSA to all the holes. Well, that video you were watching before about Rev felt like he wasn't even rehearsed. He had a gun to his head.
I can't watch Shani stuff anymore. It just makes me want to puke. You know, just
Yep.
every now and again. Every now and again, but far too often. You know, just something really wrong comes out. Like, you know, oh yeah, we've got a Pornhub, you know, and we've got videos on Pornhub. It's like, no, I don't want to know these things. You know, just me imagining such
Yo,
things.
yo. Drag likes to run his mouth. That's why him and the Dragoons are about to get owned right now. You think you're somebody cause you're going to school while denying reality and acting like a fool. You got something to say, then say it to my face. You washed up has-been, for I disgrace. I'm a roaring lion and I'm ready to
I like that
pounce.
she takes his
Drag
rap and
not
makes it
silly,
better.
This is my soccer account. You want some dragged in, step to the back. Cause you're nothing but a troll with an atheistic complex. What's up, Deidre? Or should I call you the spackle?
Hey,
Have you
Jules.
looked in the mirror cause your
What?
look
Jules
is like
thinks I'm
a
cute.
jackal? Ask the thick shades, he barely speaks English when he's running in his mouth. I wonder when he's finished. I love Annabelle, so do all of you. Had you had your turn with my English boo-boo? Yo, that was cold, but if you want something hot, call Miss Star and she'll hit the jackpot. Fiona's on the bottom and G-Man's on top. Get your mind out of the gutter, I don't rock that old slop. As for Miss D, the Dragnuts department, if you don't get a job, I got room in my apartment. She does look good if you drink a few beers
damn
or a
it,
keg
wow.
of vodka for the next 2,000 years. Sabella,
Yeah.
shut up, or I'll make you walk the plank. G-Man, no coward, he's money in the bank.
Okay, that's
Kiss my ass. You're not. Well, actually, no. You are good for me, but still, you don't kiss my ass.
You need to post that link for us because I want to go and try to follow her. I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's
go
called
to that chat.
Jules Tells All, and you can probably Google Jules and Shani, and she'll pop up. But I'll try to share it later. But Jules is a staple in the Dragoon community, and she's quite funny. She's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, found it. Subscribe.
So how long are you planning to go for?
You
What?
often imagine nice Christians stumbling on to Shani's channel. Can you imagine? Like if you were like really innocent and didn't like have a precursor and just like you just ran into Shani and you're just like, and then there she is in all her iniquity saying she's a Christian. It's terrible. How am I going through? I do have to cut it off probably in the next few minutes, actually.
Yeah.
So.
There was a few weeks ago where the Geek Room was reviewing a video of her trending suicide, and yeah, that pissed me off because my cousin killed himself in January.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, it took everybody by surprise or shock, whatever. You got the point.
Yeah, I had a friend and coworker kill himself in September. We were all really shocked by that. So the irony of that is I was in chat, and it just is a weird coincidence, I'm sure, but I was in chat and I'm a light troll, you know, like I'm playful, like, you know, and I'm not only, you know, a silly person that, you know, but she was going delete, and then she was saying something like she was getting tired, and I said, I know, lifting your heavy finger is so exhausting. And so it wasn't mean, yeah, but like, you know, like it's Shani.
I
She's
was
so
playful.
mean. She's been so much more meaner to me, and so you have no idea. So Jason tells me to go find a bridge, and I was like a troll that lives under a bridge or jump off of a bridge? Clarify. And then like it turns out it's like jump off a bridge. I was like, oh, okay. Well, if you're gonna tell me to jump off a bridge, like that's not very nice of you. Like, I have mental illness, just like Shani. Like you just recently raged about how nobody can like say, hey, go jump off a bridge to somebody that's mentally ill, and you just did it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Jason? And of course, nothing, because all my socks get blocked. But like, yeah, he's interesting.
It's the old story.
makes no sense.
Hypocrisy is a one-way street.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you know, I actually struggle with Shani because it's like, there. I really do feel exceptionally guilty if I make references to her weight. Because there's shit tons of stuff you can go after her for, you can criticize her for.
I didn't go after her weight until she went after my weight, and then it was on. It was on.
Yeah.
Because her upper arm is like my thigh, and I am overweight. Like I am 200 pounds, 5'7". I am overweight. I am thin boned with a lot of fat on me. Absolutely. And she is at least 3 of me. So.
Wow. So she's like 600 pounds.
Yeah. So one time she was like, "You and I are the same," and I'm like, "No, bitch. I've seen your boxing video." Like
this.
Oh, I gotta show that.
This week, I have made a decision that I am going to drop my food intake by at least about a third, hopefully 2.5, because I have been eating too much and getting even less exercise than I already did. And I now weigh 21 stones, which is 294 pounds.
Can I make a suggestion? I don't know how much.
Eating as much. Stop eating as much. That's all the suggestion that needs to be made.
Well, I mean, no, there's other health concerns, right? So I don't know how much is a third less, but it's generally for someone that's been overweight. If you're overweight for an extended period of time, it's best to only drop about 10% below your caloric requirement, right? Because your body will store unhealthy things in your fat, and if you burn a lot of it all at once, you dump all of it into your kidneys and liver and everything.
Okay.
Oh, that's concerning. Oh my God, it's Werewolf King.
Well, I haven't talked to him in 2 years, a year. I don't remember. It's
Oh
been a
my
while.
God, how are you doing?
So, sir, basically, a basic
Hey,
summoner
guys.
should lose weight slowly.
I mean, 10% below caloric requirement is relatively fast. It's just some people have a habit of saying, well, instead of eating 3 meals a day, I'm just going to eat 1, and then that's way too fast.
I'm just going to cut out lots of the bits in between.
That works.
Okay, I have this video, and this always tickled me. So I have never said to Shani, as hateful as I am, I have never ever said that I wanted to ever hit Shani or harm her in any way. And I always thought it was really funny when she said that she wanted to punch me.
We are really mad at someone. Like, I'll tell you, yesterday I wanted to punch Holy Spackle straight in the face. I did. I
You've been
wanted
hanging
to
around
punch
with-
her straight in the face.
She's been watching Trump.
Right?
Sure. Come at me, bro. You move in slow motion, by the way.
That is Shani boxing, and I just want to
And doing a really shitty job of it.
That's it.
her fupa is
God
literally
bless.
jello. You can't not see that. That's me jumping out of the Jeep.
Dark.
Ready to cut loose? Try me.
Oh, we're gonna be punching each other now. This is where YouTube has gotten.
Give us a kiss.
Unity.
What the fuck? Okay, there was a missed opportunity to put your face and Shani's face on the two girls. Whatever.
I
But
wasn't that skilled yet, but I would totally be Faith instead of Buffy. But yeah, like at the time, Rev would always be like, "Unity, guys, Christian unity, no matter what," and he would always want unity. And then meanwhile, he's with this bitch who wants to punch me in the face.
Yeah.
I like that she's punching like a 30-pound weighted punching thing. I forget what that kind's called, but they don't weigh that much. And she's acting like it's some huge deal.
yeah.
I don't care about the punching bag. I'm watching her jiggle, and I'm thinking I don't think you can catch me, bitch.
I really hate Shani.
This reminds me of Homer Simpson sort of pushing his finger and it's like, "Woo, watch that blubber fly" or something. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, it cracks me up.
Like I say, I try not to go in that direction.
Yeah, but the problem with Shani is her body goes in every direction, even when she starts walking. That's to be expected.
Remember fucking
Nate, yes.
Huntigan?
Yeah, he ran off. No more Nate.
He was going strong towards Trump.
He was full on Trump.
Yeah.
Converse, we are talking about nonsense right now, but we've been all over from serious conversation to not serious conversation. But I appreciate your showing up and stuff. And there'll be more invites. It's open topic, so it can vary from whatever people want to talk about. So it can be a serious conversation or not a serious conversation. Right now, we're just talking about shenanigans of YouTubers that say stupid stuff, like wanting to punch me for some reason. But
shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
I never wanted to fight somebody.
Yep. So,
can I just say something?
Mm-hmm.
People watching now, why have you not thumbed up? Why have not you hit that like button? There's 12 people watching now. There's only 9 likes. I'm one of them.
Maybe they don't like me. That's fine. I'm not somebody that shills so much because
there you go.
I'm a little bit indifferent.
There you go. It's just gonna bite you straight away.
How dare you make me dislike a video, Laura?
Oh my God! This is another friend of mine. A friend of mine. I have 2 friends that specifically thumbs down my videos. And I know that they do.
No. I only thumbs down videos that tell me to like.
No.
Well, I'm not Spackle telling you to like.
I just want to say, thumbs down is still engagement. There you go.
Yeah.
I leave up like comments where they're like, "Oh, I hate you." I'm like, "Cool, it's still engagement." But I do want to sign off in a bit, but I did want Wolfgang to get a chance to say something. We haven't seen him in so long. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
COVID not getting you down too much? How's it been, family and stuff?
Huh?
How's it been with family and stuff with all COVID and all that?
Yeah, it's been fine. It's been fine. I've didn't really have many casualties aside from my late mother, but that's a different thing. But let's see. Other than that, it's been okay.
You made it all dark
sorry
now.
to hear about that.
I was going to ask if you yiffed any ladyboys yet, but we're going to talk about your dead mother.
Yeah, I really couldn't have time for any fun things like that. I have to deal with some stuff regarding my siblings. Let's just go with that.
Yeah, sorry to hear about all that. It's when somebody dies, it's not just that you're dealing with the death of the actual person, but whatever the family dynamic is around it too. It's just too much.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's happened in the UK is a lot of BAME people, Black and ethnic minority people, have been, have been killed from this thing. And of course, when you've got dad, dies, well, that could be the main breadwinner for the entire family. So there's a lot more damage that goes with it. And of course, it's not a thing in the UK as much, but certainly I know it's in America. When you get the politicians and, they don't want, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, because it's like, we don't, people with pre-existing conditions, and coverage for them and so on. Well, COVID has resulted in lots of people not dying from it, but been severely debilitated by it. People whose lungs don't work very well anymore. So they'll be on medication for the rest of their lives, and they've got a pre-existing condition called COVID. And that's going to last them forever. And like I say, how many people have died in America? Well, that's small compared to the amount of people that have been injured by it. Even if you say 10% of people that have had cases of it were injured by it, that's a significant amount of people that could be, permanently injured. Will have a pre-existing condition for the rest of their lives. That's a scary thought. So when you get politicians who want to get rid of Obamacare and all that kind of stuff, and they don't really care about the provisions for people with pre-existing conditions, they're talking about they're talking about people who have been affected by COVID as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucking huge deal. So, all right. Well, we need to talk about something besides death because I want to log out, but I don't want to log out.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bump. I didn't mean to bump the entire room with my life issues.
It's not just you. Like I lost my brother in August, so I do feel for you, and I'm so sorry that happened.
Sorry about that.
Likewise.
Yeah. But anyway, I guess let's see here. Anybody have St. Patrick's Day? Go ahead.
Oh, sure. I was gonna bring up the whole what was it? The thing about Pepe Le Pew being a symbol of rape culture or something like that.
Oh,
that's not exactly a lighter topic either. I have an opinion on Pepe Le Pew as being gross, but I think that I can we keep the rape talk to a minimum today?
Well, I wouldn't say Pepe Le Pew was really an indicative of rape culture. More of the what is that? What's that other one there? The pickup artist.
He's not a pickup artist.
Yeah, I mean,
he tries like one.
Wasn't the whole gag behind Pepe Le Pew is that anytime the cat would come along, he never saw the fact that the white stripe on her back was paint, and he would just do it. It was natural, but he'd be perplexed as to how the cat's not responding. But I don't know, it's strange.
Yeah, it was more meant as humorous at the time. I never saw that acceptable behavior when I was younger. Okay, this is funny, but weird, just odd. I mean, do that.
Officially, Midnight was laughing at rape jokes as a child.
I just want to point out this back. I was like, how about we don't talk about rape?
Can I just?
You probably make an argument for sexual harassment, but harassment. But
okay, I'm gonna just go off. All
right,
Pepe Le Pew is disgusting, and this is why he's disgusting. Even as a child watching Pepe Le Pew, I knew there was something that was just gross. He's that uncle that holds you just a little too long. He's that guy that thinks in a club that thinks that he is owed something, so he can slap you on the ass. He's the guy that says, "Honey, if you love me, you'd smile, smile more." Ha ha, and using his excuse to touch you. He's that guy when I was 19, virgin and skinny, and I was a checkout girl that would grab my hands as I handed back change and start rubbing them and say, "What are you doing after work?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're 3 times my age." He is that person that's not self-aware that a woman is saying no, and even when she says no, she really means yes, and that is why Pepe Le Pew is disgusting. And I know there's a running joke. I know, like, the joke is that he thinks he's so suave. He thinks she's a skunk and mistakes her as a skunk because she's always unfortunate enough to back up into like like to get paint on her or whatever. I get that, and that he's stinky. I get that, but also the other underlying thing, and it's intentional, is that he's got this Maurice Chevre kind of accent, more French lover, and like I got my game, and they're making fun of that, yes, but at the same time they're making fun of it while you're watching this cat struggle and get away with him. I mean, like, ooh, you're gross. Is he also, on the other flip side, is he a skunk that is a dope that thinks this cat's a skunk? Absolutely. On the flip side, what are they making fun of? They're making fun of the guy that thinks he's owed something, that he's such a player, but he's not actually a player. And
Yeah.
he's the ladies' man that's catcalling. He's the ladies' man that grabs somebody's ass in a club. Grab him by the pussy ass questions later. That's who he is.
That's ironic because that's exactly what he's doing. He's grabbing a pussy.
Yeah.
I do
were-
want to point out a little thing for you, and that is we know someone else who's had a bit of an issue with skunks, and that's G-Man.
Jesus Christ.
Which lightens it up to the end for you. I don't know.
I honestly think they are more making fun of French men.
Yeah,
than
yeah, but
anything else.
with G-Man with the skunk.
Why are they making fun of French men, though?
Do you know French men?
What I know, but what is the running joke of why they're making fun of Frenchmen? Because
have an
it's
issue with bathing.
acceptable for French men to be, they're stinky. French men are
Yeah.
stinky, obviously, and they're
skunk, get it?
but it is acceptable for French men to be incredibly sexually forward.
It is actually.
Yeah, look at that Francois guy.
You
No,
ever seen
I
the
don't
movie
know if
French
Fred or
Kiss?
not, but
Have you ever seen the movie French Kiss? That's an entertaining one.
So anyway, I think that Pepe Le Pew is disgusting myself, but I've never been a fan of him. But the thing is, like, when is the last time I've seen a Pepe Le Pew cartoon all the way through? 20 years ago, at least. Like, it's been
Edited
forever.
or unedited?
Any.
Okay.
I have seen Daffy Duck. I've seen Looney Tunes, Elmer Fudd. But, like, I barely see the character. They knew something was up with him a while ago where they're like, this is starting to get to, like, that uncomfortable zone. And they pulled him a long time ago. This is old news. This is fabricated outrage culture, stupid. Like, oh my gosh, the left is censoring. And it's just stupid. Like, it's just not a thing.
It's because of the Space Jam 2 movie coming out eventually.
Yeah.
They're
All
making a second one.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Last thoughts. Anybody doing anything fun for St. Patrick's Day?
Nope.
Well, I am gonna be hanging out with my friends via Zoom call, and we're gonna have a St. Patrick's Day hangout with beer and whatnot.
Nice.
So you're basically gonna do this again, just on Zoom.
Yeah, basically. But with my friends in the city, because we can't go to the local pub, so I guess I'm gonna teach them how to socialize here.
So Spackle's gonna go hang with her air quote friends.
My air quote friends, my real life friends, as opposed to my internet friends.
I feel so undermined now.
Which ones do you value more?
'Cause I met you in real life, and suddenly, not a real life friend anymore.
I consider my internet friends, but like I put it like in a like I'm gonna. This is so stupid that I'm going into this. I look at like my relationships as a solar system, and like there's only so many people that can be really close. If I'm the sun. And I don't mean like everybody revolves around me, per se. It's not narcissism. I mean like in a practical sense, whether it's a solar system or if you're looking at a dartboard, like there's only so many people that can be close to the bullseye in your life that you can make time for. And so like there's going to be closer family, some closer friends. And then as the bullseye goes out, like different friends are going to be on that different spectrum. So I do prioritize people that are in my city, in my daily life, more than those that aren't, and it doesn't mean that I don't love my friends that are on the internet. It's just you're in a different ring.
So what you're saying here is basically your internet friends are Pluto.
No, because there's some that are much closer than that. And so like I would even say I have an internet friend that I'm like really close to the bullseye, but most internet friends are more like somewhere in the middle or headed towards Pluto. It just really depends on where you are, and that's not me trying to be mean. It's just I don't think that's wrong. I think that's healthy. I think it's healthy.
I want to know, do you consider Shani a gas giant?
I can tell you this, that Shani is not in my solar system.
So
So
there's no way I could leave that one open.
Jeez.
Yeah, you can't leave an open goal like that and expect me not to just like tap it in.
Jay comes in with the internet friends can fuck right off. Jeez. Well, that's a bit intense. When appropriate. Okay. So that being said, you guys have a happy St. Patrick's Day and whatnot. And it's good to hang out. I don't usually get to, because usually I'm trying to cram a lot in one day, but this time I had some free time. So I am going to what's that?
It's nice to chat with you again. Like I say.
Yeah, it was good to see you guys. So appreciate you guys coming in. Sorry that Wolf came in at the end there. So all right, I'm going to play a song to get us out, and you all have a good evening.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we set it sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.